Okay, so we're nearly there on quorum, and so I'm just waiting for it, and it looks like we are prepared to go, correct, Maureen? Thank you very much for that. So welcome everybody to the BC Assembly of First Nations 17th Annual Special Chiefs Assembly, which is running today and tomorrow between 9 and 3 o'clock or 3:30, depending on how the days go. And this is Harold Tarbell. I'm Mohawk from the community of Akwesasne. I'm calling in from Squamish Nation territory here in North Vancouver, and it's a great pleasure to be able to join you once again and to provide the meeting, to be the meeting's helper in the terms of serving as your chair. I did note earlier, and you have been able to watch the walk-in slides, so to speak, that, you know, sort of helping to set the context for the day and a lot of the different work that's there. We do have, you know, a few pieces of logistical work to do, but I want to come to that in a moment. And so perhaps what I will do is I will ask for our knowledge keepers to begin with the opening protocol, so we begin in a good way. And I'll look to Gwendolyn Point and Chief Robert Joseph for that support.
Iatalitl, Chair Harold Tarbell, Iatalitl, Siam Tisiaya, Elatith, Regional Chief, to the board and to the staff, Elatith, to everyone joining us today. And Siam Tisiaya, Siam in our language means important person and leader. And Siaya means our friends. So for those that are joining the session today, Shaishko with the Hummel to Scree and Halkamilam the Hummel to Stalo. My traditional name is Shaishko, and the language we speak here is Halkamilam. And I'm Stolo in Stolo territory. And Stolo is more of a contemporary term as they connect us. Of course, Stolo means river, to our river here. Traditionally, I was raised in my home communities, Skowlitz and Steelis, and I've lived here in Chahuic, married here for going on 49 years now. So it's really my pleasure, it's my honor to spend this time with each one of you and to give thanks. My prayer today is to give thanks for special blessing on each one of you. Giving thanks to the Creator to keep you safe, keep you healthy, for you, for your family, and for your communities. And I know it's been a difficult year for many of our families in our communities, and many are struggling as we speak, as we gather. But I like to give thanks as well because we have hope with the vaccine here that will help our families, that will help our communities, help our nations. So I'm asking special blessings to Iatalitl Tetzel Atias, special blessings and giving thanks for today. Atias is for the good work that'll be done today. And Creator, I believe that we've fared during this epidemic and I believe that we've come through it because of our leadership. To each one of you, I ask you to accept the blessings of the Creator, accept all that good that comes back to you, Blessings can be given, prayers can be given, but if you're not open to prayers, if you're not open to the blessings, it drops. So I'm asking each one of you to accept the blessings and the prayers. For I know and I've witnessed in the last few years the ATI is the good work at this table. And I'd like to say, give thanks one more time for our leadership, Regional Chief Terry TG, for the work that he's done. Creator, special blessings for the board and for the staff that have guided and kept the work moving. To Untitled Chapter ATI's Hi Jet, thank you.
Thank you very much, Gwendolyn. Really appreciate that. Are we also turning to Dr. Robert Joseph?
Greetings, all my relatives. It's an honor to be with all of you again today. I speak to you from the unceded territories of the Squamish First Nation and their neighboring tribes, the Tsleil-Waututh and Musqueam. It was almost a year ago or more now when we were last together talking about overlaps. And then this pandemic caught up to everyone. It's been a trying time, a difficult time for all of us. We've not been in this position before. And I can only tell you how much I admire the resilience that all of you have demonstrated again, our members at home demonstrating it again. I have seldom seen such courage. It's about family, it's about leadership, it's about love. And all of you have risen to the occasion, including our BCAFN, and did your very best to maintain unity among us, to support our children and families at home, and continue to advocate for progress for all of us. Our ancestors, collectively, all of them, would be very proud that you were called to this moment to be leaders when things were difficult. So I applaud all of you. I want you to continue to stand and call for vision, call for unity, call for resilience. That's what's gotten us here. And along with your leadership, we still have hope. We have never wavered. We have never stopped. Inspired to be more than we are. And we have a whole culture, an entire history behind us that says we shall never surrender, that we will do everything in our power to hold each other up, to lift each other up, and to keep on dreaming for our young people. So while this pandemic has presented some really difficult challenges, there have been so many things we have discovered about ourselves, about our families and our communities, about our leadership, things that we haven't often thought about too much. And we're going to than ever, more visionary than ever, more determined to bring about the kind of changes that we have struggled so long to advance for our people. And it's out of this deep love for our people that you, our leaders, continue to lead. I want to tell you that I've been so proud of our leadership, especially the BCAFN and its staff. I've been watching the work they do. They have never eased up. They have done all that they can to make us as comfortable as we possibly can be. So my prayer today will be that we continue to stand on the shoulders and the knowledge that our ancestors passed down to us, that we continue to believe that there's a creator above all else who looks after our destiny, that he allows us to find the pathways to keep moving forward. Kila kasla yusiki kikana Kabuna kuikan galis losfokta nala tak alachos sakwayus, tak alachos igalachus. Kas olak se me os o kipatla chanos lakula, chanos satsam. So no we will quite leave the dollar lachno makwa gayulasa. Ola si da sakwe lakano it's amkenakui, gada gigikami. Ka ike si da watem. Ka ike the tehilai ka masasi yusi kwila no kuno and again o mumukatsus all my relations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you both. It really helps to sort of ground us and to really get us focused and a lot of sort of anticipation to get here and to get to this meeting, done. So really appreciate you helping us out as you so always do and so eloquently. Let's look at the agenda. So we have a busy agenda as mentioned. So today we have 9 subject matter. We have 22 speakers designated throughout the day, and we have anchored 4 of the 16 resolutions, on-time resolutions there. Tomorrow we have another 9 topics and about 17 speakers and another 7 of the on-time resolutions anchored in the agenda itself. And then at the end of the day, as you'll see on this day 2, we'll pick up on the remaining 5 of the on-time resolutions. Just a reminder to everybody that the deadline for late resolutions is today at noon. So if you need to get those through the process, that's where that will happen. In terms of today, of course, we will hear from the regional chief and from the board of directors and from the BCAFN representatives, and we'll turn to the subject matters in front of us. Today, we're looking at systemic racism, and you'll see our honored guest there. We'll hear from the national chief, Perry Bellegarde, which is anticipated to be his last presentation as national chief to the BCAFN. We'll hear from Minister Mark Miller from ISK. We'll address fisheries and aquaculture. Minister Bernadette Jordan joining the regional chief in Jordan Point at that point. We do have Canham Lake's actor and director Grace Dove joining us today for a keynote. We'll also talk to children and family issues, First Nations education steering committee issues, and the provincial declaration on the rights of Indigenous peoples. And you'll see the cookies and our leading technicians who will be helping us there. Tomorrow, we will hear from Minister Lametti, the Justice Minister and the Attorney General of Canada. We'll look at climate change, water rights, the federal legislation on the UN Declaration, Bill C-15, the justice issues update, COVID-19. We'll be joined by Dr. Bonnie Henry, Dr. Bain Smith, Dr. Shannon McDonald, and Charlene Below from the First Nations Health Council on that issue there. We'll also look at forestry lands, natural resources operations, and we'll have Minister Katrine Conroy joining us as well. And then turn to economic development. Minister Ravi Kahlon will join Regional Chief TG for that. And then we'll hear from Minister Murray Rankin for Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. And then we'll wrap up day 2 with the final resolutions and any remaining resolutions that we would have at that point. You do have before you and at events, let me just make sure I get that right, events.bcafn.ca, the agenda, the resolutions, the meeting materials that are available for you. And with that, having presented the agenda, may I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda? And again, we're going to look to encourage you to use raise hands function if you could. So that's usually at the bottom of your participants list. So I thank Chief Ralph Leon for moving that motion, and it could be, looks like Wayne, get up to the top of my list here. a long list we've got in our many participants. So was that Cook B. Wayne Christian? That's there. Yes, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Watson, so moved and seconded. Is there a need for discussion of the agenda? And again, I'll look to encourage you to use your raise hands function. Given that we're 132 participants overall, that means we have about 5 or 6 gallery screens. So, scanning through that's not going to really be that effective for us, and so we'll miss a lot of the literal hand raising if that's happening. So, seeing no hands raised for discussion of the motion to adopt the agenda, are there any abstentions to the motion to adopt the agenda? And once again, I do encourage you to use the raise hands function to indicate that. Seeing none, are there any objections to the adoption of the motion to adopt the resolution, the agenda? Sorry, more coffee for the chair. And then seeing none, then with your permission, we will note that then the motion to adopt the agenda is unanimously adopted. So thank you very much for that. Just a few quick logistical things before we turn to our regional chief. So again, we are using the raise hands function. So it is generally at the bottom of your participants list. You would click on the participants button that now says 132. You'll open a list. It should be there at the bottom. Depending on how you signed in or which machine, it may be in your reactions button. The distinction is that it's not the same as the clap hands or the thumbs up. That will indicate on your screen. The raised hands will actually change your order in the participants list. So that's important to do. I did note that we had one person on the phone, and so we will make sure that we get that person named. And if that is a chief and a proxy, they also have access to the raise hands function by using *9. And then generally when you're on the phone, you just want to use your own phone mute button. But if you're not and you're using the system, it's a *6 to mute and unmute. And I also just wanted to remind everybody just about some basic settings in Zoom. So if you look at the top right hand corner of your Zoom screen, you will see a view, and it'll see either a grid or a square. And that either gives you the gallery view, which is about 20 to 25 pictures on a screen, depending on the size of your screen. And then you'll see you can scroll through those using those arrows on the side. There is a speaker view. So like in this case where I'm speaking, if you're on speaker view, then I would pop up a little bit larger. We may also use Spotlight when we go to our presenters, which then automatically highlights that screen as well. But again, so those are a couple options for you. The only other thing I could say, up there, you'll also see a full screen versus an exit full screen. And exiting full screen will make your Zoom window a little bit smaller. You'll still have the 20 to 25 pictures in your gallery, but it'll allow you to see other things on your computer. And so that's often very helpful. And the last thing I will say is if you do have the participants list open and the chat function open, often at the top left-hand corner, there's a little down chevron, and that allows you to unpop that, I think it's called. And what that does is then you can move those two boxes and reshape them around your computer. And again, just all in the idea of putting in a good place for you so that you can have full access to your computer, particularly if you're going to be going to the events.bcafn.ca site to look at the materials. That's a good way to do that as well. So just a quick reminder on that. And yeah, so let's call that the Zoom 101 for today. And we are just at 9:27, so just a few minutes past the designated time, but let us turn our attention for the welcome and the welcome address from our regional chief, Terry Teegee.
Masai Harold, Deneza, Tekuza, Skyza. I just want to thank our knowledge keepers, Dr. Point and Dr. Joseph, for that very important prayer. Thank you for that. We needed that. And I just want to acknowledge the territory that I'm on, the Clydley Tene, the unceded, unsurrendered, continually occupied territory of the Daket people here in Clydley Tene, just outside of Prince George. I also want to acknowledge all the leadership and all the chiefs and council, hereditary chiefs, and the decision makers out there. during this pandemic. It's been approximately a year since we began lockdown, and many of you took it upon yourself to make those decisions in terms of calling for a state of local emergency, putting up checkpoints, roadblocks to protect your communities. And I just want to acknowledge you for the leadership that you've showed during this very difficult time. The last time we met was at the Chiefs meeting in November during our 17th annual General Assembly. And I'd like to thank all the Chiefs for the support, as this is my first meeting with you since the election. As you well know, I want to also acknowledge my board of directors and really providing guidance during this time, as well as our youth advocates, our male and female, and as well as our women's representative at the BCAFN and our staff. And our mandates here from the BCAFN comes from our leadership through resolutions. And I just want to acknowledge the leadership in this province for the chiefs and your world-class leadership. I'm very proud to continue this work that I'm doing here and the support the chiefs and the leadership in this province, and it certainly is leading the way in this country. I'm committed to continuing on the priorities of advocating for full implementation and affirmation of our inherent First Nations rights, treaty rights, and title and jurisdiction in all areas, especially during this time of reconciliation as we implement the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in this province as it is in Bill C-41. And support for clear communications with our chiefs and leaders. I want to acknowledge all of you that attended the recent AFN meeting on C-15, the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, the federal act that is being proposed that went through 2 readings as of February 17th, and certainly we'll have more discussion as we go through our agenda in the next 2 days. This global pandemic really highlighted to everyone what we already knew, that there are systemic problems in this country and in this province, and really what has demonstrated was the inequities in this province and in this country. And I certainly hope that as this is being demonstrated and shown to the rest of society, that First Nations do have the wherewithal and the resilience to tackle many of these systemic issues. We have more allies than ever, but we equally have challenges as there is resistance to change. And we see that resistance in the general public. We've seen it in the racist remarks from many leadership in this province, and perhaps in their actions or their lack of action. Recently, the mayor of Poo-Scoopy having disparaging remarks against Indigenous peoples, and also the recognition for Indigenous peoples in certain communities and cities, such as the city of Surrey. And more recently, we've heard of an Indigenous councillor resigning because of racist remarks made toward her. So really, these are highlighted in terms of the issues that we all are challenged with, the racism that affects us every day. The health and economic crisis from this pandemic is forcing us to be more strategic than ever. I'll be looking to the chiefs and the leadership and also my board and other First Nations leaders across this country to work with us and to find solutions as we discuss really coming out of this pandemic, how we best can be really, I suppose, resourced in terms of coming out of this pandemic in terms of economic development. We have full days today and tomorrow. We will discuss various issues related to COVID, fisheries, children and families, implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as an act, whether it's the action plan or the alignment of laws, or looking at a federal act to recognize a declaration as law, economic development and natural resource development. I'm more motivated than ever to see real changes in the justice system and policing. Just this past weekend, we lost another First Nations man at the hands of the RCMP, and we send our condolences to the family of Julian Jones, and I have worked with my colleagues to demand for an open and transparent investigation into this most recent tragedy. And this is one of many that we've seen over the past year. Chantel Moore in New Brunswick, my relatives here, my cousin Everett Patrick here in Prince George, and there are many instances over the last several years in the policing system and the justice system. As you know, that as a regional chief, I do whole AFN portfolios. I'm part of the AFN that worked with the other regional chiefs to support the national chief to advocate for changes at the national and international levels. I currently hold new portfolios assigned to me, a few portfolios assigned to me by the AFN National Chief, including co-chair for the National Fisheries Committee, co-chair for the Justice File with Regional Chief Jocelyn Picard, chair of the Chiefs Committee on Economic Development, co-chair for the Chiefs Committee on Cannabis, and chair for the Chiefs Committee on Skills, Employment, and Training. The National AFN provides the technical resources and leadership to support these files, and we certainly have an amazing team with my BCAFN staff here in BC. Several chiefs have been appointed to different AFN committees. There has been some vacancies, as some chiefs haven't been re-elected or haven't ran again, so we'll be looking to fill those seats in those committees over the next several weeks. We'll be sending out notices for those committee chairs. On March 16 to 17th, we'll be hosting a national AFN forum on First Nations policing, a very important forum. The federal government is committed to improving First Nations policing, including legislating policing as an essential service. We need to ensure this and other related federal legislation includes the chiefs in developing these new laws and amendments and policies and regulations. We have Minister Lametti here tomorrow morning, and we will press him on justice reform, as well as ensuring C-15 to implement the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, includes concerns being raised by the chiefs and leadership here in British Columbia, as well as across Canada. Fisheries, the reform is needed now more than ever. DFO continues to fail to manage fisheries in our territories in a meaningful way. As many of you know, priority access hasn't been enough or been not happening, especially as many of the salmon species we rely on continues to decline. I understand that this week there will be several days of meetings hosted by the Fraser Salmon Management Council, and to discuss with DFO this year's salmon returns. I look forward to further discussions later today on fisheries with Jordan Point from the First Nations Fisheries Council. We also have Minister Bernadette Jordan from the DFO, and we must bring her up to speed and also in terms of how we see forward in management of our fisheries resources here in this province. DFO will address the systemic racism in their ranks, as well as how they intend to move forward quicker to create real co-management and restoration of many salmon stocks across the coast and in our river systems, and also discuss the issues of fish farms and perhaps shed some light on what has happened across the East Coast and the lobster fisheries. We know that several of the chiefs have also been attending the union or other organizations, other PTOs, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, as well as the First Nations Summit meetings over the past several weeks. We wanted to make sure that the Special Chiefs Assembly is a bit different and can bring in new voices. We will discuss several issues that have been brought up at the other meetings and also have mirrored resolutions to make sure we have the proper mandates to, as a whole, as a collective, as First Nations Leadership Council, to move on these very high priority issues. I'm looking forward to the next 2 days from hearing from the chiefs and how we can further the work that we're doing here at the BCAFN and also at the First Nations Leadership Council. I'm grateful for our team and also for our chair, Harold Tarbell, to make sure that we progress in our agenda in a timely manner. And I just want to really state that when we get through this very long, dark tunnel, if you will, that there is light at the end of the tunnel. The vaccine is here. Approximately 24,000 First Nations individuals have been inoculated. There is certainly high vaccine hesitancy, and we need to really put the message out there that the vaccine is safe and that it has been tested through the rigorous testing. And we've lost too many of our elders, and now more and more we're seeing younger of our people being lost to this terrible disease. Certainly, we are very challenged in terms of asserting our rightful place to be really sovereign, to assert our ways and means forward in terms of our own governance. But nevertheless, I just want to acknowledge the leadership in this province to lead the way, not only here with our relationship with this provincial government, but also to lead the way in this nation. I really believe that in many respects, whether it's by court declaration or by going out there and having civil disobedience, sometimes that we have to do that, or just by leadership in our relationship with different levels of government, we, in many respects, lead the way in this country. And I'm certainly happy and proud to take this position as regional chief once again, and look forward to the leadership here. It's world class, I would say. And I want to thank you all for that, and thank you for the mandate that you have given me to lead the way in many of these very important discussions during this very difficult time. And with that, I thank you all. Masicho. Thank you, Harold.
Rookie mistake, I was muted. Thank you very much, Regional Chief. Much appreciated. Just before we move on, I do see that Judith Sayers has raised her hand. Judith?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Great to be here in this meeting with you, and thank you, Cherry, for your report. I have 3 questions, or maybe some comments. Number one, I was just wondering what BCAFN's policy is in competing with First Nations organizations and nations for funding. Just wondering if you have a policy in that regard. My second question is in relation to policing. Of course, the 2 Nuu-chah individuals that have been shot by the police in the last 9 months is, a horrific thing that we're dealing with. And I just really want to push for, and I am having a meeting this week, we need to have and I asked for this around Chantel Moore, we really need to have a committee that is working on immediate solutions to work with police, whether it's more training, more cross-cultural training, de-escalation. I think there are some things that we can do now, and we really need to come up with these things and get them implemented, and looking for that kind of support. as well as, you know, I will try and attend your police act because I don't really know what's going on, but I just really feel like, you know, the federal government doesn't know how to consult or even achieve our free, prior, and informed consent because they don't reach out. I mean, it's the families that have been affected, the communities that have been affected that really require this change, and that's long term. But we need immediate and long-term solutions, and just I really want to know what's happening and how we can have input into the federal policing act, and I'm trying to get on the list for the provincial. And then the third comment, or I think something we need to work on, is that we really need to ensure that our First Nations have jurisdiction over health. You know, this past week or last week, the provincial government announced that First Nations who hadn't got the vaccine were going to only get it according to the provincial rollout, so by age. And they weren't going to do the whole community approach that they've been doing. And so a lot of us, you know, got up in arms, and then we had to fight with the government. And yesterday they announced that they are going to go back to the whole of community approach. You know, this is really unacceptable that the government makes decisions for us without even talking to us, without even asking us, just doing their thing. You know, so I think as chiefs in this province, we need to ensure that our voice is what part of that decision-making process. And I don't know what failed in this instance, but it can happen again. I mean, we had to fight like crazy to get information on proximate COVID cases. And, you know, that was a 7-month negotiation. You know, those things are uncalled for. And, you know, the sooner we can implement DRIPA, the better. But I also think it's just creating that government to government relationship with the government that is critical to save the lives of our members. I just wanted to bring those issues up, and thank you for the time.
Thank you. So Regional Chief, BCAFN policy on competing on funding, a policing shooting solutions committee, and jurisdiction over health.
Yes, thank you, Harold, and thank you, President Sayers. No, we don't compete with any funding pots that are earmarked for communities. And if we do see that there is a conflict, we don't at all go for those funds. So, matter of fact, we encourage them to provide more funding to the communities because we certainly know that communities need it. You know, we're under-resourced. We're, you know, time and again, chiefs have stated they need more capacity and resources. So no, we don't. So policing, a push for more discussion. Certainly, we do have the BC First Nations Justice Strategy, but perhaps you're right that we need more of a committee to speak to policing that's very specific, because right now there is a committee within the legislature that's looking at the Police Act. What's been told to us and the FNLC is that this committee is internal. We wanted to see more inclusion for our First Nations, and perhaps even here with policing, we need to implement the declaration, need to align with the Declaration Act where we can assert our jurisdiction and involvement, and perhaps even have more policing, First Nations policing here. There's only one right now in Statlium territory that have their one specific for their nation, and certainly looking to federally as it becomes Policing Act becomes more of an essential service. There will be more resources to look into resourcing First Nations to assert their own police force. Maybe that's an opportunity, but more importantly, you know, this is, whether I was here at this as a regional chief or the tribal chief, dealing with policing has been a real difficult situation in trying to get involved and trying to make systemic change. Here, Clayton Wiley, as well as Dale Culver, my cousin Everett Patrick, and my other cousin's child, Chad George, died in custody and under the hands of the RCMP. And you know, the situations with with the recent situations over the past year, it definitely needs to change. So we do have Minister Lametti, as well as a commitment from Minister Blair. So this is where we can have more discussions federally and what we want to see. We do have an arrangement with the RCMP, but perhaps that has to expand and have more involvement. And perhaps if we can get a committee of sorts here in British Columbia, perhaps we can really push that to a national discussion in terms of policing. First Nations jurisdiction of health, perhaps here's one of the priorities with the Health Act that we need the alignment of laws with the Health Act so we can assert our own jurisdiction in terms of what you are seeking and what many First Nations were seeking in terms of information. I commend the Nacholness, Healthsuck, and also the Tsilhqot'in National Government in seeking the information they needed to protect their communities in terms of information sharing. So here's another instance that we really need to assert our own jurisdiction, and we need to involve the First Nations and Health Authority to perhaps assist with this. Dr. Bonnie Henry will be here tomorrow, and Dr. Bain Smith, as well as Dr. Shannon McDonald, will talk about the vaccine. But this is one instance. Perhaps there will be other instances forward other than the pandemic where we really need to assert our views on health matters. So perhaps the Health Act provincially, and perhaps our relationship with First Nations Health Authority really needs to be asserted, and coming back to our communities to assert our jurisdiction over health. And I think there's other instances out there that we're seeing that how that can happen, especially with First Nations child welfare, that we're really trying to assert First Nations communities' laws and jurisdiction over child welfare. Perhaps that will lend itself to other places such as health that will be perhaps a lessons learned, if you will, or how that can best happen. So certainly these over the last year definitely highlighted the inequities of treatment of our Indigenous peoples, but also the inequities in terms of asserting our own jurisdiction and government, especially when it concerns our people in health and child welfare or law or policing. So I'm all ears, and if there is a desire from the Chiefs table to start some sort of committee to look at policing, I'm all for it. Thank you for those questions, President Sayers.
Thank you very much, President Sayers and the Regional Chief. Let's turn to Chief Harvey Macleod for the update from the BCAFN Board of Directors.
Welcome, Chiefs and delegates, to the 17th Annual Special Chiefs Assembly being held today and tomorrow. And thank you, Harold, for guiding us through the next couple of days. My name is Harvey Macleod, and I'm the Home Chief for Upper Dikla Band, Okanagan Territory. And I'm calling you from my home in Ilkarville, or Kulshana, Upper Dikla Indian Reserve number 1. I just want to thank our knowledge keepers, Dr. Gwen and Chief Robert, for opening us up in a really good way. The times that we're in right now, our prayers are needed, more so now than ever. And I just thank you for being here and to ask for good results from our gathering here. It's been a busy time since we last reported to the Chiefs at Assembly in November. Starting about a year ago to November, and from November to today. I know that each and every one of you have been extremely busy in doing everything we can to keep our community safe, our families safe. And it's a tireless job, and I know that we've expended so much energy just finding a way on how we can do our work and at the same time ensure the health and safety of our citizens. In November, we had the election for regional chief and female youth representative. I'd like to congratulate regional chief to a second term, and the election of Taylor Bin Sakosa to the position of female youth representative. I'd like to also thank the candidates that ran in that election, running for election as regional chief, Cheryl Kasmer. Thank you. And for the young ladies that stepped forward and asked for their support and for us to understand and hear a little more about their passion in life and their desires for leadership. Jade Duranlu, Elisa George Bailey, and Brianna Wilson. Thank you. And thank you, Jade, for all of your leadership in 3 years leading up to that election. I'd like to also thank the appointed representatives to the governance committee, Chief Maureen Nuji, who's taken on the role as the chair of that committee, and the other leadership sitting on that committee acknowledge and thank Cookby Wayne Christian, Chief Elaine Prince, Chief Courtney Jones Adelph, and Chief Jerome Jack, and Chief Donna Aljam. I'd like to also thank the appointment of our Elections Appeal Committee, Chair Edith Loring Kahunga, Shane James, and Chief Cynthia Joseph. The Board of Directors, thank you for taking the time on these important roles to support our association in the oversight of governance matters and elections processes. The Board of Directors are working towards a comprehensive review of the organization's governance documents and the development of additional guidelines to support the board. This work includes revisions to existing policies and the development of new ones that will include, but not limited to, revisions of the existing constitution and bylaws and governance manual, development of organization-wide privacy policies, board rules of procedure, conflict of interest guidelines, updating of human resource and financial controls manuals, revision of the executive limitations policy. The work is always ongoing, as there is always continued effort to streamline operations to maximize efficiency of this organization. The Board of Directors participated in an online strategic planning session facilitated by our chair here, Harold, in February, this past February. This gave the board the opportunity to review accomplishments over the last 3 years while planning for the next 3 years of Regional Chief TG's tenure. The Board of Directors have also participated in Indigenous Gender-Based Analysis Plus training facilitated by Kenway Blue Sky. This training is extremely impactful as it sets the foundation and framework for BCAFN to work utilizing IGBA Plus principles to ensure the diversity is addressed and acknowledged at various levels throughout the organization. With regards to the board structure, there have been some changes in relation to directorship. Willie Blackwater stepped down as a board director, and his position right now is vacant. And this position will be up for election at our upcoming annual general meeting in September. Thank you, Chief Willie, for your service. Charles Morvan will be vacating his position as of March 31st, 2021. The board has appointed Chief Counselor Elaine Moore to fill the interim position until the election in September. And again, thank you, Charles, for your leadership and guidance over the last 3 years. It's been a trying process, and as we moved along and getting to know one another and supporting one another and supporting our regional chief and the staff of BCFN. It was a real privilege to work alongside this board. We also want to welcome the two new board members acclaimed at the annual assembly in November, Roseanne Casimir and Brian Asu. Getting to know them around the table over the last few months has been wonderful, and I see they're going to be a great asset to the leadership of BCFN. The BCFN and Board of Directors will also be working on the appointment and representatives to provincial and national committees. To complete this task, an expression of interest will be issued identifying the various chiefs committees and technical committees that require a BCAFN appointed representative. Please watch for the expression of interest to be issued by the end of March 2021. This is something that we've been looking at, and we know that we have to update the representatives on the various committees that work for you and work for the Assembly. In conclusion, thank you to the Chiefs and Assembly for putting your trust into us, the Board of Directors, and we will continue to work in the oversight of the organization. Like I've mentioned, it's been a challenging time, and I know that all of our worlds have changed in how we go about doing our work, the relationships that we're developing with governments, with organizations, with each other, and how we do our work in our community. That has changed tremendously. And I just want to acknowledge and thank all of our frontline workers, our administration offices, our emergency ops center teams, our health teams, First Nations Health Authority, our regional health organizations, for all of your support given to us in community to ensure that our citizens are safe. I know it's been a tremendous amount of work by so many for us to be here today. And I'd like to conclude just by thanking the communities in this province that were scheduled to get their second round of vaccines. Because of the rescheduling, communities like mine will now round of vaccines. And for that, we're forever grateful. Have a really good assembly, and thank you. White Limit.
Thank you very much, Chief Macleod. We'll now turn to the addresses from the BCAFN representatives. We'll turn first to our knowledge keepers, Gwendolyn Point and Chief Robert Joseph.
Elatith again, it's really again my honor and my privilege to walk with everyone with the BCAFN and witness firsthand the work that's being done by our regional chief, by the board, and by the staff. And in the past few months, of course, I've attended the board meetings and the business attended. I'm just reading off my computer here. I've also attended the work being done specifically with the planning and the hosting of the annual Women and 2 SL GBTQQIA People's Dialogue sessions that of course will be held virtually this year. And just looking at the agenda for the 2 days is impressive, let alone witness the work that's done. So having said that, I also represent the BCAFN at the AFN Knowledge Keepers table. And the work there, of course, largely is to provide support and advice or guidance in the different areas that the AFN carries. This year, I was asked to carry 2 portfolios. One is education, and the second one is legal affairs and justice. While my background is education, Aboriginal education, Indigenous education, I've always worked in the trenches, and I was the one sending briefing notes to our chiefs here at Stalo, who would take it to BC, who would take it to AFN. So it was really special to sit at the AFN education table and witness firsthand the work being done, and that it was heard by of course, our Stalo chiefs, then heard by BCAFN, and that support totally went to the national level. And I've always said that BC, and I've always been proud of BC because I say with confidence that we certainly took the lead in Indigenous education. While I am accepting the legal affairs and justice, I feel I can lend a voice there and have support because I'll turn around and talk to my husband, who was formerly a judge and I was involved in that area. With that, again, I want to say thank you to Regional Chief Terry, to the board, and again to the staff for the good work. And I'll always be grateful to leadership. I tell people that our longhouses came back to us in the 70s. And with that came a strength and a strong connection. I don't know why I'm getting emotional here. With that came a strength and a strong connection to our traditions and ceremonies. And right after that, the sweat lodge came back. And all the teachings that go with that. And again, a strength came with that and stood up many, many, many of our people who are in leadership positions today. But it grounded us in our traditions and grounded us in our spirituality and grounded us in our prayers. And when we were being introduced to that, the first round was always for yourself. And the second round was for your community. And the third round was for the nation and all nations. But the fourth round, and that's why I say this to leaders, was a prayer for leadership. You know, everybody has a role. And we have to learn to look after one another. And that's why I say I'm really proud and I'm humbled to witness the work. And work doesn't mean we get it right all the time, doesn't mean that everything goes our way. But what it does, what I've witnessed is the commitment that I've seen in our elders that is still here. So with having said that, I just want to again say thank you, because it's our future that we're talking about. And I also know that our elders were kind, they were thoughtful, and they're courageous. And I tell all our people today, especially those that are up and coming in leadership, please don't take what we have for granted. Don't take the homes we have today for granted. Don't take our leadership for granted. Don't take what we have for granted. Because we were told that we're walking on the backs of our ancestors, so walk lightly. So I thank you. I thank you for all the work, and I thank you, and I give thanks that I can be a part of this and witness the work. Hi, Tips. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Gwen. Dr. Bobby Joseph?
Greetings, all my relatives. I want to say again how honored I am to be with all of you today. I was just reflecting on how long I've been in the city lately. It's 20 years now. And I remember coming here at the front end of all of the breaking news around Indian residential schools and all of the developments that took place thereafter, culminating in the idea of reconciliation. And I said earlier that this COVID issue that we now face has probably caused a lot of us to reflect in different ways about who we are and what we can do moving forward. One of the things I want to start by telling you that in the last week or two, and I'm really been pleasantly surprised that there are Canadians out there still very interested in engaging with us to reconcile in ways that we can with all of those interest groups. One of those groups was a government agency that we're not happy with at all, and it's the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. So they asked me to to be a speaker at a gathering they had, and they had quite a few hundred DFO personnel on that line. And in spite of all of the conflict and contradiction and the animosity, they were still thinking about determining a reconciliation action plan or response. And I thought, my goodness, that's really encouraging that at the minimum, at the start, at the best, they're thinking about it. They would never have thought about that just a little while back. Everything that they thought, they assumed that it came from their authority. And so we are in this moment of reconciliation with Canada. And there were 2 or 3 other groups that I met on Zoom with, and they were all doing the same thing, moving or trying to move forward with reconciliation action plans. And one of the difficulties that I see them having is that they haven't found a way yet to engage with Indigenous people and move forward in a truly genuine effort at creating reconciliation. Bridge, narrow that gap. For a long time now. Are women and children, the family members who are always at home, who are not engaged because they're not leaders, and our leaders are engaged because there are so many things that we need to reconcile that have been identified in the calls to action that impact our lives. And at the same time, we have our women and children at home doing the best that they can to make life worthwhile living, to be valuable. And I think that we have to turn inward as well as turning outward to get the processes that we need with a larger Canadian society. We have to turn inward to find out what it will take for us to reconcile internally so that every member of all our communities grows up strong and proud and feeling free. So that process needs to be started, needs to be determined. And I'm heartened that there's going to be some work on the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls issue, and that there will be engagement around that from our own people, and coming to a point where internally they are involved, our women and girls, our mothers, aunties, others, who at the home level can reinstill in our children the idea of hope and pride, of value, purpose, so that at home, while you're bringing in the resources to lift our condition up, that these women and girls and young family members can see it and be a part of it and begin to reconcile from a very individual, personal level. So I don't want to take a lot of your time today, but I want to say this, that reconciliation really starts with you, starts with self. And the second thing I want to say is that reconciliation is an ancient imperative. All your grandpas and their grandpas and their grandpas before you lived by this notion of reconciliation. Bringing balance to our lives, creating peace within in so many ways. So that's the other main message I want. I want us to begin to have an internal view of what reconciliation means, so that our women and girls and our young family members aren't languishing in any sense of isolation. That we love them, they're important, and we got to do more to inspire them, while you the leaders, are doing all of the great work that needs to be done. I have no hesitation or doubt about the fact that one day the 94 calls to action will be met, and it will have been because all of you have put the energy and commitment and dedication to bringing that about with other Canadians. But in the meantime, while we're doing that, we have to bring our families with us together, living together, supporting each other, loving each other. And I think that's the way forward. So I hope that maybe in the coming year, we're going to begin as BCAFN and other Aboriginal organizations to think internally about what culture means, what song and dance and history and tradition means for our families. And it's still going to be the vanguard for change, those things I've just mentioned. Our well-being will have to be built upon that history, those ancient laws, the culture, the language. So hopefully we'll create some more emphasis on that part with respect to reconciliation. But in closing, I want to thank all of you for all of the work that you have been doing at the level you are, bringing about reconciliation and hope and inspiration to our people at home. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Bobby. Really appreciate that. Let us turn to the representative, the BCAFN Women's representative, Louisa Housey Jones. Louisa, I'll ask you to unmute your mic.
Sorry, can you hear me?
There you are.
Okay. Good morning, chiefs, leaders, delegates, elders, and honored guests. I'm joining the assembly today from my home territory of the Celtic Nation. My name is Louisa Housty Jones. My traditional name is Umkalux, and I'm on elected council for my nation. In 2018, I was elected by BC Chiefs in Assembly as BCAFN's Women's Representative. I support and advance BCAFN's mandate with regards to women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA plus people. I also represent our region on the AFN Women's Council. BCAFN has been moving multiple priorities ahead on women and gender equality. Firstly, I like to share that I am currently working with a small planning committee of community leaders to prepare for a next women and 2S LGBTQIA and dialogue session, which will occur virtually during the 2nd and 3rd week of April. And please stay tuned for registration information, which will be sent out soon. We are looking forward to some inclusive, uplifting, important discussions as we hope many of you can join us. Today, I want to focus my comments around the National Action Plan on the missing and murdered women and girls. I know many people are frustrated and disheartened with the delay and the lack of information available regarding to the process to implement the calls for action. As we come up to the 2nd anniversary of the final report and the calls for justice in June, this is deeply troubling to me. Today in your kits, you have received a briefing note that provides an update of the National Action Plan development process. It also outlines preliminary plans or BCAFN to be involved in holding regional engagement sessions on the National Action Plan in BC. During this SCA, chiefs and leadership will be considering a resolution to support this engagement. BCAFN has been planning for how National Action Plan development engagement opportunities can be held in BC to help ensure the regional priorities are reflected in the National Action Plan. Throughout this process, we will make every effort to make it trauma-informed space. The lived experience, knowledge, wisdom, and stories shared are of utmost importance. This is an opportunity to ensure that their input is considered and woven into the National Action Plan. While the first stage of engagement will occur virtually because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we hope to hold further dialogue in person once it's safe to do so. Chastity Davis Alphonse and Russell Coy will be supporting the process, pre-engagement, engagement, and reporting components of this initiative as the lead co-facilitators. The first step in planning for the engagement will be to reach out to key regional partners and women's organizations to seek guidance and collaboration. It is expected that these conversations will be initiated by mid-March. We are still planning on how best to reach out to potential partners. We intend this to be regionally grounded and a collaborative process. We know that BC we have seen a lot of successes by working together rather than in silos. There are many advocates, survivors, and family members who have dedicated their lives to ending this tragedy and were instrumental in calling for the national inquiry. There are also many organizations who have substantial expertise in issues related to the missing and murdered women and girls and participate in the national inquiry as parties with standing. These conversations will inform partnership and planning for virtual information sharing engagement sessions, which will be targeted for May. Based on the engagement, our final report will be prepared for review by participants. It will then be shared with federal and provincial governments, First Nations governments in BC, and the Assembly of First Nations for integration into the National Action Plan. From planning initial conversations last fall, it is understood that a core engagement must be as follows. Led by survivors, families, and Indigenous women, and a 2S LGBTQIA people. Collaborative, strength-based, trauma-informed in action and implementation focused, inclusive of different regions and urban. Respect and uphold the role of Indigenous governing bodies. Take immediate action on the calls for justice. Support community-based action planning, resourcing, and healing. Provides for accountability, transparency, and adequate, sustainable resourcing. Provide for multiple direct pathways of engagement in the development of the National Action Plan. Respect the people are experiencing grief, loss, isolation, trauma, additional burdens, sickness, and fatigue as a result of the ongoing COVID pandemic. And be respectful of the fact that people have already shared so much, and we already have many recommendations about how to move forward. I hope that by collaborating at a regional level, we can make this kind of dialogue a reality. I also want to respect that others may want to continue to contribute to the National Action Plan directly or through other channels. On that note, I'd like to share that BCAFN will continue to advocate for multiple direct pathways to engage in the National Action Plan, and will share about any opportunities as they may come available. Thank you for your time today. I look forward to having more conversations on this important issue. Gayasaka, and continue to be safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And just to finish up the addresses from the BCAFN representatives, we'll turn to the male and female youth representatives who have prepared a joint presentation. So let's turn our attention to Taylor Bain-Zakoza and Justin Peters.
Thank you, Harold. White Haskahalt Iskleason Skamhishtan. My name is Justin Peters. I'm the male youth representative, and I'm calling in from the unceded Seal Okanagan People's Territory in Kelowna, British Columbia.
Just
wait.
Go ahead.
Good morning, chiefs, proxies, and honored guests. Nega Dagondi Tsotsikla, Taylor Bain-Zakoza Ote. My name is Taylor Bain-Zakoza, and I am the female youth representative for the BCAFN.
We are grateful to be joining the chiefs in assembly today. We appreciate this opportunity to have a seat at the table with leadership and to learn about the issues that are facing our people and what we are doing to solve our collective challenges and how we can be of service to our communities. I value the commitment of our leadership in the BCAFN, as well as the accomplishments that are being had across the province in our respected territories.
As many of you, I thoroughly look forward to the awesome keynote speakers that we're going to hear over the next 2 days, and to discuss some important matters affecting people in our province and Indigenous people across the country. As the newly elected female youth representative since November, I'm excited to be here at my first Special Chiefs Assembly, and I look forward to learning more about the governance approaches that mandate our work here at the BCAFN. The last 3 months in this role has been busy, but we've been up to some really great work, and Justin and I are excited to share those updates with you. But before we jump into those updates, I would just, again, really like to thank the chiefs and delegates for their support and allowing Justin and I to represent your youth.
It has been a real unique year. It's been a very unique time to be with the BCAFN leadership during a pandemic. Things have been very difficult for a lot of youth this past year. Gathering in person was a cornerstone for youth leadership to connect with others and develop relationships with other passionate First Nations youth. The restrictions set in place have had a toll on a lot of people's mental health, and the sooner we can return to normalcy, the better things will be. This is not to say that there has been no silver linings. We have seen communities come together in support of each other through food sovereignty programs like traditional food harvesting and community gardens. And although there has been a massive uptick in a new phenomenon called Zoom fatigue, having conferences online has increased the speed and access to important information affecting our communities. Although we are trudging through these unprecedented times, I think we should take solace in knowing that we are still here, that we're still fighting, and not to take what we have for granted.
Yes, like I mentioned, Justin and I have been up to a lot of cool things, but actually the majority of our work has been focused on the proposal that was initiated by Justin and the previous female youth representative, Jade. It was approved by the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation back in 2020, and Justin will start off with sharing some of those initiatives that came out of that proposal.
Yeah. So with this funding, we've been working with the BCAFN staff to help promote and strengthen youth engagement across British Columbia.
Yeah, sorry. I will talk about it first and then Justin. Thank you, Justin. Yeah, I think going back to what he initially said about the pandemic has affected us all in a variety of ways. But the work that was initiated by the proposal that Justin and Jade put in has led to the development of a youth-specific website for the BCAFN, which will be fully launched this month, so stay tuned. And it's just one way that we are hoping to connect with Indigenous youth from across BC. And also, we want to utilize this website as a way to streamline information, events, and opportunities for youth across the province.
Yeah, it's been a really fun process creating a virtual network of First Nations youth who are looking for opportunities for development or career or training or just wanting to connect with other youth online. One of our biggest initiatives has been creating these contests via social media. Our first contest was titled Speak Your Language, which required youth to create videos of them speaking their traditional language. And it was judged by how many words they could say in their traditional language. And seeing all the participants' videos is really inspiring because we all got just this streamline of videos of Indigenous youth, First Nations youth in BC speaking their language. And it was a really, really cool thing to be a part of and really inspiring. We've had a couple more online contests since then, and we're planning on putting out more out. So hopefully we can share that with the leadership here and they can show it to their youth, and hopefully we'll grow our network.
Yeah, absolutely. And so kind of on the same theme of connecting with youth online due to the COVID pandemic, Justin and I are currently planning, with the support of BCAFN staff, we are planning the BCAFN Youth Forum and training sessions, which will be held on March 26th and 27th, before the meeting started, there were some posters that were being shown and ours was one of them. So that's what that was alluding to. So the theme of the upcoming Youth Forum and training sessions is focusing on how First Nations youth can optimally connect and lead the way in an online world. And both Justin and I will be co-facilitating that exciting event.
It'll be on March 26th and March 27th. In most recent news, Jade and I have joined the BC Coalition to End Youth Homelessness. At the annual General Assembly in 2020, a resolution was passed for BCAFN to work with UBCIC, the First Nations Summit, and the BC Coalition End Youth Homelessness, and other like-minded organizations to develop youth housing strategies and an Indigenous youth housing action plan.
Yeah. So since then, Justin and I have joined the coalition to collaborate with other youth leaders in the province to continue to advance this work, and we look forward to updating the chiefs in assembly as progress continues. And again, we'd just like to thank you for your continued support in allowing us to do this important work. Masi.
Thank you. Waylon.
Thank you both very much. I want to thank all the representatives for their presentation, and Chief Harvey Macleod on behalf of the board as well. Very informative, and you really can see the volume of work that you have underway and sort of that path forward that you're all speaking to, and which the knowledge keepers talked about as well, building on the foundation that's been created. We do need to keep moving our agenda. We are going to turn to our first key agenda item, which is the systemic racism, and you will see in your participants list that we are joined by Chief William Seymour from the Cowichan tribes and Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafond, of course, who many of us is well known to us all. Given the timing and the fact that we do have a resolution on in plain sight, and timing allowing, we also want to get to the First Nations health governance structural renewal conversation. It's not likely we'll have time for dialogue with them, but I do want to encourage people to use the chat for that function, and to note to the participants that there's already been quite a good conversation and clarification of issues around policing and vaccinations going on in the chat, and you're encouraged to review that as well. There is just when you look at the agenda, we do have, which is starting to look more like the euphemism of a health break. We do have some public service announcements and some prizes. And then of course we do have the National Chief and Minister Miller joining us at 11 o'clock. So with that, let's turn our attention to Chief William Seymour, and then following him with her brief remarks, Mary Ellen Turpel. Chief Seymour, if you'll unmute your mic.
Aichka, Harold, the CIA, Tanano Tia Tala Siam, Tanitna, almost all Katana, Quail, Antha Skat Halenoch. He walked in the Kowits and Mastimoch. I just want to thank everyone that's here, and thanks for the invite to speak. I am William Seymour. My traditional name is Katchalenoch. I am Chief of Cowichan Tribes. I've been asked to talk about the racism that has been going on in my community. When I look at our history, for 10 months we managed to stay COVID-free in our community. And I was very proud of my community for achieving it for that long. But once we started January 1st on getting our first case in our community, we put in place a bylaw called Shelter in Place. And there was a lot of confusion with that bylaw because a lot of people thought we were locking our communities in. The reality is we did put up checkpoints, and the checkpoints was to remind community members that they should be keeping still. We need to follow the health directives. And that was the biggest issue, was the misunderstanding. So when the stores and restaurants started refusing to serve my community members. You know, they didn't ask the usual health questions. The first questions out of their mouth was, are you coach and tribes member? Do you live on the couch in the reserve? And refuse some service because of it. But now I belong to what's called a leadership group. That leadership group consists of the mayor for the city of Duncan, mayor for the municipality of North Cowichan, the mayor of Ladysmith, the mayor of Lake Cowichan, the RCMP, CVRD, our MP, Alistair McGregor, our MLA, Sonia Firstenau, our school board chair, and the reaction that we got from all of our leaders in the coaching community was to support Coach and Tribe. So letters went out to all the different stores and restaurants, asking them not to practice racism to Coach and Tribes. So I thank all the support I got from my surrounding communities that we're able to move forward. And I think we come out of this in a good way, that the stores and restaurants have reopened, and they no longer question whether we're a Coach and Tribes member or if we live on the Coach and Reserve. The normal health questions that are asked to enter their facilities is we've gone back to that. So I do once again want to thank the interest that the AFN expressing wanting to hear what's been going on within my community. You know, and I look at the absence of the media trying to interview mayors because they have COVID cases in their communities. But as soon as it hits Indigenous communities, they want to know, and it's broadcasted. So now we're currently at over 200 cases on our reserve now. Thankfully, only 16 are isolated. The rest have recovered, and we have 5 deaths. So 1 death is too many. Any loss in our community is very troubling. So once again, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief, for your good work there. Appreciate that update. Let us turn to Mary Ellen Turpel. I do understand we have a share screen PowerPoint that'll also be happening for us. Over to you, Mary Ellen. Welcome. Good to see you again. I'll ask you to unmute.
Hello there, and good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for inviting me. First of all, I'd like to thank Chief Chip Seymour for the comments that he made about the challenges that communities have faced during this pandemic in terms of the issues of First Nations people being treated in a way that reflects inherent racism and concerns in the healthcare system. I'm just really pleased today to share a quick overview of the report that was released in late 2020, based on a review that was conducted by myself and with my colleague Harmony Johnson and a small team. We were asked by Minister Dix to look at whether or not anti-Indigenous racism is present in the BC healthcare system and how it is affecting care, access to care, and the health treatment of First Nations in British Columbia. And so I'm going to just go through a few slides. This PowerPoint is available. I do want to make sure that you know there is an emotional trigger warning because some of these topics are difficult. Also, the racism in the system, of course, has been exposed through this report. It's a little bit like turning on a fire hose. It's been significant for the system to do some learning, but it's an ongoing issue for First Nations across British Columbia at the point of care, meaning where First Nations people are going to get healthcare, whether that's a hospital, whether that's a dentist's office, whether that's a counselor, a psychologist, massage therapist. The racism that we found in the system through this review is pretty pervasive, and it looks similar in terms of how it functions everywhere. But it also indicates very clearly that it's harming Indigenous people. It is not First Nations people's racism. It's racism to be given back to the system to address. So a few of the things I will be highlighting today are areas where the system is going to need to make some significant changes so that First Nations people will be treated in a way that's fair and respectful, but also in a way that reflects the fundamental human rights of First Nations, including those that were adopted in 2019 in DRIPA, namely the implementation of the UN Declaration Act. Next slide, please. So there were two reports that were released by our team. One was the broader summary report of findings, and I'll tell you what the inputs were into that. The second was a data report on February 4th that looked at actually how First Nations people are using health services or not getting access to health services. What are the challenges in particular in making sure that, for instance, First Nations women have good prenatal care, labor and delivery support, postnatal care? How does the experience of First Nations women in healthcare differ from other women, as an example? So we looked throughout the life course, all the kinds of supports that would be needed, and we compared the degree to which First Nations are getting services and culturally safe services to how non-First Nations people are being treated. And we found very significant disparities on things like leaving against a medical advice because the care is not safe, very elevated issues for First Nations in British Columbia. Next slide, please. The input into the review involved massive number of engagement with British Columbians and with First Nations and Métis people, primarily First Nations. Nearly 3,000 surveys were completed. I ran a 1-800 email case line where cases were brought forward. Literally hundreds of cases came forward. Many of those cases were individually, some were historic, some were real time. They were looked into and assessed for the treatment. First Nations people came forward very boldly and clearly and identified instances and interactions that they had at the point of care that they said reflected an experience where they did not feel culturally safe, or they did feel that healthcare providers had prejudices, attitudes, and approaches to them which reflected stereotypes and racism. And in assessing those cases and evaluating it, the majority of those cases did in fact reflect prejudice, racism, and stereotype. So there was also more than 5,000 surveys conducted with BC's healthcare workers representing all positions in the healthcare system, docs, nurses, lab techs, dentists, people across the range of services. And we also were able to analyze a significant amount of data in the system, more than 185,000 data points, looking at all of the literature and was able to get access to data at the point of care to look at things like healthcare utilization, which means some new information came forward that really does connect the dots between poor access to primary care and ongoing racism. Next slide, please. This is an infographic that sort of gives you an idea of what the main stereotypes, what the main types of discrimination, and how this impacts access for First Nations. I just want to start on that wheel in front of you at about 2 o'clock, which is the stereotypes. This is a list of the 7 main stereotypes, prejudices, and racial beliefs about Indigenous people, and especially First Nations people, that was present at the care system in all health regions, in all points of care. There was some elevated level of this in a few places, but it was persistently there everywhere, not a statistically significant difference from one region to the other. So I can't say, oh, the North region versus Vancouver Island. It was consistently there across the board. The main prejudices are that First Nations people are less worthy or less deserving, that First Nations are drinkers and alcoholics, drug seeking, meaning seeking to get drugs for conditions for which they don't require those drugs, primarily pain relief, opioid type drugs, that First Nations people are bad parents and have bad family structures. So a whole cluster of very racist beliefs and assumptions, some of which has come into the healthcare system through the child welfare system after many years, but some of which is just ingrained at that front line. The idea that there's a bad parent, there's a bad partner, there's a bad grandparent. First Nations are frequent flyers, meaning they're regular users of emergency room services and taking something away from emergency rooms because they're just abusing the emergency room. First Nations are non-compliant. First Nations get stuff for free. And then a whole layering of very misogynist views about First Nations women, that we are have too many children, too many partners, we're sexually available, we don't take care of the children, etc. So I'll have a higher pain threshold. This whole sort of combination of very deeply racist and prejudiced views and very sexist views about Indigenous women, and they blend. And so that is the toxic brew of stereotypes or racism at the point of care. Not going to surprise anybody in this audience to hear it, but it is present. It continues to persist, and it does cause what you see at 4 o'clock on that wheel, which is discrimination. So how do these stereotypes, beliefs, and attitudes lead to discrimination? They lead to discrimination in this way: abusive interactions. Verbal abuse toward First Nations patients or family members, physical abuse, which means more rough physical treatment, and sometimes also calling security and having a police or security response instead, which is discriminatory, versus having a healthcare response. Denial of service is a form of discrimination. First Nations coming in with a health-related concern, not getting served, having to return multiple times or be put out without having had the concern that they're bringing forward addressed. Ignoring and shunning, ignoring the concerns of First Nations in the healthcare system, for instance, in the emergency room, not responding to them, but the perception or reality is responding to others more empathetically and more immediately. Inappropriate pain management, again, not giving proper pain medicine to First Nations people in pain in emergency rooms. Very major issue. We did have the recent case of the nurse that was disciplined in the north part of Vancouver Island because she was stealing the meds and then saying that she'd administered them. So there are like examples of where the vulnerability of First Nations people has been used internally, but also a continual problem with inappropriate pain management. We also saw discrimination works by saying that by not looking at the issues that are being presented, and in particular making medical mistakes. So you don't see this was very, very common in this review. People coming into emergency room as the point of care because they don't have a family doc, they're not getting treated, they're being released, the underlying condition, which at times could be very, very serious and needs immediate treatment, is missed because of these assumptions. We've seen it all through the lifespan. Children coming in with epilepsy that need med adjustment are being like asked whether or not they're drunk or been drinking, and then also elders and seniors, particularly for elders over the age of 65, very poor attachment to primary care and a lot of mistreatment and a lot of history of mistreatment. So really the devaluing, you can see it throughout the life course, but you can see it's really impacted elders, and it's really impacted women in the reproductive years, where 2 times where a significant amount of health services needed to make sure you're coping and you're well, and it's not forthcoming, which leads to a lot of mistakes and actually a lot of suffering on the part of First Nations people with conditions that they should be treated in much better ways. When you look in this wheel and you come over to less access, when you have those stereotypes and discrimination, what does it lead to? It leads to less access, which in turn drives stereotypes. So less access looks like an unwelcoming environment that people do not want to go to. Poor attachment to a general practitioner, nurse practitioner, because it's not culturally safe. Geographic barriers, it's too far, or people trying to pick a hospital where they think they'll get better treatment, even though it's not closest to or proximate to where they're living. So you have all of this like traveling around to try and find the place where you'll be treated better, including having people, you know, go to a hospital in the Lower Mainland to get support, even though they're living way outside because they at one time had good care there. So mistrust toward the system is quite high. And the final point, which is a really major concern in terms of the needs, and we've seen this in the pandemic, avoidance of care. People are very afraid because they've been so badly treated that they don't want to get treatment for treatable conditions because the system has been so poor in treating them, making them feel culturally safe, and actually listening and delivering care. So this together is how the racism manifests itself. Stereotypes, discrimination, less access, and then we get to poor outcomes. Unfortunately, just even the poor outcomes drives racism because people say you can't, maintain your health properly, hence you have like higher issues of chronic disease. But actually, it's no access to healthcare, compromised access to healthcare, and the continued presence of these racist stereotypes. Next slide. This one in the PowerPoint will be available for you. This just highlights the main findings in this review. I just want to talk about number 4 because Chief Chip Seymour has addressed that in terms of how Cowichan tribes, other nations across British Columbia, Nemo, others have been affected by incredible racist outbursts in the area of responding to the pandemic, responding to efforts to try and keep communities safe, and that is that the current public health emergencies are magnifying racism and are disproportionately impacting Indigenous people. So both the opioid overdose crisis, where First Nations have 4 times the impact of anyone else, but also in the COVID-19. So First Nations women are amongst the highest rate of confirmed diagnosis. And for First Nations generally, the disease burden and risk is high. As we roll out vaccines, which are quite important, we've seen, some legs and hesitation and concerns being raised. But also, again, as Chief Seymour identified with what he's been going through with his community in mid-Vancouver Island, the blowback on actually getting the vaccine out can also be heightened racism in the community and heightened racism in the healthcare system. There has been like a lot of comments made to First Nations people in the community, but also seeking healthcare about whether or not they're like transmitting disease and so forth. So this has been extremely stressful at a time when we're dealing with a pandemic, that the racism has become magnified and has really impaired people's ability to be supported. It has also highlighted, again, speaking about Cowichan tribes, Nemo, other nations, the incredibly important role that First Nations governments have to be present and to be able to deliver the the healthcare services in a crisis in a way that's effective, and through partnerships as needed with First Nations Health Authority. So all of these things have been magnified and have come to the forefront. And it's a very challenging time because the racism itself that is there continues to throw a curve in every one of these steps. Next slide, please. So just in terms of the data report, I just wanted to highlight a few things. First Nations are getting healthcare in an environment skewed away from primary care, forcing First Nations into secondary, tertiary care, or EDs, emergency departments. So, 2 to 3 times greater than anyone else. And the disease burden is significant. We are also dealing with lesser access to things like routine cancer screening. When you have good primary care that's culturally safe, you do all your routine screening. If something comes up, you deal with it, you address it. Here I show just one of the examples, Pap screening for First Nations women. It's only 68% of what it is for other women, yet the cervical cancer burden is 1.6 times higher. So that's a fixable problem, but it requires you to have a culturally safe system. It requires us to see the healthcare system take responsibility for and eliminate the racism. Some other information there about the disproportionate burden on Indigenous women, and in particular, First Nations women. First Nations women are reporting a higher degree of not feeling cultural safe than First Nations men. As well, First Nations women, even at the specialty women's hospital, are leaving against medical advice at a rate 11 times higher than other residents, in large measure because there isn't cultural safety, and the needs of First Nations women, the health needs are not being addressed. That's during the reproductive years, during menopause, and during the postmenopausal period. So we really see a massive health gap there. And given the responsibility First Nations women have to often navigate the entire healthcare system for children, grandchildren, or others, or partners and family members, this is a really significant problem. And the racism and sexism together is in itself a health crisis. Next slide, please. So the report made 24 recommendations going to 3 levels: system change, serious system change, behaviors and conduct of people working in the system needs to be changed to have greater accountability, and beliefs. The training, professional education, public education and training needs to significantly improve to eradicate these and to develop some tools that are anti-racist so that people who are training for or working in the systems can be challenged to remove those beliefs that have no place in the system. Next slide, please. The couple of things for First Nations governments I wanted to highlight. The Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act has been quite important, obviously, in British Columbia. UNDRIP was very valuable in looking at racism because Article 24 of UNDRIP protects the rights of First Nations to access healthcare without discrimination. So it's there, it is the law, but what is the role of First Nations governments? There has been a significant work in BC with the First Nations Health Council, First Nations Health Authority, that's been set up under a tripartite agreement. But during the crisis of COVID, there has been a lot of concerns about what provincial health powers are being exercised on reserve and in relation to First Nations, and whether they are grounded in proper consent and agreements with governments, and whether a service organization has adequately been mandated by those governments. In the past it was, but we hadn't had some of these dimensions. So there's the question of whether or not there needs to be some alignment of this work with the Declaration Act. How can that go? Certainly I did observe, I am concerned that First Nations Health Authority is not considered a health authority in the same footing as the other health authorities, because it is an agreement, it doesn't have a foundation, and that's quite significant. Some other recommendations that you can note. Next slide, please. Finally, all of the reports and information are available for you at this website. You can also contact myself or Harmony Johnson for more information, including information with respect to your region. British Columbia did appoint a senior ADM for Indigenous health, and I believe Minister Dix and others are working on a response to the report, which I'm monitoring fairly carefully. But I would just say in conclusion that, you know, this is an urgent issue, the racism, and coping with it, supporting First Nations people and communities and nations to cope with this has become a major concern, another additional stressor. And without a doubt, the fundamental changes that have been recommended will be needed, because just by talking about it and bringing it out is not going to change it. It does persist. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary Ellen. I really appreciate that. I would note to our delegation, as noted, we don't have time for any dialogue, but I will encourage you to use the chat. And Mary Ellen's been really good in a variety of forums in terms of engaging with participants in that manner. But you will note the time. We are slightly after 11 o'clock, and so we have worked our way through what I often refer to as the euphemism of the health break. I would note that we did do a draw for participants, and so congratulations to Chief Charlene Gale. So we're doing prize draws throughout the day, and you need to be present for those draws. And I did note the pre-registration prizes earlier. We also had a public service announcement around a PSA around the vaccinations, which we will run. We'll reschedule that a little bit later today, and we'll just encourage everyone to just sort of take good care of themselves as we continue with our agenda. We do have the National Chief who joined us a few minutes ago, and we will turn to that agenda item. If there's time between these two, him and Minister Miller, who is speaking subsequent to that, we'll see if we can come back to the resolutions which you do see on your agenda. Both of those resolutions on the in plain sight report and on the FNHA governance structure renewal are mirrored resolutions, which a number of you have discussed in previous forums. So with that, I do want to thank Chief Seymour and Mary Ellen Chappell for, really giving us that, essentially that crash course on the realities of racism and that situation and how that's playing out in the pandemic, and how the strategies that could be used and are being used by Chief Seymour for that. With that, it's my privilege to introduce to the delegation once again our National Chief, Perry Bellegarde, the little, I'm going to forget the name of your First Nation. Sorry, Chief, National Chief. But over to you, National Chief.
Thanks, Harold.
Bear.
Little Black Bear, First Nations. Yeah, Treaty 4 territories, Southern Saskatchewan. Nistamina Pixki Nihewan, it's Cree and Nakota, Homotaki Ape Pinamaya, Washte, Tokashla Pinamaya, no Tainan Smantu, Kanaskomtin, Kakiao, no Temtek no Akomagna, Kanaskum Tinawal, Ogimawa, Kanaskum Tinawal, Kiteya, Kanaskum Tinawal, Napewa, Esko, Kakio, Nanaskamun, Nanaskum Tinawal, Chief Terry TG, Kanaskum Tin Nochoagan, all the elders. My friends, just a little bit in Cree, acknowledging the Creator for this beautiful day and for another day of life and this beautiful day that we're sharing in, acknowledging the elders, acknowledging the men, the women, the youth, acknowledging the chiefs, the leadership, and Chief TG as regional chief and as my friend as well. I acknowledged him, and to all the hereditary chiefs. And special acknowledgement to Bobby Joe and Gwen Point, the elders, for their prayers this morning. And the big honor to join you all as friends and relatives here. It's been my honor in the last 6.5 years, just about 7 now, to be your Oskapios. And in Cree, that's your helper or servant. And in leadership, that's all we are doing. We're helpers or servants of the people. And I have 4 months left. And what am I doing in the last 4 months? And and so it's kind of like priorities, I guess, what we're focusing on. And in light of the July 6th, 7th, and 8th is our next forum, supposedly in Toronto, but with COVID-19, we don't know how that's going to look. So any potential national chiefs, you have to have your name in with 15 chief signatures 5 weeks prior. So Harold Tarbell, you're listening, here, Harold. so that about May 31st, May 30th, May 31st is the deadline. But I've working my way back into the next 4 months, of course, is work on the fiscal budget, if you will. And we're trying to influence every year the federal budgeting process, federal budgeting cycle. And so we from the AFN are influencing Chrystia Freeland as Minister of Finance in terms of investments in each ministry's department, because if Minister Mark Miller does not get adequate resources in his department, he cannot flow them out to the 600 plus First Nations across Canada. So your RDG and BC will not get the big cut of that national pie to flow out to the 200 bands in housing and water and infrastructure, all those things. So we're trying to focus on that right now because there is a federal budget coming down, and we've put our AFN submission into her. I will be meeting with her in the next few days and weeks as well to keep the pressure on. And we break it department by department by department. And so, for example, in Minister Mark Miller's department, the priorities for funding for policy and programs, and again, housing, water, infrastructure, band support funding has not increased in 20 years, adequate post-secondary support, so that's one department. Then you'll also work in Minister Carolyn Bennett's department, for moving past the Indian Act and the ADM Joe Wild. Does he have enough resources? Are there enough resources in specific claims and comprehensive claims? Because if there are, then we can get the research done, and then we can get claims sped up, independence of the tribunal, all these things. That's Minister Bennett's department. Then Minister Bill Blair, policing as an essential service. We've got that commitment. Will legislation be done in time? Policing is seen as an essential service. So no more a program, but where are the resources? Minister Lametti, restorative justice, moving past restorative justice, transformative justice. So what initiatives are we looking at in that department? So department by department by department by department. On reserve daycare, same thing. ISETS training, same thing. That's what we're trying to focus on right now in terms of the fiscal lobby efforts and energy. And I want to, at this time, just thank Chief TG as a member of the board of the AFN for his leadership on the economy, economic development, and as well fisheries and policing as essential service. So between Chief TG and Chief Gislain's portfolio holders, they will help drive that going forward now. I also, so that's the fiscal piece. And so Chairman Harold as well, from the fiscal piece, there's one very important piece of legislation we'd like to get done, which is the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And so it's introduced for first reading, going to go through second reading. It's a process because building on Bill C-262, we did have our national forum a few weeks back to give the chiefs of Canada time to get their head around the information surrounding Bill C-15. There's pros and cons, there's issues, concerns. How do you make it stronger? How do you make it better? The only mandate we had at the AFN was to get a bill that's as strong as and or better than Bill C-262, the private members bill that Romeo Saganash introduced. So we believe through the good work of our legal team, through Mary Ellen Trepel-Lafond, through Chief Willie Littlechild, Mr. Paul Joff, Jennifer Preston, Wendy Moss, Caleb Ben, we've got a pretty good product, but it's not perfect. So we have to keep continuing making amendments to make it stronger, make it better. So Bill C-15 becomes a focus now in terms of our advocacy efforts. The other pieces to focus on as well, and I take it back, chiefs, to the throne speech from 2019. And that's one of the priorities that we keep trying to influence. And there's a whole chapter dedicated to First Nations issues in the throne speech. And just to remind people very quickly, what are the elements in that throne speech? Because they're to outline the government's priorities for that government's sitting term. And so they talked about the National Action Plan for murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. So there's got to be a lot more energy and effort on that piece. It's in the throne speech. Full implementation of C-91, the Indigenous Languages Bill, and the implementation of the National Language Commissioner. Full implementation of Bill C-92, child welfare, and finally, First Nations jurisdiction over their children is recognized in a federal piece of legislation. That's very powerful. Our most important right is the right to self-determination, to exert our laws and our sovereignty in our jurisdiction. It's in C92. First Nations law is paramount. So C91, C92, MMIW, National Treaty Commissioner to be established. Investments in infrastructure, housing, water, and broadband, all in the throne speech. Mental health in the throne speech. And so these are all reflected. And racism in the healthcare system, Mary Ellen just gave her report. Well, we spoke on that with the federal government and provincial governments as well a few weeks back, and that resulted in a piece of work now, distinctions-based healthcare legislation. Well, what does that mean? You know, and Minister Mark talked about 16 million over 2 fiscal years for that work to begin and continue. So there's a whole lot of work in that area of healthcare and distinctions-based healthcare legislation. So that was talked about as well. I believe that there is so much racism and discrimination, not only in the healthcare system, as Mary Ellen talked about, but in the justice system as well, and in the education system. It is rampant, and we have to call it out for what it is and start coming up with solutions so that we can get rid of those negative things for our people, so that our children and grandchildren will not have to experience that in any way, shape, or form. So we have a lot of work to do. I also want to say on the fisheries piece, and the implementation of the Cohen Commission and closing down the open pen salmon farms, you know, because of the sea lice and the impact on the wild salmon. So we supported that. We have resolutions to support that, and we're keeping pushing as well on that front, along as well with the Mi'kmaq fishers on the East Coast to implement the Marshall decision and the moderate livelihood definition. And again, we see the discrimination in the two systems of policing when the RCMP did not act to protect First Nations fishermen on the East Coast. So there's so much work to do on that front. So when it comes to fisheries, definitely keep working to implement the Cohen Commission. Definitely start work with Bernadette Jordan to implement the moderate livelihood to fishing as identified in the Marshall decision. We're going to keep moving on that. I want to acknowledge British Columbia for their strong leadership as well on Bill 41. And you already have provincial legislation. The TRC calls to action number 43 calls on all levels of government to implement the UN Declaration, federal government, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments. Well, BC, you're leading the way again. And I acknowledge you all for your strong leadership on that. The last thing that we're going to focus on, just some quick comments, Chiefs, is there is going to be a federal election coming up fairly soon, whether it's in the spring or maybe in the fall. So as First Nations people and as AFN, we have to start influencing all of the party platforms when it comes to First Nations issues. So the NDP platform, so we're meeting with Jagmeet Singh and his writers. The Liberal platform, same thing with Prime Minister Trudeau and Cabinet and their writers. Aaron O'Toole, the Conservatives, same thing. All the Green Party, all of them. We're trying to influence their party platforms so that our issues, concerns, and priorities are reflected. And then we ask our First Nation citizens to look at all the platforms and at the appropriate time, make an informed choice. Which which party best reflects our priorities and our concerns? Where do we see our voices being heard and reflected in their party platforms? Is it the Conservatives, the Liberals, the Greens, NDP? I just say we embrace the concept of dual citizenship now. And I'm always Cree, part of the Cree Nation, part of Little Black Bear, but I have the right to vote. And I did vote twice now in federal elections. So we got to mobilize that. And I think that way they will listen to our issues, concerns. Again, my hearts and thoughts and prayers goes out to the Nutronal people with the shooting of that young person over there by the police again. There's so much, it just gets saddening, disheartening, and but we've got to always provide hope that things can and will get better. So my friends and colleagues, I wanted to share that much in terms of a high level overview, in terms of what's happening on the fiscal side, the federal government side, provincial government side, and moving forward at the Assembly of First Nations as we gear up for the next July 6, 7, and 8. And I will leave it at that for now, Chairman Harold. And just to acknowledge Chief TG and the 203 chiefs in British Columbia and all the leadership from the UBCIC and as well the summit and all the hereditary chiefs for your strong leadership going forward. We've always said we got to stay strong, united. We have inherent rights, Aboriginal rights and title, and treaty rights that still have to be implemented according to spirit and intent and move way beyond the Indian Act. And that's our challenges going forward now. So I'll leave it at that, Chairman. And say ekuse, naskomten.
Thank you very much, National Chief. I just want to say it's a pleasure to see you looking both so relaxed and also so focused. I really appreciate that. As noted on our agenda, let us turn to Regional Chief Terry TG to acknowledge the National Chief's remarks and presence and service.
Thank you, Harold. Certainly, National Chief, it's been a pleasure serving my time here as a regional chief and working with you. And on behalf of the BC Assembly of First Nations, our staff in our region, we did send you a gift for your 2 terms that you served since December of 2014. And we thank you for your dedication. And certainly it was dark times coming out of the Harper administration, who there's the gift, and I just want to take note of the artist that we commissioned, Cree and Dakat Carrier artist Clayton Gauthier, and it's only fitting that the drum is the central piece is a bear, seeing that you come from Little Black Bear First Nations. And I just want to thank you for the many years of advocacy and fighting for our Indigenous peoples. I know for myself, it's 204 First Nations here in BC, and it's certainly difficult with the 630 plus First Nations communities that you really are advocating on behalf of. And, in the many years that you served, looking for equitable share for resources. And also, in the last years, we've definitely moved in terms of recognition for our rightful place as in protection of Indigenous languages in C91, and in the advancement of child welfare jurisdiction in C92, and potentially here with Bill C15. And also the work that we really tried to push through with Romeo Saganish's Bill 262 to get the declaration recognized nationally. Certainly establishing a good relationship with the federal government to make positive changes during the Trudeau administration has been a difficult task, but nevertheless, I really see more positive changes and reversing some of the decisions over those very dark years during the Harper administration. So for myself, it's been definitely, you learn from all your leadership, from the many chiefs I have here in British Columbia, from my hereditary chiefs, but also learn from yourself, Perry, as a national chief, and in the very difficult positions that sometimes we are challenged with. And it's easy to bask in the glory of really positive relationships, but it's always difficult situations and that you are challenged with that you really see somebody's wherewithal and their ability to lead. So with that, I thank you, and this we commemorated this drum and a gifting to yourself, and certainly has a bear and a relationship with the salmon, the raven, and the wolf, and everything that is connected is very similar to our peoples as Indigenous peoples, that everything is connected, and there is certainly lessons learned. So thank you, National Chief, saying this is your last 4 months and your last meeting with the BCAFN, and thank you for your leadership, and for myself, thank you for being a friend, and thank you being a friend to many of our leadership here in British Columbia. So thank you for that, Masaito.
Chief TG and the chiefs, the 204 chiefs and all the people in British Columbia and that territory now called BC, Haichka. It's a beautiful gift and it touches my heart. And as I said many times, to keep the unity amongst our people, because we're over 60 plus different nations and tribes, is if we can attend each other's ceremonies and learn from each other and sing our songs and share our songs and share our prayers. That's how you bring unity. And it also brings pride back through our languages and our customs. You're attached to the land and the water. And I learned so much from, I'll lift up Chief Bobby Joe going to my first potlatch up in his territory. And the big honor to watch and just be part of that potlatch ceremony. And then the honor to share my Sundance songs in that big house. It was really, really moving. And I just want to thank you, Chief Terry, for all you've done. And to all the 203 chiefs for everything you've done. Let's keep that unity strong. And by working together, we can provide hope for our young ones. And the only last piece, I forgot to mention that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Kelowna Accords in terms of federal monies. But that's still, progress doesn't mean parity, and that's the message I keep putting out to Chrystia Freeland and Trudeau. Progress doesn't mean parity. Our First Nations issues were forgotten for 20 plus years under the Conservatives. And so that big hole kept getting bigger. And so now we're just starting to get focused on. And we have a long way to go, until that gap is closed. So I just want to acknowledge you all again. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be your Oskapios. And I'm not passing into the next world. It's just another journey. And we're going to keep our relationship strong in a good way. So I'll leave it at that. I didn't want to take too much more time, guys, but thank you so much for this.
Thank you very much, National Chief, and thank you very much, Regional Chief. That was awesome. I feel privileged to have been able to bear witness to that speech and that exchange and that gift. That's pretty remarkable. Although I would say in conclusion, National Chief, there's not enough ribbon cutting in the world that would make me consider, make me think about the National Chief's position. All right, thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, just in the interest of time, we're at 11:25. We have about 20 minutes before Minister Miller arrives. And what I would like to do is I would like to thank the National Chief and return us to our work on the resolutions. We do, if we could, try to get through 2 resolutions at this point. Thank you very much, National Chief. Enjoy your day and the rest of your term. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to draw your attention to your package of resolutions, which again, bca.afn, events.bcafn.ca, and the in plain sight report. And so where Mary Ellen is and Chief Seymour have given us really the therefore be it resolves on that. Before we read it into the record, it is to support the report and its implementation. I would look for a mover and a seconder to make that. I see Cookby Wayne Christian and Chief Gordon Planis as a mover and seconder. So Cookby Christian and Chief Planis. And while we're putting that in, I'll just note in terms of this one, really, Mary Ellen talked about the focus work done at the end of the last year, the reports which have been broadly accepted and which call for swift action. And, we have a resolution here to support not only the reports, but also their implementation. And so therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly fully supports the in plain sight report and endorses its recommendations to eliminate anti-Indigenous racism from the BC healthcare system, that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly urges the provincial government to advance the in plain sight report recommendations without delay and with appropriate reporting and accountability for results back to First Nations patients, communities, and Indigenous governing bodies. that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly urges the federal government to take systemic actions to eliminate racism from Canada's healthcare system and establish proper recognition and legislation and tools to support First Nations governments to exercise their rights and jurisdiction in health, that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief and the BCAFN staff to work with the First Nations Leadership Council to provide any necessary support to the implementation of the in plain sight reports, including integration into the action plan pursuant to the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and that regular progress reports on implementation of the in plain sight report be provided to the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? And I'll ask you to use your raise hands function if that is the case. If that is not the case, I do see Proxy Marianne. Did you have your hand up? Okay, thank you, Proxy. And so therefore then let us move to the question. Are there any abstentions to this resolution in plain sight implementation, support and implementation? And again, I would ask you to indicate with your raised hands if there are any abstentions. Seeing none, are there any objections to this resolution on the in plain sight report? Again, looking for the raised hands function. Seeing none, then with your permission, ladies and gentlemen, we will note that this is carried by unanimous consent. So thank you very much for that. I also want to, in the time remaining, turn your attention to draft resolution 2, First Nations Health Governance Structure Renewal, moved by Cookby Roseanne Casimir, seconded by Cookby Ron Ignace. And essentially, when you look at the therefore be it resolved, it essentially emphasizes the recognition we received of our sovereign responsibility, rights, and mandate to ensure the health and well-being of our citizens. It describes the work that's been done to create the First Nations Health Authority and its governance structure. And in E in particular, does remind us that there is 2 years remaining in the current Canada funding agreement, which supports the work of the FNHA and its governance pillars. And so, given that background, this is also a mirrored resolution which has been discussed in previous forums by your partners. So therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly fully supports a comprehensive engagement and decision-making process among the chiefs to review the First Nations Health Authority governance structures, mandate, and performance and alignment with the 7 directives, make decisions regarding necessary structural changes and potential legislation in light of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly calls for this engagement and decision-making process to be immediately initiated and for a renewed mandating structure to be agreed upon by the First Nations throughout BC, including co-developing legislation as described in section 9.1 of the Tripartite Health Framework Agreement. So some wording added there, and it looks like the word section needs to be changed. Prior to the renewal of the First Nations Health Authorities Canada funding agreement. And 3, that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly calls for this engagement and decision-making process to include all First Nations in BC and be developed and overseen by an arm's length group from the FNHA, including but not limited to a subset of representatives of the First Nations Health Council, the First Nations Leadership Council, organizations, and other chiefs and leaders identified through an open process who will communicate with all First Nations in BC in a public and transparent way. And 4, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directs the regional chief to advance the FNHA the clear concerns and priorities First Nations communities have regarding their involvement in the planning and delivery of health services to their members, as well as the concerns nations have about the disconnect between them and the FNHA that is adversely impacting the delivery and quality of health services in their communities. I look to the mover and seconder to see if there's any need for discussion on this resolution. Cookie Casimir.
Yes, Michael White of Cookby Roseanne Casimir, to Kalamazoo Shravik. I'm so moving this year motion for today for the BCAFN annual special chiefs meeting. And I'm good with the motion. This is definitely, just like was stated, was mirrored as the motion that was presented at the UBCIC. And I do stand behind this motion. Cook-Chacham.
Thank you very much. Is there a need for discussion of this motion, a resolution, excuse me, resolution number 2? Again, I'll look for your raised hands function.
Question.
Seeing none and having heard the question, I'll just double check again, just doing a quick scan of the gallery. So with that, again, seeing no hands, let us then move to the question. Is there any abstention to this resolution on the First Nations Health Governance Structure Renewal? I see an abstention from Chief Tracy Woods from Gittimax. Thank you for that. Is that just to verify that's an abstention, Chief Woods, or would you like to speak to the motion, the resolution?
Sorry, I was a little late pushing the button, but I would like to speak.
Go ahead.
I just, as an elected leader for my community of Gittimax, I just have a really hard time when we're being presented with resolutions that come from other entities without our community being involved in these discussions. We have a very good working relationship with the First Nations Health Authority. First Nations Health Authority, they have their sub-regional sessions, they have their regional caucuses that we as elected leaders for our communities should be attending so that we can gather information that is being provided to those in attendance. It's our responsibility as leaders to take that information back and share it within our communities. Because right now, I feel like this resolution is making issues that are particular to other communities within the BC region, they're making them all of our issues, and that isn't the case. I know when we talk about the vaccinations and the rollout, our community has been involved with First Nations Health Authority, with the public health. We've been involved in those discussions. And when we have issues with other entities, we don't delegate our authority to anybody else to speak on our behalf. That is our job as leaders for the community, to go and have discussions, lay everything out on the table and deal with it face to face with that particular organization if that's who we have problems with. And it's really unfortunate that we don't have all of the 203 elected leaders from BC participating in this call. And even when it comes to the First Nations Health Authority sessions, the last few meetings that I've joined via Zoom, there isn't quorum. And we as the leaders, we need to take ownership of that. We need to commit to attending those meetings so that we are informed and that we can bring the information back to our community members. We don't need to delegate that to other entities. We don't always need to have resolutions to move forward. And some of the issues that are identified in there saying that the change in leadership caused these problems, I don't believe that. Some of these issues were in place well before the change in leadership. And again, First Nations Health Authority is accountable to us as leaders. So all 203 leaders in BC, we need to deal with that. We don't need to continue delegating to other agencies to come up with solutions for issues that we're bringing forward. And when it comes to the vaccination rollout, our fight isn't with First Nations Health Authority. Our fight is with the Ministry of Health. They're the ones who determine how many vials each community gets. They're the ones that have been telling us that we can't vaccinate our off-reserve members. And we, as the leaders of each community, that is our job to go and fight for each and every one of our registered members, regardless of where they live. And I can't speak for the other communities up in the Northwest region, but for Gittinmax, we strongly oppose this. And if there are issues, then I would like to see these dealt with at the appropriate levels, and that would be dealing directly with the First Nations Health Authority, the First Nations Health Council.
Thank you, Chief Woods. For now, let's just remove that abstention just for now on that list, because then I'll look to see if there's any need for further discussion of this resolution before I move back to the question. Okay, seeing none, then we will return to the question. I would note, Chief Wood, it is a 2-year process that is being looked at, and so the funding agreement ends in 2023. So again, I think there's quite a bit of time to work that out, and it does call for some sort of mechanism to engage, on a broad basis. Let us then return to the question. And so just to be clear, are there any abstentions to this resolution on the First Nations Health Governance Structure Renewal? And again, I'll look for the raised hands for indication of that. I do see Chief Victor Cheam as an abstention. Any further abstentions? Seeing none, then let us move to objections. Any objections to this resolution? Again, I'll look to the raised hands function. I see one. Any further objections to the resolution? I see Chief Charlene Gale, number 2. And last call, any objections to this resolution on the First Nations Health Governance Structure Renewal? Seeing none, then with your permission, Chiefs, we will indicate that this resolution is passed by the consensus of the remainder. Thank you very much for that. I'm gonna check. I see myself with 6 free minutes that I'm not sure what to do with. I do want to remind everyone, again, events.bcafn.ca, that's where the materials are. We do want to acknowledge Kim Gucci from Leleitene First Nation, who performed the music which we listened to as we were arriving this morning. A reminder that Chief Counselor Linda Innes and Chief Ralph Leon won prizes earlier, and that was identified earlier, significant prizes for pre-registration. I will also note that at the events.bcafn, there is the information on remaining additional meetings coming up, some of which were in the walk-in slides that we did see when we arrived. I know we did do a draw at 10:45, so congratulations to Chief Charlene Gale for the door prizes, as it were. We will do one just before we break for lunch again, and then 3 more this afternoon. I also know while we blew through the health break, I would note that BCAFN has distributed to all the registered chiefs and proxies a meeting box, of some refreshments in a sense. And if they haven't arrived, for those of you who registered after Monday, those boxes will be arriving, in the days coming ahead of us. Just in terms of our agenda, we are awaiting the arrival of Minister Mark Miller for the Indigenous Services Canada. And so we can turn to him immediately on that. And so that will give you, let's call it a quick 4-minute break. If we do need a break, I know we've had you sitting here for a couple 3 hours already. So again, just a quick 4-minute break. Let's run, and we can run the PSA that we skipped over earlier. It's a very short 30-second PSA, public service announcement on the vaccinations. And yeah, so you can also take a break as you need to at this point. And while there it goes. So I think we're going to shift to the video on the PSA. And then also note that the bio for the artist, Clayton Gauthier, who prepared the drum for the National Chief, has been placed in the chat function. If you click on that, that'll download to your computer and open up.
COVID-19 vaccines have arrived in First Nations across BC. Getting the vaccine is safe. The COVID-19 vaccines have passed the same rigorous testing as all other vaccines. To protect our communities, and especially our elders, it's vital that as many people as possible get vaccinated. I'm Terry Teegee, Regional Chief of the BC Assembly of First Nations. I'll be getting vaccinated as soon as I can. Find out more about the COVID-19 vaccine by going to bcafn.ca. Masicho.
Thank you very much. So as you can see, that was developed by the BCAFN, really to highlight the importance of vaccinations and, to address that issue that there is quite a bit of vaccine hesitancy amongst our communities and our people. I do want to note that the art was created by Derek Edenshoff, a Haida and a Cree artist, and the music is again by Kim Gucci from Lele Tene. All right, the PSA will be broadcast on TV and social media starting on Monday. So we're just on a really quick break as I do see that the minister has arrived, so we'll just give the people a couple of minutes to return back to their seats and to retake their places. Minister Miller, we took a very quick 4-minute break just a second ago, just to, as we had worked our way through the morning break. And so I want to welcome you to the meeting. And we'll just give people just a moment to get resettled, and we'll start right at the 11:45 time that we had indicated on the agenda for you. So just as people are making their way back, again, just giving them some time. And that was a fairly quick break we took, and we had people were basically a captive audience for about 3 hours. So as people are getting resettled in, again, just as a reminder that Minister Miller of the Montreal Writing is no stranger to the BC First Nations, having been quite active, appointed in December 2019 to the position. Of course, was active immediately, but has been quite involved in a variety of these forums, virtual forums, as a result of the public health requirements, and has been very active and presented at a number of our meetings in a number of the regions, a number of the national meetings, and particularly in a number of sessions with all of you here in British Columbia. So with that, we do arrive at the 11:45 mark. And so please help me welcome Minister Mark Miller, Indigenous Services Canada.
Okay, can everyone hear me okay? Harold, is it good? Okay, thank you. Nice to see you again, Harold. Good morning, everyone. Israel, hello et bonjour. It is a pleasure to join you from Ottawa, where I am today, on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. And I welcome this chance to take part in your meeting, sadly virtually, whereas I was able to join you in person last year. And pretty much my last trip since everything shut down. I want to extend my greetings to chiefs, elders, and guests present. Thanks for the prayers, Regional Chief Terry Teegee and National Chief Perry Bellegarde, who just received well-deserved good words about his leadership and achievement in this past few years, and particularly throughout the pandemic. I would also like to commend the leadership of all chiefs here today in controlling cases of COVID-19 during the first wave and second wave of this pandemic. I know numerous communities have been impacted, with many still working to control cases. As of this day, I've heard about the loss of elders and members, both from COVID and other causes, and I want to express my condolences and our government's overall commitment to supporting you and your efforts to protect your people and your communities. We know that we will need sustained commitment to supporting First Nations at an individual, family, and community level as you battle not just COVID-19, but in particular, the epidemic of opioid overdoses in BC, which are claiming more lives at a much bigger rate than the COVID-19 virus, and indeed constitute the hidden pandemic, the scope of which we have yet really to appreciate. I recognize the cumulative impact for your members and to you as leaders. I'd like to commend in particular the First Nations Health Authority for continuing to support communities in this area and leadership in this area, responding with facts, services, and most importantly, compassion. Indigenous Services Canada is in regular contact with FNHA, and we'll be discussing with them how we can help address your concerns about changes to the vaccine rollout to First Nations in BC. I've heard that loud and clear. We will and continue to advocate for the inclusion of First Nations perspectives in the planning process to ensure an integrated and coordinated approach to immunizations. First Nations Health Authority also has my appreciation for its role in supporting incredible progress on long-term drinking water advisories. But the government of Canada has made it a top priority to ensure that everyone in this country has access to safe, clean, and reliable drinking water. Since 2015, we've worked in partnership with you, First Nations leadership and communities, to achieve that goal. And as noted in the recent Office of the Auditor General report, we know that these efforts need to continue and further action is required as drinking water issues remain in some First Nations community. But we're on the right path, and we won't rest until the job is done. To continue on the good work we can achieve by working together, I'm pleased to hear that several BC Indigenous groups have told us that they want to take charge of their own child and family services. As of February 11th, my department has received letters or documents from 26 Indigenous groups representing over 80 communities. And of those, 5 Indigenous governing bodies are in British Columbia, representing 10 communities. I know that in British Columbia, a strong partnership exists between the department, the First Nations Leadership Council, and the province of BC through the tripartite First Nations Child and Families Working Group. I'm confident that with your efforts, we can build stronger communities and provide better opportunities for youth. Fully committed, as I said last year, to supporting BC First Nations as they move towards exercising their jurisdiction in relation to child and family services. As a department, we've worked on providing your communities the necessary resources to provide most flexibility to respond to the most pressing needs during the pandemic. And this is why, through its COVID-19 Economic Response Plan, the Government of Canada created the Distinctions-Based Community Support Fund. Approximately $1.1 billion in support has been announced through the ICSF, and I trust that these investments have assisted you and your nations to prevent, prepare, and respond to COVID-19. In BC alone, over 100 million has been allocated to First Nations through a combination of direct and needs-based funding, and additionally, over $11 million has been provided to BC urban organizations supporting off-reserve members, thanks in large part to advocacies of people here today. We've heard that from you, your members turn to you for support, whether or not they live on communities, and are pleased to provide support to your vulnerable community members living away through this ICSF process. We continue to look for ways that we can recognize and support the needs of those urban populations and those living away from home. As we move from pandemic response to the prospect of recovery, I want to recognize here the important role the BCAFN is playing in supporting the economic well-being of Indigenous businesses. The Government of Canada has been proud to provide support in the implementation of your Indigenous economic development strategy and ongoing business forums during these unprecedented times. AFN Regional Chief TG, I understand you're moderating a discussion on Indigenous economic recovery strategies during our gathering next week. And I look forward to hearing about the recommendations that will stem from that and the virtual BC Indigenous Business Forum a little later in March. And economic recovery has always been on our radar. Last June in particular is announced 117 million nationally to help Indigenous communities support their local businesses and economy, and a $16 million stimulus development fund to support the Indigenous tourism industry, which we know is very fragile. In BC, that's meant nearly $13.8 million is rolled out as part of the COVID Indigenous Community Business Fund. I acknowledge the unique service delivery partnership with Indigenous Tourism BC and Aboriginal financial institutions to administer the Indigenous Community Business Fund for applications from the Indigenous tourism and hospitality sectors. As well, the April 2020 COVID-19 economic stimulus package for Indigenous businesses is and has been providing up to $306.8 million in relief measures for small and medium-sized Indigenous businesses in the form of interest-free loans and non-repayable contributions to be delivered by AFIs and in the case of Métis Capital Corporation across Canada. These are in addition to all the economic supports that were provided to all Canadians, knowing that there are specific needs, particularly when it comes to understanding the financial reality of Indigenous businesses and access to capital, as well as historic discrimination, that these funds had to be specifically tailored over and above the larger measures that were deployed to all Canadians. It may interest you to note, as in relation to that, nearly 40% of all loans issued nationally have been dispersed in BC, 832 loans totaling about $59 million. Also, on a point that is in times the lived experience for a number of you and your peoples, I've been sickened to learn of the racism some of your communities have faced in response to their proactive approaches and open communications. I stand with you in working to tackle the discrimination and racism that's been amplified during these already challenging times. It's completely unacceptable that Indigenous peoples in BC are 75% more likely to end up in an emergency room because they don't have equal access to preventive primary medical care, as we've learned from recent report by Mary Ellen Pelifont. And sadly, we know that this is not unique to BC. I congratulate Mr. Pelifont and the provincial government for their leadership in completing a groundbreaking investigation into Indigenous specific discrimination in the BC healthcare system, which reinforced that the problem is indeed in plain sight. I salute all Indigenous patients, practitioners, and health professionals in BC who have had the courage not just to raise the profile of these issues, but stand behind the need for action. There's no question that we need to accelerate progress on these matters because we've heard similarly horrifying stories during the second national dialogue on anti-Indigenous racism in the healthcare system, which wrapped up just this last in late January. The clear and consistent message is that the time for talk is over. We must move forward. Rest assured, we will. The federal government is resolute about fighting against all forms of anti-Indigenous racism and discrimination in the healthcare system and beyond. In part, to achieve this, we've launched a process to co-develop distinctions-based Indigenous health legislation with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis partner. The fall economic statement proposed $15.6 million over 2 years, 2 years to support this process, which will allow us to find a path together that leads to accessible, high quality, culturally relevant health services that are free of racism and designed and led by those that they serve. The national model will build on the example set by the BC First Nations Health Authority, among others. The legislation will give structure and urgency to a national conversation about enduring injustice and real health impacts Indigenous Canadians face, and be a part of the multiple actions we must take to fight anti-Indigenous racism. Together we'll get through this because we are united in our determination to make sure we do. And before I end, I want to address a bit of the words that Harold was speaking to about at the very beginning about hesitancy. It is a very real reality for a number of reasons, including systemic and actual racism in the healthcare system. It is much about underfunding of health resources in communities. But so far, because of the approach that has been taken nationally, I have the privilege of seeing the early rates of vaccination and uptake in communities. And with very few exceptions, we see very, very high rates of uptake for the vaccine, and that is thanks to the culturally sensitive approach that has been taken generally across Canada, and obviously the need and urgency to deploy these vaccines into communities that are vulnerable by any measurement. It is indeed, when I look at it and reflect upon it, obviously preliminary data and data that we can't take too much comfort from, because there's still a lot of work to do. But I believe that the work that has been done in Indigenous communities, with in particular some of the great stories that we are seeing in various communities in British Columbia, is perhaps a lesson to non-Indigenous communities and how we should approach our vaccine uptake, because there is hesitancy. And it looks like the uptakes in Indigenous communities so far is a small success story. It's something that we need to keep up and work together in making sure that it sustains through the larger deployments of vaccine, but with our cooperative work, I'm sure that it will be so. On that, Haichka, thank you. Et merci.
Thank you very much, Minister Miller. We will open the floor for any questions. We have about just a little over 15 minutes. I see Chief Ralph Leon has raised his hand. Minister Miller, I will also direct you to the chat where both Chiefs Robin and Chief Gale have talked to economic development and economic recovery, covering a number of things, including more money, loan guarantees, greater access to capital, food security, and agriculture. And with that, I see 4 hands, and let's see if we can get through these 4 hands. Let's go to Chief Leon. We'll take them 2 at a time and then turn to the minister.
Thank you, Harold. First of all, I want to thank you, Mark. Thanking you for your resilient work. I remember your first speech with us in our little room in Ottawa when you first received your working with us as a minister of Indigenous. It's important what we heard, and it's important that we've seen that you continue doing what you're doing. We accessed the Parliament through you, and we were heard through you. And I just really wanted to thank you for your work. Our work isn't done. We have so many things to still work on. I'd really like to see a report done from you if there's an election in the near future for the next minister. The next minister needs to continue the work that we started already. So I'd really like to see that, and so that nothing gets slowed down. We need to continue on. We're going to be really direct in the work that we have been doing, and I thank you for working closely with our regional chief, Terry TG. So I'll leave it at that, Harold. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Leon. Cook V. Wilson.
Yeah, Waikikwai, I'm calling in from unceded, unsurrendered, continually occupied Secwepemc territory from my home at Misconnet. And I just wanted to say, Minister Miller, I didn't hear, unless I missed it, anything on Bill S3. We have the National Women's Working Group across Canada. We've met with you a couple times now, and we needed to ensure that implementation was happening. We sent 2 letters now. I think we just sent you another one regarding all of the issues. And that's causing a lot of problems with healthcare, the COVID, the people who should be eligible for it aren't receiving it, et cetera, et cetera. And a lot of the people on that list waited a long time for their registration. The other one is, I wanted to say, it's not just the issue of resources in healthcare that's causing the racism. It's organizational culture. It's systemic, and we needed to have our people more involved in some of those changes. Far too often, I've been around now the tables for a while, and we raise these issues, and then they end up hiring additional staff to implement, like Jordan's, or additional staff to emergency management. And we don't even, half those people aren't even Indigenous, and they get placed in these different regions, and then we never really hear from them anymore. So they, and then even with the department splitting into two, you doubled your staff. And then how is that really addressing the problem? So meanwhile, the machinery of government doubles its employees, they double the people that are going to be addressing on it, but the issues are still coming forward and they're still happening and they're not really involving us and we're not being part of it. It's just more staff being thrown at an issue, but it's really organizational culture that has to change within and stems from that doctrine of discovery, the racism, as Mary Ellen pointed out in her report. And the other one, I don't know if you mentioned missing murdered Indigenous women and girls and two-spirited. That was the other issue on the implementation. Again, more government driven than driven by our Indigenous women. We meet monthly as a coalition, and we have another meeting that's double booked for this week, but it's really important on those issues. And I just wanted to speak up on them because I really need our leadership, and National Chief knows I've done this at AFNs and at other meetings, whether it's our leaders or whether it's the government leaders, federal or provincial. I make sure that they're speaking up on those important issues that affect our children and family nationally. I know we have C92 now, but we still have a lot of issues happening on the ground that for the racism and the neglect, because we still hear about children dying in care and the death of the young boy, you know, in the Stalo territory, the 11-year-old was just horrific. And then the continued, you know, the shooting of the young man on the island too. We have to address that, Minister Miller. So these are really serious issues. Thank you.
Over to you, Minister Miller.
Thank you, Harold. I will perhaps respond in reverse order. Could be Wilson, nice to see you again. I am due for an update on S3, so I thank you for raising it. I know we've had a couple of meetings that I believe were productive, and there was a bit of a quiet announcement of additional funds to address a number of the issues that you and your colleagues raised in processing S3. We'd acknowledged obviously a slowdown throughout COVID, and obviously the uptake that people expected initially has not been the case. It doesn't mean that there aren't ones in the system that are legitimate and need to be processed in a timely fashion. I do acknowledge that. I owe you answers on that, and I will revert to my team. I don't want to speak out of turn because I don't have a recent update on that, but I look forward to another working group, hopefully time permitting. But I do want to make time for this because I know how important it is to a number of the issues that you raised afterwards that are interconnected, including MMIW and the federal action plan, the national action plan, frankly, because it isn't, as everyone knows, solely the federal government's responsibility that plays into issues of identity and belonging clearly. And so I do acknowledge that. I will follow up. That the second wave that has hit Indigenous communities, I don't offer it up as an excuse, but it's the reality of that has kept us exceedingly busy at Indigenous Services Canada. It is a wave that is 50 times larger, 21,000 people having contracted COVID with over 200 tragic deaths. It's 50 times bigger than the first wave. I have team members working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I don't know what the. So I will follow up, and I do acknowledge, and I undertake to do so. I don't believe there's been a doubling of resourcing as a result of the separation of the two departments. I don't have a head count at hand, but I believe that there may have been incremental increases, but I don't believe it's doubling of it. But if you're interested in the numbers, I could ask officials to get them to you so we could look at that. I will. Point well taken. I believe on the medical system. It is part of the issue. It is part of the number of issues that we want to address as we start sort of the co-development and diligence process in and around Indigenous health distinctions-based healthcare legislation to make sure that there is inclusion and the solutions that are offered by you and many others are addressed. So this is something I want to do and make sure we do it in cooperation with a proper diligence period. So it isn't, we don't receive the criticism that we have received in the past, and rightly so, that it's not just a desktop operation, it's something that we want to do and have real profound input into. So at the risk of taking time to do it, I think it has to be done properly because there are many views around the country. And to that end, I believe people are eagerly awaiting results on the federal government, the federal government's leadership and some of the responses on the missing murdered Indigenous women report. I have hope. I cannot commit to a timeline at this point, but I am obviously, as Indigenous Services Canada plays into a number of these recommendations, a good chunk of them, we are certainly moving to act and to ensure that they are represented in any action plan that is put forward. Chief Leon, thank you for your words of support and encouragement. Again, one of my biggest fears, I don't want to go anywhere. This is a job that, despite some of the very, very challenging issues, I find profoundly rewarding. Probably difficult to express that given the circumstances in which we are all operating, but I don't plan on going anywhere in the near future. Obviously, this is something that you take for life. If someone chooses to replace me, I do hope that they have all the tools in place to keep the momentum going, because there is momentum here. It is positive, and it's something you need the end. As I think what you were trying to say politely is you don't want the bureaucrats to take over, but there are, I would say in their defense, there's a great group of dedicated people that are working really hard to make systemic change in the way ASC operates, and I have great faith in them. But that doesn't come without ensuring that things do get done. And the worst thing you could happen is have a replacement and then things go back to normal, because it signifies that you really haven't made that profound change that you would really like to. So it's something that I think about quite often. I'll leave it at that, because I believe there's probably a couple more questions, Harold, but glad to discuss some of the issues on capital access in the chat if need be.
Thank you. Let's turn to President Judith Sayers from Nuu-chah-nulth, and then we'll turn to Chief Spahan.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Minister. It's good to see you and appreciate your work and your words. I have two issues I wanted to bring out, and one was with respect to this year's funding. Our increases are less than 2%. I can't remember the exact amount, but it's like 1.36% increase, which isn't even enough to cover population increase, inflation, and dealing with COVID. And these issues have plagued us for many, many years. This is a systemic issue that we have raised many times. And of course, tribal council funding was cut back, 10, 12 years ago to 50%. And that has never been increased, although we provide very valuable services. And so I know this is all subject to budget, and the National Chief talked about this, but we just really continue to be held back as First Nations with these very small increases that just don't do justice to the governance and the services that we provide in our communities, and really need to have that addressed at some point. The second issue is something that you talked about, and that is racism. You're aware of the young Nuu-chah-nulth man that was shot on the weekend, the second shooting of a Cleoquit member in less than 9 months. When Chantel Moore was shot, we said no more shooting of our people, yet 9 months later we have it. Those are systemic racism issues that go deep into the delivery of services. And how do we stop this kind of racism? We raise it, it happens, we raise it, we try and come up with solutions, and then it's kind of set aside and people forget it till the next shooting. We just can't have this happen anymore. We just released a press release talking about how this has become an epidemic. We're losing our people. And I know this isn't your particular ministry, that this would be with Bill Blair, but we really appreciated your advocacy around the shooting of Chantal. And again, if you can raise those issues in cabinet, because seriously, if there had been 2 shootings in a non-Indigenous community under 1,500 people, there would be such an uproar in this country. And how do we address this? It's devastating, it's horrific, And, you know, frankly, I'm just tired of having to deal with this shooting after shooting and without seeing any results. You know, we spend a lot of effort trying to do it. We need things to change, bottom line. And again, just really asking for your advocacy and helping to change systemic racism and policing, yeah, and health and all those other places. But just wanted to make that plea to you this morning as well, is on those two issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Spahan?
Entlange question. Cook be Lee Spahan in Selectcook in the Cutlam Nation. Hello everyone. Lee Spahan, Chief of the Cowater Band. Thanks for your presentation, Minister. Just wanted to touch on some questions regarding COVID, racism, the healthcare system, and the vaccination. Questions around COVID. Is there going to be more funding for isolation housing on reserve and PPE for Indigenous communities? You know, we're well over a year into this pandemic, and the excuses of not having PPE in our communities is totally unacceptable for our frontline workers. Food security. A lot of questions around food security and the money that we get. We have a lot of people who are unemployed, and we need more funding for food security for our band members for living on and off reserve. Racism within the RCMP. I just want to echo what the previous chief had said, that there's a lot of racism within the RCMP, especially with the death this past weekend on the island. And is there going to be more funding regarding the opioid crisis here in British Columbia? That's very serious. Racism in the healthcare system. You know, with how the healthcare system works, and to me, it seems like they work in silos, because we have to deal with doctors through a different way of bringing our complaints forward. And the ambulance service. There's been complaints from my members regarding the doctor at our local hospital, yet we have to do a different way of doing the complaint instead of through the healthcare system. And where's the liaisons for that? And the ambulance service is totally unacceptable. We're only 10 minutes away from Merritt, yet the last ambulance call took an hour and a half before they got to the patient. The vaccination rollout, you know, it took a long time, and it took, what, 3 different bands to finally get the information sharing agreement put out there. And, you know, in regards to the vaccination, is that vaccination going to be there for all band members living on and off reserve? And well over pretty much most of the bands in British Columbia, or even Canada, over 3/4 of our people live off reserve due to no housing or no funding for housing for our band members to come back home. That needs to get fixed. So some questions for you, Minister Gukshtem. Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Minister.
Yeah, I will try to be brief, but I apologize if that then causes my answers to be incomplete. I do have officials on the line that are taking good note of this, and so if anything is complete, I would encourage them to follow back. I would ask them to follow up with the chiefs that have raised issues. Chief Span, you know I'm an Expos fan, so that hat always gets me worked up. But it's the only thing we've got left in Canada, so I'll give you that. On the PPE, I know you raised this issue on the prior call we had a couple days ago. with respect to frontline worker and perhaps in relation to N95 mask. And I'll say it again, the contact point obviously is FNHA in terms of PPE, but if there are elements that we can help work out, our teams are there to support, and we can work with you. Obviously the ambulance thing, as I said a couple of days ago, it just isn't acceptable that it would take that amount of time to get that level of service is essential. I would note that under the community support fund, that there are food security is entirely eligible. There's a large element of discretion that is allotted. So food security obviously is an entirely eligible expense. I think we need probably across the country a better approach to food security as we come out of this pandemic. But I did want to note that as well. And if there needs to be clarification, we can have an official follow-up. On the issue of racism, and I know Chief Sayers, you raised that. I got your letter, by the way, that you addressed to Minister Blair and Commissioner Lucky. And I asked my deputy minister to follow up with her directly and to pass the letter on to her. I know you are, I think everyone is eager for answers. No one wants to see the tragedies that have occurred in your community. It just, we all want answers, I think. And I know there will be an inquiry investigation ongoing. And I think the answers can't come quickly enough. And I will leave it at that, but I did want to note that I did get the letter. Obviously my condolences to your community once again. But if you would like to follow up directly with my team or me personally, I'd be more than glad to do so. The issue of racism, obviously pervasive in all these institutions. I think the ones that hit home the hardest are the ones where people find themselves at their most vulnerable, which is usually at the hands of law enforcement or the healthcare system. And while it does exist outside that, including in the systemic fashion in many government ministries, many institutions across public, non-public, to be fixed overnight, it is a misunderstanding of the challenges that we all face. But I think if we continue our advocacy, continue our investments, continue the work that we're all doing in raising this up, I think we can make a significant difference. But again, these kind of acute events remind us that we're far from being where we all sometimes think we are, and much further away from where we want to be. On the band support funding, I can't commit to that. There's a number of budgetary elements that we are working on currently as we go through a budgetary cycle, but it's well noted. It's not unique to any particular band, any particular reserve. It is across the system. The increases have occurred on other levels, obviously, but as the national chief has supported this is an area that has grown significantly in a long time, and I do get that. I would note finally that in terms of vaccine rollout, I would point everyone once again to the National Advisory Council on Immunization that has clearly stated in black and white that Indigenous adults in community are part of phase 1, recognizing the vulnerabilities that everyone knows and the need to act quickly to do 3 things. First and foremost, prevent death, which makes a lot of sense, but focuses the mind when it comes to deployment. Ensure that there is no severe acute effects of the illness. So obviously making sure that there is prioritization in terms of those that are most vulnerable, most susceptible of getting ill. So the elderly and those that have socio-determinants of health that are such that they are more prone to contracting COVID. And then third, mass immunization. And to that end, the NACI guidelines once again stated at the top of the list under phase 2 that any Indigenous adult living, whether it's in community or outside community, needs to be prioritized. There are obviously allowances for logistics that I can't deny as part of the volume that gets distributed, and noting that it is getting ramped up. But I think it's work that we have to continue to work on together to make sure that this is. And I know FNHA is doing some great work in ensuring that does get done, but it is work that we need to keep pushing on, because no one's out of the woods yet, and the real massive deployment of vaccine is coming in through the next the next couple months. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Miller. I would note we're at 12:21, so we're a bit beyond the time we had set aside with you. And we're cutting into our already brief lunch break. But if you did have a few more minutes, I would ask the remaining three chiefs to make a brief 1-minute comment and then turn to you for closing remarks. But I'm just conscientious of your schedule.
I'm just checking my schedule, Harold. I do have a few more minutes. My answers may be brief, but I'd be glad to listen and take note of the comments.
All right, just in the interest of time, then I'll implore Chief Byron Lewis, Chief Tom Nelson, and Chief Harvey Macleod to just keep their interventions as brief as possible to a minute or so. Chief Lewis.
Good afternoon, Minister Miller. One of the issues that I'd like to really bring up is the whole issue on mental health. And I brought this up at the UBCIC, but it's imperative is, we really need to deal with that issue of mental health. And if you actually look at the effects, and it's a lot of those from anywhere from FAS, FAE, to domestic abuse, all these others. And a lot of the root causes is the effects of not having mental health that's actually being, treated as importantly as there. And it's not as, and I said last week at the last meeting is that it's important that mental health be treated as the same, along the same lines as physical health, and the need to residential schools, and day schools, all these other effects, and basically going right back to colonialism after 4 or 5 generations. Mental health is one of the most outstanding issues that's required by First Nations, but it's the one that's least actually acted upon. There's very little in terms of youth that are coming forward for help and assistance for dealing with some of these traumas. We don't have their parents that are still dealing with that. And there's grandparents that are leaving this world that are still having the same trauma for the century. So when you look at that, mental health is so important to our people. It's something that is required. I'll leave it at that. I think I'm under.
Thank you, Chief Lewis. I would just note it looks like you do have a cover on your camera, and let's turn to Chief Nelson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman Harold. And Mary Ellen and Mark Miller, thanks for your reports. I've had been very concerned about all this racism that's going on. I've had the experience with my son in the hospital. I had to sit there for about 3 hours because he's First Nation. They just overlooked him and they took in other people. Myself, I've mentioned it 6.5 years ago that it's time for us to look for doctors for our own First Nations. That way we can be taken care of a little bit better. I know there's a lot of racism that's happening in the hospitals. They take the First Nations in last. It's happened in Campbell River. It's happened here in Port Hardy. So I don't know if anybody or, the national chief, anybody's asked them to look for our own doctors and our own hospital. We've been fighting with the government since day one. We might as well fight for our own hospital and our own care system, because the health care in the hospital is not working that well. We're losing too many people in the hospital just for waiting that. So anyway, that's all I have to say. And I don't want to hold everybody up. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chief Nelson. Chief McLeod.
Really quickly, Minister, thank you for your presence here today. And I just wanted to bring to your attention some discussion that we had at a regional gathering last week at the Union, and the issues that some of us are facing here in this province regarding Section 18.2 of the Indian Act. As you know, we've been working with the province of British Columbia, BC Housing, for mortgages and assistance to build houses on and off reserve. And where we're having issue is on reserve. Use of Section 18.2 for us to have that available to ensure that we have mortgages available. I did send you a note a few weeks ago regarding what's happened with Upper Nicola, and I see Catherine on the line as well, and I just sent her a message advising her of the concerns that we have. She's aware of our concern, and it's not only Upper Nicola that is challenged with finding a way to build houses on reserve for our people. We're not the only one. And this year is a new opportunity for us to build houses. But yet at the same time, we're being held back by the policies of Indian Affairs, and namely the Indian Act. So I just advise that you look into it and see if there's a way that you could work with us to find a way forward. The use of ministerial loan guarantees is not going to work, and the land designation process as well is not going to work. It will work, but it just means that we have a long process of designating land for the use for our people. But we're starting that process. We're starting the designation process today. And if we start it today, hopefully by next spring or next May, June, we'll be able to start building the houses, because everything is ready to go. The only thing we need is the mortgage and the agreement with BC Housing, and we're not having any results with you or the department or the government of Canada as relates to the Indian Act. So thank you, Limnick.
Thank you. Finally to you, Mr. Minister.
Was that over to me, Harold?
Yes, over to you. Final word.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Chief McLeod. I'm familiar with obviously the provisions of the Act, but I'll have my team, including Lena and Catherine, follow up to see if there is something where we can help or break through. I do acknowledge the frustration. Housing generally is, and obviously from our lessons from COVID, is something that we really need to take act and fix, whether it is through the solutions that you're pursuing with your people or others. But I will have my team follow up and see if we can't help with the solutions that you've proposed. Just on Chief Lewis, I agree with you. I don't think we have, as a government, I don't think there's perhaps any government in Canada that does a particularly good job of it in dealing with mental health properly. I know that the supports that are provided in community, even in the face of an opioid crisis and COVID, are insufficient, and they need to be fixed. I see it from the government of Canada. We've often been reactive and treated the symptoms as opposed to the root cause, as you mentioned, or the problem, with inadequate resources. So I am, and I don't know if I'll get there, but I am working with my team in cabinet to reform the way in which the government deals with mental health, particularly as it touches and concerns Indigenous peoples. So I'm relatively hopeful that we will be able to acknowledge the fact that we need to do a better job, and more importantly, put real structured reform and financial capacity behind fixing what is a plague of mental health that I don't think we've really appreciated how bad it's gotten throughout the pandemic, and we won't for a while. It's not something that a lot of us are particularly good at speaking about generally, and sometimes those that are prefer not to. And so it is a very difficult topic, but the first step is acknowledging that we need to do better and make sure that we support you in your ways, as opposed to having an Ottawa-driven solution, which is always a challenge, but something that we need to respect. And then the issues that Chief Nelson raised in respect of racism, I can't agree with you more. I'm not someone that's experienced it, so I can't speak on your in your place, obviously, and I wouldn't pretend to, especially not with respect to a topic like this. But we know that we need to fix it, and we know that we need to address it head on and squarely in all the provinces and territories. I know from, obviously the death of Joyce Echaquan in late in the fall, the work that we've been trying to do ever since. I have heard people from all sorts of walks of life that are Indigenous reach out to me, and some are, I don't think they would say that they're fans of me, but they all have personal stories in relation to how they've been treated in the healthcare system. It's painful, it's real. We need to acknowledge it. Canadians need to acknowledge it. We may have what we think is the best healthcare system in the world, but it's failing Indigenous peoples, and it's treating Indigenous peoples like second or third class citizens, and it's not right. I don't have all the solutions. I probably scratch at the surface, but it's something that I've undertaken to do. The Indigenous healthcare legislation that we're proposing is not the entire solution, and there's stuff that needs to be done in the short term. And I know provinces are very jealous in the jurisdiction and saying this is our jurisdiction in healthcare, particularly my home province of Quebec, but there is a federal role. All the commission reports have said there's a federal role. The federal role is, yes, on reserve, but also the interlinks with the healthcare system and how it interrelates with some of the services and benefits that you are entitled to. That's work that has been highlighted in many reports that we have yet to perfect. And as was raised, it does go through additional resources. It does go through better training Indigenous doctors. I think still, and I'll end on this, is one of the shocking things I think I heard at the end of the first session we had on racism in the healthcare system is testimony from doctors, which you'll acknowledge are some of the best and brightest out there, being discriminated against in their own healthcare system, and it's going on generations now. That is, again, those that are able to express themselves, those that understand the system, and yet they are living in it. They are the upper, the upper strata of education and perseverance, and they've overcome overwhelming odds. And then you see that same system bringing them down. That is just, it's offensive. It's not right, and we need to keep giving them the tools to be able to ensure that that they're well represented in the healthcare system, as well as acknowledge the value of Indigenous perspectives, Indigenous medicines, acknowledging that they are parallel paths. One is not better than the other, and they do intersect. And that, I think, is something that Carolyn Bennett, who actually is a doctor, takes to heart when we hear these testimonies. But I think you're expecting action and more than words, but I did want to say that had impacted me quite profoundly. On that, I will thank you. I'll thank Harold again for the excellent moderation, and I hope to be able to speak to you, whether it's in individual sessions or hopefully in person in the near future. Please, I would also ask you all again to stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I just want to acknowledge that when you extended your time, I really appreciate that. I know that's greatly respected. If you could, I'll ask if you could ask your headquarters or regional staff that are on to respond to any of those issues in the chat in writing that you didn't get to, such as economic development dollars for food security. But other than that, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I do want to turn back to the delegation and let you know we have a 25-minute lunch break. So please make sure that you do eat. I want to congratulate Casey Gottfredson for winning the lunch attendance door prize. And please remember that at 1 o'clock, we will start promptly, and we are going to be joined by Minister Jordan on Fisheries and Oceans Canada, and Jordan Point will join Regional Chief for that next agenda item. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy your very short lunch break. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. It's 12:57. We are going to start in 3 minutes. So I do, even though I recognize the very short period of time we had for our lunch, I do want to begin calling people back to their computers and their machines in order to so that we can have an on-time start for our next agenda item, which is fisheries and agriculture. And as noted before the break, we are going to be joined by Minister Bernadette Jordan from Fisheries and Oceans and Jordan Point from the First Nations Fisheries Council. In the morning and during the breaks, we have been playing the music by Kim Gucci, and as mentioned, she's from Lele Tene up by Prince George in their territory and their membership, but she's also Korean Swepin. And just as a quick note here, her bio talks about fostering change through her music and art and bringing awareness to First Nations and women's issues, promoting reconciliation and community building, reminding us that we are all in this together. And so just a real, you know, a great music and a great piece of work by BCAFN to bring that into the work that we're doing here. Just by way of our agenda, so we have had a chance to work through the motion to adopt the agenda, the welcome by the regional chief, the updates from the BCAFN board of directors and their representatives, our systemic racism presentation, and we did deal with the two resolutions, one on in plain sight and one on the First Nations health governance structural renewal. We did hear from the national chief and did see the gift that you have all provided to him as recognition of his work, and he was really good about demonstrating the focus he retains in the remaining 4 months of his term, that he is, you know, indicated he's not seeking re-election at the July annual assembly, July 8th and 9th. And then we ended the day with Minister Miller, who extended his time a little bit to allow everybody to get their questions in. And we took a very, very quick break. As we go through this afternoon, we will look to do a draw around 2:30. And you know, if we can, we'll try to squeeze a break in there as well. It's not noted on the agenda, and you know, we are very busy, so we'll see how well that goes. Plus, we will do a draw at the end of the day today. We had now arrived at the 1 o'clock time, and so let us then reconvene the BC Assembly of First Nations 17th Annual General Special Chiefs Assembly. And I just want to make sure that our speakers are here, and I do see that both Jordan Point and Minister Bernadette Jordan are with us. And so let us turn our attention to the agenda item on fisheries and aquaculture. And as indicated on your agenda, we are going to turn to brief remarks from Minister Jordan. So welcome, Minister Jordan, and please, when you are ready, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Harold. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to acknowledge that I'm coming to you today from Mi'kma'ki, the traditional and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. I'm just going to, there we go, that's better. And thank you, Regional Chief TG and the BCAFN Board of Directors and Representatives for your continued leadership and for the invitation to participate in this important and constructive dialogue today. I'm pleased to be joined here by Rebecca Reed, the Pacific Regional Director General at DFO, and we look forward to listening and responding to your questions and comments. For today's conversation, there are several key issues that I hope to provide a brief update on, including reconciliation, my supplementary mandate letter, which includes the new Pacific Salmon Strategy Initiative, as well as the Blue Economy Strategy. As we all know, COVID-19 continues to have huge impacts and has fundamentally reshaped the way we work together. I want to commend the BCAFN and representatives here on your leadership during this challenging time and acknowledge the toll that this pandemic continues to have on all of your communities. Reconciliation continues to be a key priority for the Government of Canada. Treaty and reconciliation agreements are fundamental expressions of transformed relationships with Indigenous peoples, based on recognition's rights, respect, and partnerships. As you are aware, the Government of Canada tabled legislation last fall to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, thereby providing us a roadmap to advance reconciliation. Consistent with Bill C-15, we're committed to working in partnership with Indigenous people to ensure federal laws are brought into alignment with the Declaration. Going forward, the bill would require the Government of Canada to collaborate with Indigenous peoples on the development of an action plan to ensure we achieve the objectives of the Declaration. This will be an opportunity to put in place concrete measures to address injustices, combat prejudice, and eliminate all forms of violence and discrimination, including systemic discrimination. Events of this past year have shone a light on inequalities and systemic racism that persist in our country. Fisheries and Oceans Canada, DFO, will support this legislation by undertaking a law and policy review to ensure compliance with the declaration. We're committed to ongoing discussions to make progress together, advancing reconciliation, improving community well-being, and renewing Crown Indigenous relationships. Moving forward with Bill C-15 is the right thing to do. This past February, I was very pleased to join my colleague, the Honorable Carolyn Bennett, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, and the chiefs of the Atlegay member nations, Weway-Cum Nation, Weway-Kai First Nation, Quaker First Nation, Tlawitsis Nation, and the Comox First Nation, to announce the signing of the Reconciliation Framework Agreement for Fisheries Resources. All 5 nations have a long history of marine use and stewardship, and the Framework Agreement demonstrates our collective commitment to work together in a manner that reflects recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. On January 15th, the Prime Minister provided me a supplementary mandate letter, which included a commitment to work in close collaboration with First Nations and stakeholders across the Pacific region to bring forward a Pacific salmon strategy. Due to a combination of factors, numerous Pacific salmon populations are experiencing losses at every life stage. Climate change, warming oceans, habitat degradation, changes in land and water use, acute one-time events such as the Big Bar and Elliott Creek landslides, illegal and unregulated fishing, and international fishing pressures are collectively the result of the distress from egg to returning adult. These declines have significant negative impacts on the regional economy, as well as on social and cultural fabric of First Nations communities. These challenges require a long-term, transformative plan based on innovative and collaborative solutions. Our government recognizes that a bold and targeted response with concrete actions is required to address the challenges facing the Pacific salmon over the long term and to more effectively address the steeply declining trends in many Pacific salmon stocks. We also know that addressing Pacific salmon declines will require the involvement of First Nations across British Columbia and the Yukon. First Nations have been and will continue to be on the front lines of salmon conservation. After conservation, the department has a legal obligation to provide priority access for First Nations food, social, and ceremonial and treaty fisheries. But in recent years, many have not been able to even meet their harvest needs due to low returns. We're committed to working with First Nations, provincial and territorial authorities, and key stakeholders to continuously improve our understanding of salmon stocks, protect and conserve habitats, and ensure the sustainability of Pacific salmon populations. We will be looking to First Nations to help us shape and hold critical conversations on how we stem the declines we're seeing in our Pacific salmon populations and get to a place of sustainability. While it's still early days, further dialogue will need to follow as we deliver on this important priority. We expect to have much more to discuss with First Nations representatives in the weeks and the months to come. That said, the department will always remain open to meet with our partners to discuss matters of importance with you. And certainly to discover the recovery of our salmon populations is a critical conversation. In collaboration with many coastal First Nations, Canada is leading the way in oceans protection. Now we're ready to become a global leader in the blue economy. From coast to coast to coast, Canadians understand that the environment and the economy must go hand in hand. When we invest in conserving and protecting our ocean, we're investing in the people, Indigenous communities, and industries that rely on them as well. If we manage our fish stocks sustainably, our seafood sector will continue to grow and create jobs. Tidal energy, energy from the sea, also has a potential to generate millions in economic benefits if we invest in it. Currently, Canada's blue economy is strong. Our ocean industries account for approximately $31.6 billion annually in GDP and 300,000 jobs in industries such as fisheries, energy, shipping, tourism, recreation, aquaculture, but we could do so much more. Canada is an ocean nation. We are the second largest country in the world, surrounded by 3 oceans and nearly 244,000 kilometers of coastlines. Yet we're 8th in terms of contributing to our global ocean economy. Canada has so much to benefit from a stronger domestic blue economy, which is why we're developing the Blue Economy Strategy. A Blue Economy Strategy will support advances in ocean innovation and allow Canada to be at the forefront of the development of new and groundbreaking technologies. It will take advantage of our latest innovations, scientific findings, and best practices, while steadily building prosperity and, importantly, conserving our oceans for future generations. The Government of Canada is committed to working to increase the participation of Indigenous peoples in the blue economy. We're also providing direct support through dedicated commercial fisheries programs that have enabled Indigenous communities to increase the potential of their commercial fishing enterprises and strengthen community economic self-sufficiency. At the same time, the Government of Canada and Indigenous communities are collaborating to help restore coastal habitats, protect marine environments, and improve on marine safety. We're proud to support the work of scientific and technical watershed-based aquatic resource and oceans management departments that are integral to these efforts. There's always more work to do, but we're on the right path. First Nations are valued partners in the growth of Canada's blue economy and our efforts to protect and conserve Canada's ocean space. Our Blue Economy Strategy has the potential to increase and diversify ocean-related economic opportunities for coastal Indigenous communities that are aligned with their values, priorities, and aspirations. The development of a Blue Economy Strategy is therefore an important opportunity to further reconciliation between Canada and Indigenous peoples. As the economy reopens from the pandemic, a Blue Economy Strategy aims to foster new job creation and sustainable economic opportunities along with a new conservation economy in Indigenous communities. This includes initiatives to build capacity and to facilitate ownership and market entry to help increase the participation of Indigenous peoples and communities in ocean sectors. I want to thank you for the opportunity to participate in this, the 17th Annual Special Chiefs Assembly of BC, Assembly of First Nations, and I look forward to continuing to work with you as we see so many opportunities and address the many challenges that lie before us. Thank you very much.
I'll just go ahead, Harold. Yeah.
I just want to do a quick time check with the minister. Minister, are you available to 1:45?
That's 5:45, yes.
Yes. Oh, that's right. You're very far away. All right, great. Over to Regional Chief TG then. Thank you, Regional Chief.
Must I notice the Minister Bennett, thank you for attending our meeting, the Special Chiefs Assembly. We did send an invite for our annual General Assembly last fall to discuss some of the important matters at the time, including from the territory you are calling from right now. This past year, the pandemic really highlighted the systemic racism that exists in the industry of fishing, and kind of highlighted the problems with really our First Nations people who are just enacting what is law, and perhaps even such as a martial decision, court declarations. And the Mi'kmaq fishermen who are accessing the lobster fishery, which was in total amounts that equal to just over 1% of the total fishing of the lobster fisheries. And I think, what we saw not only here in the Pacific Coast, but also around the world is the systemic racism that was enacted on the Mi'kmaq fishermen. And it was very similar to what many First Nations are experiencing here in British Columbia, whether it's the Ahusit, who are really fighting for commercial fishing rights and enacting their rights to commercially fish, or many years ago the systemic racism on the sparrow decision. And I think this is really indicative and demonstrates the systemic racism that exists not only in an industry but also this government. And if you were here all day watching this meeting, the underlying theme, if you will, is to discuss racism and how it affects Indigenous peoples in this country. And whether it's a policy law or really the issues with policing in the Mi'kmaq case and with the fishermen was the complete complacency of the RCMP to do anything to protect the Indigenous fishermen. It really demonstrates and highlights the issues that we have within the governmental system and our relations with policing. And you also must recognize that all the fishermen were doing was to have a moderate livelihood. And really, I think what it was in terms of the fishermen in Mi'kmaq territory was not to completely decimate the populations of lobster and utilize it as an economic gain, but rather just to sustainably harvest lobster and use it for a moderate livelihood. So I think, hearing reports about the RCMP's complacency and knowing full well that there was going to be action against Indigenous fishermen is really troubling. And it's not only troubling for our Indigenous peoples in the Mi'kmaq territory, but across this country, including here in British Columbia. So this type of violence and hate against our First Nations must stop. This is one thing that we need leadership from the Prime Minister and perhaps your ministry, is to deal with this systemic racism, not only within the police force, but also within your ministry, within government, and moreover with a general society. And I think we're really hearing that conversation here today, whether it's within the healthcare system or the policing system. At the Assembly of First Nations, I do co-chair the National Fisheries Committee, which I co-chair with Regional Chief Roger Augustine, and we discussed this matter many times. We had emergency meetings over the last several months, and I think we've also discussed better ways to deal with it. And I think those have to be brought up and really change a relationship with not only DFO, but also with the RCMP. Wild salmon here in British Columbia, we certainly know that the numbers have been declining. Last year was the worst year on record in terms of sockeye salmon, and the complete collapse of the sockeye salmon really demonstrates that there is a need for change in terms of fisheries management. Climate change, industrial development, habitat degradation, overfishing from industry is really creating this perfect storm of why we've seen these massive declines in the many species of salmon here in the Pacific region. And I think if we continue down this road, and especially during this massive die-off of salmon, I really believe this is going to be detrimental not only for our generation, but generations to come. And this is why the leadership in this, from the BCAFN and also from the Union BC Indian Chiefs First Nation Summit, leadership continued to bring up the issue of management and why we need to be involved, why we need the United Nations Declaration for Rights of Indigenous Peoples to be implemented with current law, whether it's the province of BC or the federal government. We need to take over jurisdiction and also governance of the salmon species that exists here in British Columbia. We've been working with our other organizations, other PTOs, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit, really to develop a regional First Nations fisheries strategy. Over the next coming months, we'll be working on that. And the purpose is, and the intent is to position BC First Nations in decision-making roles, to make decisions and better management of salmon species here in British Columbia, and perhaps even rebuild many of the populations here in British Columbia. And most notably, have our First Nations make decisions, as it states in free, prior, and informed consent. and ensure that our First Nations have priority access. After conservation considerations, First Nations are first priority. And we've definitely seen that now during this pandemic, that food security is an issue, and food security for our Indigenous peoples, especially these hard economic times, will be needed for our First Nations in light of the decline of the many salmon stocks here in British Columbia. We're looking at different strategies, such as the one that was recently developed, such as a wild salmon strategy, and also the changes in aquaculture industry, changes in market demands, and also the ongoing changes in climate will really dictate how we govern ourselves and manage salmon. And we're very concerned about the impacts that this will have to wild salmon, and also the outside influences and the detrimental effects of open net pen farming and aquaculture, where many of First Nations communities were very concerned about the effects, the detrimental effects. There will be a resolution today to support the intervention of the judicial review that's being put forward by the aquaculture industry to challenge the decision that you made, Minister Jordan, to really take the open net pen fish farming out of the waters, and we'll be passing a resolution in the next few minutes here, and I completely support the decision, and perhaps this is something that we need to discuss here, and I don't want to take up too much time, considering that we do have Jordan presenting from the First Nations Fisheries Council, and I'm sure there will be questions from many of the leadership and chiefs here. So with that, I appreciate you making time to come and present today, and also to answer some of our really important questions. So with that, Harold, thank you for my brief time here to say a few words. Masai Cho.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief, and thank you, Madam Minister. So let us turn briefly to Jordan Point from the BC First Nations Fishery Council. There are currently 5 hands raised, and just given our timeframes, I'll close the speakers list at this point, and we would get to those 5 following Jordan's presentation. Jordan?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just a time check. How much time do I have?
I would say 5 minutes would be wise.
Okay, I'll try and do my best. How about that? HOLCN, Ait Tanishqualawan, Wanana Ait Tanishqualawan, E Quans Quatinala. Thank you, Madam Minister, Minister Jordan, for joining us today. I am the Executive Director of the First Nations Fisheries Council. My home community is from Musqueam First Nation. And I'm here today to normally speak to the chiefs, give them an update on some of the key issues. First Nations Fisheries Council of British Columbia has about 105 business lines. Obviously, I can't report out on all of those today, so I'll be hitting some of the high notes that I think are probably relevant to the conversation and consideration of the chiefs today. Number one, obviously, you've already referenced and mentioned the concerning decline of Pacific salmon. The initiative in the supplementary mandate letter of the Pacific Salmon Strategic Initiative, and the importance of noting that 50% of the Indigenous harvest has been lost in 1 generation as we see these declines occurring on the Pacific West Coast. The Fraser Sockeye fishery is one of the most intensely managed fisheries in the world. And although we see these declines, we don't see a smoking gun. We know that this is going to be an issue that requires collaboration on many fronts, and working on numerous issues. This has been a problem that's been decades in the making with no straightforward solution, and we need to be working collaboratively nation to nation to nation in order to bring about positive solutions. Including in that objective is the notion that Regional Chief just mentioned, was the focus on rebuilding strategies involving First Nations in decision-making capacity, not just focusing on sustainable fisheries
but rebuilding strategies to replace that which was lost. Included in that conversation is the notion of priority access for BC First Nations to meet their food, social, and ceremonial requirements. I wanted to kind of mention 4 top things that I think probably would be good for us to consider today as part of this conversation. One of the things that we're working on at a national scale, you'll probably be familiar with the Collaborative Program Management Committee. This was mandated by Minister LeBlanc in 2017, the review of Indigenous programs. The one we're working on at a national scale now is, we've done PICPI, we've done ARM, now we're looking at the AFS section, and part of that is the Guardian review. And the Guardian, what we really need in the Guardian review is ministerial commitment to support Guardian career pathway development. And I wanted to flag the notion to you, Madam Minister, that there has been no program increase in this funding envelope for 30 years. We still have Guardians that are working in their territories that are at minimum wage levels and hardly conducive to developing careers. The second thing that I wanted to mention today, I was asked on behalf of some of the nations, was in response to the COVID pandemic, the benefits for fishers, the Indigenous fishers benefit that was rolled out. We understand that some of the loans that were advanced will be becoming due and payable prior to there even being a fishery, where we don't even know if there will be a fishery. So we'd like you to look into that to see if there's something that can be done to alleviate those financial concerns. Number 3, I think it was mentioned earlier about the management process. We've taken it to regional folks that the integrated fisheries management planning process, the integrated harvest planning committee process, we have fielded a number of letters from the nations in the province that indicate to us dissatisfaction with the process. Essentially, Madam Minister, it's not appropriate to make decision rules in third-party environments that affect First Nations fisheries. This is a Tier 2 process between the nations and the Crown and shouldn't be delegated to a third-party structure. We've worked with the RDG on the notion of bringing this to a problem scoping conversation, but we want to make sure that this has your full attention also in concern about whether we're doing kind of like the review of PSSI and other related fisheries management issues. We want to make sure that you understand that the nations in British Columbia have concerns with the IFMP process, and many were at the verge of walking away from the table, but we're trying to make sure that we make stable and predictable decisions moving forward. And finally, number 4, Madam Minister, I would suggest, from my perspective at the administrative kind of level and the provincial umbrella scale, there used to exist a ministerial MOU between the First Nations Leadership Council and the minister. I think it would be good to revisit that, and if nothing else, to commit to meeting a couple times a year to just talk about West Coast issues so that they're not ad hoc, but it's actually structured and regular. So, Madam Minister, thank you for your time. Mr. Chair, I'll hold my comments and stand by for any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Jordan. Excellent job, by the way, in narrowing that down and really focusing, so I really appreciate that. In terms of our questions with our raised hand, so interestingly enough, we have 2 of the chiefs from the interior, so let's turn to Chief Spahan and Chief Lewis, and then we'll have a second group, 3 chiefs, 2 chiefs and a president from Vancouver Island, and we'll take that as the second group. Chief Spahan.
Thanks, Harold. I'd like to thank the minister for her presentation and presentations from Regional Chief Terry and from Jordan from FNFC. Thank you very much for that. Some questions to the minister. We had some some of our staff from our tribal office looked back into documents. And there were documents presented to the federal government back in 1908 stating that our First Nations were worried about the salmon stocks and that the federal government was mismanaging our salmon. For the past 11 years that I've been in politics, at just about every fisheries meeting I go to, I state that DFO has mismanaged our fish to almost into extinction. For your ministry to define FSC, because FSC from the meetings that we attend is only when a loved one has passed. DFO needs to define that, or we'll do it for you. I just got off doing some questions with the Fraser Salmon Management Council forum that's happening right now. There's an invitation to you, Minister, to sit down with this table. I'm also extending that invitation to the Inappropriate chiefs, 15 chiefs of my nation, to have a meeting with us. We've sent letters to your predecessor, and we've never had no meetings. In my 11 years in politics, I've only seen 2 ministers. You're the 3rd one. That goes to show that DFO ministers hardly pay attention to First Nations, especially here in British Columbia. You talked about the Pacific Salmon Strategy. How come there isn't a Fraser River strategy for salmon? I've been told to ask you about the Fraser Salmon Management Council and the agreement that has with the federal government. And when are you gonna have a look at that and do something about the funding, because nothing is happening? So just some questions that I have for you, Minister Gukjem.
All right, thank you very much, Chief Spahan. So we've noted those 5 or 6 issues. Let's hear from Chief Lewis from the Okanagan Indian Band.
Good afternoon, Minister Jordan. My name is Byron Lewis. I'm the Chief of the Okanagan Indian Band. I have a couple of comments. I think, one is, there's been an absolute failure on behalf of the minister of the Crown to actually justify a number of their infringements, especially when you're talking about the extinguishment of a right, which is actually happening on a number of stocks within the Fraser River. You have Thompson Coho, you have, Thompson River steelhead, you have a number of Chinook species that are just on the verge of blinking out, and there's been a number of cases where there's been absolutely no food fisheries for going on for us, and especially in certain areas prior to the returns in the Okanagan. We're going decades without actually having access to our traditional foods. Now, if you look at some of the recent court decisions, and one of the most important ones comes out of Clyde River, out of Nunavut, and the findings of that was based upon seismic testing. And what happened in there was about 3 different, really important decisions of the Supreme Court of Canada. One was, if you're talking about an Aboriginal right, and that case was a land-based right in the north, and it was identified that the deep consultation is a requirement of any engagement by government. The other one is if there's any quasi-judiciary body that is going to adjudicate or define an Aboriginal right, that we must be notified up front. The third most important point of that is that you cannot just simply determine what the environmental impact is. You must determine what the impact is on an Aboriginal right, and that I'm paraphrasing. So when you look at that and you take into consideration, there's a number of First Nations, and I'll give you a quick example. You have one First Nation in British Columbia that actually done a study and says that their people consume, on the average, every man, woman, child, about 1,000 pounds of aquatic species per year. Now you times that by the amount, which is 10,000 people, and suddenly you're talking about 10 million pounds of salmon. Now, if you look at the price going back in 2018, it was about $12 a pound. You're suddenly talking about a price tag of about 120 million for that single nation. And that doesn't take into consideration the other nations, the Intihuatl, the Stlatium, the Shuhuapan, the Silhuayam, and also Carrier Sakani and Chilcotin. That is a cost. And what we're in the point of we're no longer in the age of consultation and accommodation. We are in the age of damages. You have a provincial government that has been using Section 90 or Section 92 authority that has no authority to extinguish a right. They may infringe, but must justify their infringement at the lead of extinction. And what that means is that the province, being a delegated authority, the ultimate responsibility is with the minister, and that's your department. So when we're talking about that, we need to start talking about the age that we're in. You're talking about the extinguishment of rights of Aboriginal people in the Pacific Northwest. And this is not something that is cheap. This is not something that's going to be dealt with just a few beads and trinkets. You're going to have to pay the full price, because that's only the food. That doesn't include the ceremony. That doesn't include the health impacts, where we, on the lowest level of wages, are supposed to subsidize the failure of your government to ensure that we have access to our resources, as was promised when the first day your people set foot on the shore, that we would have we would have continued use of our hunting, fishing, and other resources. So I'm going to leave it at that, but that is somewhere where we're at. And I really would like to underline the point that we are now in the age of damages. And we're talking extinguishment of rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. So let's turn back to Minister Jordan for a response to the two chiefs and the earlier comments, and then we'll go to the three island chiefs. I do want to note to Chief Michelle is unlikely to be able to get to you, and I had noted earlier that I was closing the speakers list.
So, and I will say that if there are comments that people want to make that we can't get to today, to please make sure that those comments, perhaps Harold, we can take note of them, and we'll make sure that we follow up if that would be possible, because we're happy to do that. So there's so many things here I would like to weigh in on, and going back to some of the comments that were made with regards to, I'm looking at overarching themes, first of all, with regards to salmon and how important salmon is to not only for a food source, but to the whole culture of British Columbians and particularly First Nations communities. And I think that that's one of the reasons why, we have to do everything we possibly can to not only conserve the stock, but grow it. And it has to have much more attention paid to it in terms of how we go forward with that. And the Prime Minister had made that very clear in my mandate letter, the updated one, that, that we need a full transformational strategy on how we're going to make sure that we have a long-term plan for salmon in British Columbia. And I think that, that it has to take in a number of things. Fisheries management measures alone will not do it. There's a number of factors impacting the stock. There's a number of factors that have caused the challenges, everything from climate change to overfishing to habitat degradation. There's, as I said, there are a lot of things that we have to address, so that we will be working, of course, in collaboration and cooperation with First Nations communities as we go forward with this, because we know how important it is to First Nations communities. I will say also to Mr. Point's points that he raised with regards to 3 or 4 things here I've actually highlighted with them. I will follow up with my department on things like the Guardian Career Pathways with no increase for 30 years, the loans coming due, the management for the integrated approach, the MOU. Those are all things that I can maybe follow up with you directly on through my department, but I want to thank you for bringing them to my attention. Chief Terrence, you've made a lot of very good comments, and I want to thank you for that. I did meet with members of the Fraser River Salmon Council last year when I was in British Columbia. It was in January. I had gone to Big Bar. I met with them just after that. While I was there on that trip, there needs to be further discussions. There's no question, and I am happy to do that. You had asked about Why not a Fraser River salmon strategy? Why a Pacific? I think that the Fraser obviously feeds into that. It's all part of the same ecosystem. And if we're dealing with one, we're dealing with all. And that's what we have to look at it is from a more holistic way, as looking at it from all of the rivers that feed into the Pacific salmon. And I think that, the Fraser obviously is a critical one. And Chief Lewis, thank you with regards to your comments with regards to, we're into the ages of damages. We have to do something before the salmon are past the point of no return. And I'm very fearful we're getting close to that. We recognize what the declines have done and what the declines are what we're facing if we don't change it. Nobody wants to lose these stocks. I mean, we want to do everything we possibly can. And as I said, this isn't going to be just throw some money at something and hopefully it'll bring the stocks back. This is going to have to be hard decisions, hard conversations, and quite frankly, transformative in terms of how we're dealing with this problem, because it is a big one. I will say that when I was appointed Minister for Fisheries and Oceans, the Prime Minister had said to me, you will recognize that on the East Coast it's about fishing, but on the West Coast it's about a fish. And he meant salmon, and how important it is to, the economy, how important it is to the identity of people in British Columbia, how important it is to food for First Nations in terms of their food, social, and ceremonial. It is such a big piece of who you are as people. And we want to make sure that we address that, and we want to do it in collaboration and in cooperation with you. So, I guess with those comments and how we're going to go forward, I think is going to be critical. I think it's going to be extremely important for us to continue to have conversations around what is happening in communities. But I absolutely recognize how we have to deal with it. It can't just be something that we put a few measures in place and say, here, it's done. This is going to be long-term. It's going to take time. It's not going to be solved overnight. I believe it was Jordan who said there is no one smoking gun. There are a number of things, and we have to take a multifaceted approach to how we're going to deal with the challenges facing wild Pacific salmon. So with that, Harold, I'll turn it back to you for a few more questions.
Thank you very much for that, Madam Minister. And so let us, if I could, just in the interest of you note the time, one, I'll let our next, our keynote guest speaker know we're going to go a little bit over, and we'll start a little bit late with her presentation. But let's turn to our three island speakers. And I've got Chief Joshua Charlson from Hesquiat. I've got President Judith Sayers from the Toronto Tribal Council, and I've got Chief Ken Watts from Seychat. And if I could just be so bold as to ask you to keep those to a couple of minutes, because then we would then turn back to the minister for some final comments on that. Let's go to Chief Charlson.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the time, and thank you all for your presentations on fisheries today. I've got a massive list of questions, but I'll just stick to one. So DFO is currently working on the salmon allocation policy. And I think we're still in phase 1 of the terms of reference. I know that in Nuu-Chah-Nulth, we hold Council of Hotwaya meetings, and through those meetings, I've learned for a number of years now that we own all of the resources in our territories, and it's a responsibility of our Hotwaya, which is our chiefs, to protect them and to take care of them. And that's a truth here in Canada, that we own all of those resources. So it's come to question with the salmon allocation policy that is being updated. In the terms of reference, although we are a part of the multi-party technical working groups, we have no say in the actual decision making. So that's something that I want to implore you to change with this policy, to have a First Nations representative to be there to make the decision with you when it comes, because that would go a long way in actually creating the policy. We are the owners of the right, and we have rights to all the fish and all of the aquaculture in our territories, and every other sector that has a privilege. So anybody who isn't a First Nation only have a privilege. So we are we have the actual right to it. So we should be the decision-making authority on any policies that are updated that are going to govern the way that salmon are allocated to all of our communities. So I'll just leave it with that one thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. President Sayers. And just before you go, President Sayers, I just want to let Chief Patrick Michelle know I won't be able to get to you in this round, but as the ministers noted, please enter your comment in the chat and a written response will be provided. President Sayers.
Thank you, Harold. And hello, Minister. New Charlotte Tribal Council, and just wanted to briefly ask you a few questions. I appreciate the blue economy, but you know, the fact that we have to fight for the implementation of our right to a commercial fishery doesn't give me much comfort in a blue economy when our right isn't recognized or we have a limited ability to be part of that blue economy, and also always wanting to be sustainable. Second question, or comment following up on Josh's comments, is that our hereditary chiefs are our heads of state, and you know, often we meet quarterly with DFO, and often we're just dealing with technical people, and we'd really love to see the RDG and even yourself at least once a year, so that we can have these conversations and dialogue, and you can hear directly from the chiefs who own the resource and the lack of management of those resources. Really quickly, the last one is that you know, there's many sources of pollution and some of the issues of declining stock, but one of those are the dumping of cruise ships in our waters. And I don't want to go into the types of, but you know, it is affecting, and because the US, California, Oregon, Washington, Alaska, all have stronger regulations, they dump in our waters. And now that the cruise ship industry is put on hold for a year, this is the time to be increasing those regulations so that they can't be dumping in our waters. And because some of it can be dumped within 12 miles of our shores. And so I would really love to see some action on that. It's an issue I've been working on for a little while, and I'll leave it to those three comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Let's turn to Chief Ken Watts for the final comment.
Awesome. Chu Uklama Wamish Hicha Mamuk, elected Sisha Chief Counselor. Thank you, Minister Jordan, for the presentation. Really happy to hear about your comments about a blue economy. If you're not aware, Sisha First Nations in Port Alberni on the west coast of Vancouver Island, along the Somas River, the Economic Opportunities Agreement that we have with you on a regular basis. Decades of ups and downs in our relationship with the department. Really happy to say, though, that we have in-season management jointly with First Nations, recreational and commercial fishers. And you know, we have our struggles going back and forth, but I can't stress enough the importance of First Nations leading the blue economy. Why? Because First Nations not only create the revenue in the region, but they spend the money in the region. So in our fishery in particular, we produce between $1 to $5 million a year in our Somas fishery with our neighboring nation. And that's focused on salmon, sockeye, and Chinook specifically. So I just wanted to share those comments and ask my question or my request is to, I sent you a letter previously as the newly elected chief to have a meeting with yourself to talk about this further, and not just short-term, but long-term strategies and ways we can work together in the spirit of reconciliation and our rights and our recognition, but also while embracing UNDRIP. My question again, or request is for you to follow up with that meeting and to have a meeting with us. And again, for the blue economy, I can't stress enough that nations can help drive that, because we not only create the money here in the region, but we spend it here in the region, in cities, municipalities, and regions. And we are and can be the economic drivers for the entire West Coast through fisheries. So again, I can't stress enough the importance of that. So thank you, Harold. And sorry, I put my arm down. It was getting sore there, my fake hand up there. And thanks to our elders for the opening this morning. Chooch.
Thank you very much for all of you for that. I do apologize for those of you who I couldn't get to in this round, and let us turn to the minister for some final comments before we turn briefly to the resolution.
Okay, thank you all very much for all of your comments and your candor. I do appreciate your honesty, and I think that you know, the best way that we go forward is if we actually do have these open and frank conversations. So I do thank you for that. And I guess with regards to Chief Charleston, first of all, with regards to the salmon allocation policy, I would like to look into that a little bit further. I'm sorry I don't have an answer for you, but I am willing to kind of ask those questions and find out where that is, and how we can, you know, make sure that we best accommodate what you are requesting. Chief Sayers, thank you for your comments with regards to the blue economy, and it is absolutely going to be critical for First Nations to be part of that. And this goes to Chief Watts as well. You know, I mean, there cannot be a blue economy strategy without First Nations input, and making sure that we are working on not only reconciliation, but on making sure that coastal First Nations are able to fully benefit and fully participate as leaders in the blue economy, because I absolutely see that as something that can happen. And I will say, Chief Watts, we did get your letter. We're still working on that to make sure that we can try and set up a meeting at some time very soon. The blue economy is something that I think has so much potential to drive our ocean sectors and our communities, to really give them significant economic impacts. And I really hope that we can, you know, engage more with all of you as we develop that strategy. There cannot be as I keep saying to almost every roundtable I've done, there will not be a blue economy strategy unless there is Indigenous participation in it. We need to make sure that that's part of it. And the other question with regards to the dumping in the waters from the cruise ships, I want to thank you for flagging that. It's something I've just been hearing a lot about, and I am looking into. I don't have an answer for you today, but I am willing to follow up. I think that Transport Canada also has some responsibility in terms of regulations there, but that's something I'm trying to find out for making sure that this is not something that's acceptable. And we want to make sure that we're, you know, we can't have a blue economy or an ocean economy strategy if our oceans aren't clean. I recognize that a healthy ocean has a lot more to give, and we have to make sure that we're keeping it clean and healthy, and doing everything that we can to make sure that the stocks that live there, the ecosystems that survive in it, are actually able to thrive. And we have to make sure that we're regulating things properly in order to do that. So with regards to some of the other questions that you have, I will follow up. I don't know, Rebecca Reed is here with me. She's the RDG for Pacific. Rebecca, is there anything that you wanted to add that I maybe should have expanded on a little further?
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Minister. No, I mean, I think you really covered a lot of ground, and clearly there's a lot of follow-up that's required, and we can certainly commit to do that and support you from this region. So thank you.
Okay, perfect. And with that, I'm afraid I do have to leave. I have another meeting, so I want to thank you all very much for inviting me. I look forward to further discussions with all of you in maybe a more intimate setting where I can meet with individual groups, or you know, in a way that we can spend a little bit more time than what we've had today. But I do appreciate your comments this afternoon. So thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I also appreciate your offer to ensure that you and your officials are looking at the commentary in the chat, and will follow up either in writing here or by email or some other follow-up. So really do appreciate that. So thank you very much for spending your evening with us.
Thank you.
With that, Chiefs, let us turn our attention fairly quickly to Resolution 3, the support for the intervention and judicial review of federal decision to phase out fish farms in Discovery Islands. The regional chief and the minister have made the whereas case for that very well already. I do need a mover and a seconder for that resolution, and I just want to make sure that I have someone who will volunteer to move and second it. So I see Chief Spahan will move, and I saw John Powell's hand, but you're an observer, John. So Chief Joshua Charleston, thank you very much for seconding that. And with that, let us then look quickly at so Chief Joshua Charleston for a seconder. And then let us look to the therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly supports participating in a First Nations coalition to intervene in the Discovery Islands decision judicial review pending confirmation of resourcing to support such an intervention. And the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the regional chief and staff to work in coordination with the First Nations Fisheries Council, Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and the First Nations Summit to coordinate the creation of a First Nations coalition to intervene in the Discovery Islands decision judicial review subject to resources. And I did hear, and I do see that Chief Chris Roberts has raised his hand to discuss this resolution. Over to you, Chief Roberts. I'll ask you to unmute, and if you can, turn your camera on. There you go.
Okay, yeah, Gala Kessler, Chief Councillor Chris Roberts from Weewackum First Nation. Can you hear me fine, Harold?
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, so I made a point to join today on becoming aware of the motion, and I'm not really sure where to begin, but I want to start by making clear how important wild salmon are to us as a coastal First Nations people altogether. And of course to the Liquitoke, which I've received the blessing to speak on behalf of the Weewaikai from elected Chief Councillor Ronnie Shakite and Hereditary Chief Stephen Dick of the Quikka. This process of the engagement and so-called consultation was flawed from the get-go. And I think there's great risk at how this motion is worded with respect to upholding the principles of UNDRIP. And I mean, whereas clause B, I'm not satisfied to be referenced here that we were consulted properly with the minister. And I just don't understand how we can go down this pathway, because it's so dangerous when we look at what it means within the principles of UNDRIP. Never mind UNDRIP, what it means as far as our inherent rights and our title and sovereignty of our lands and our resources that we own, how we came to be in these places, how we've defended them amongst each other, and the history that we collectively share. So to just kind of disregard that because we want to celebrate the decision that the minister made happen to align with our goals and objectives, I think it's a huge risk to go too far with that. Earlier speakers talked about, I like how Chief Charleston put it, we are the rights holders, so it should be our decision. The others have privileges. And I just feel like this, bringing too many people to the party, if you will, forgive me if I'm not speaking, if I use the wrong words, but it's just really concerning as to where this is going. I don't know. I have a lot of the people that brought this motion forward have the contacts of the Liquitoke Nations. It was brought to me in a roundabout way. And it's putting us continually in an awkward position to defend against our core tidal lands and how we're going to go about this. I also have a question around who is the motion being brought by? Is it representing the UBCIC, the Fisheries Council, the BCAFN? I just don't understand what's meant by this mirrored resolution, and it seemed to be growing so far. And I'll just sort of wrap up by saying that there was earlier comments around no smoking gun, and I'm not making any excuses or giving a pass to the salmon aquaculture industry. It's been far too long they've been operating under the terms that were not satisfactory and that have definitely contributed to the decline of wild stocks. So I don't want to be mistaken in that. But there are so many other things, impacts from forestry, impacts from spawning habitat, all the way up the Fraser watershed. And I'm relatively new to this, but I don't recall us as coastal Indigenous people being invited to comment on impacts of things in river to the spawning grounds of the same passing stocks that we've all been accessing. And just one more thing we'll say is what I feel like is happening here from the government is the same old pitting us against each other. And I don't know how much people are aware of the crisis and the devastation that took place within the Mi'kmaq territory and the lobster fishery. We all saw it in the media, but I believe that that didn't tell the full picture because there were core territorial areas in, forgive me, I'm not thinking of the right terminology, but in the area in question that we're calling on the ministry to come and do something about this because there was eroding relationships that were established. There was eroding agreements that were in place. And if we don't get in front of this and have a solid look at what's happening here, we're going to end up in the same situation in the future. So thank you for the time to speak to the motion. Unfortunately, because of how it's all come about, I cannot be in support of it. Gaila Tesla.
Thank you very much for that, Chief. Just in terms of a clarification on mirrored, what it does mean is that, and this happens fairly often, this resolution or a resolution very similar to it was presented and discussed at the Union of BC Indian Chiefs meeting and the First Nations Summit meeting prior to this meeting. And so that's when we refer to a mirrored resolution, that's what that means. Again, here, this would be the opportunity where we would either add or remove or change language, you know, to try to respond to that. But I think you've made your position clear and have noted, you know, where you need to stand on that, and I appreciate that. I do see that Presenter Jordan Point has raised his hand, I think also to offer additional clarification. So let's look to Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add some clarification, yes, that there are, of course, memorandum in the background that are being discussed with Mandel Pinder in terms of like what the scope of the work would consist of. The intent of these resolutions is really for the political organizations to engage with conversations at the table as part of coalition to even consider participating in intervener status. So before they could really engage in the rationale for intervening, they needed a mandate from the chief to actually say, subject to resources, we may get into this kind of conversation. I don't want to speak for the organizations. The difficult thing here is that there is recognition from legal counsel and from the Fisheries Council and from many of the nations that the rights of the people in those areas, it's their own jurisdiction to look into. And at the minimum, the question really is how do we support the courts in terms of the ministerial decision? That's a nuanced kind of like approach, because how do you commit to support the minister's decision without encumbering yourself to supporting ministerial decision making in the future? So that in itself becomes a bit of a tricky question. But really, as a minimum, what we want to do is make sure that we help the court, as a minimum, to support the right of each nation to assess the risks and for them to engage based on their own decision-making process. The minister did make a decision to remove the farms from the Discovery Islands areas, and industry has indicated that they want to appeal that decision with a judicial review. There is question whether the nations wanted to intervene, the Leadership Council, whether it wanted to intervene to provide evidence to the courts. Nobody's made a decision at this point, but there is recognition that there are nations on both sides of the equation, and it's a fine line to walk. And even we may be constrained by even the time to respond. So I think the timeline is fast approaching even for us to respond back. So the AFN, the Summit, and the Union all have their processes to get a mandate to discuss this. So no decision has been made, but I just wanted to offer that clarity to the groups. As indicated, there's memorandum from legal counsel that probably would take up far too much time for your agenda for today. So happy to share that with the leadership.
Thank you, Jordan. I see the seconder to the motion, and that Chief Charlson has raised his hand. Let's turn to him, and then we'll look to see if we're ready to call the question. Chief Charlson.
Yeah, after hearing from Chris Roberts from Weewikai, not being aware of the situation, and after not knowing exactly what transpired beforehand, I don't feel comfortable having my name as a seconder anymore. So if you can please remove that, and just out of respect for Weawakai and their self-governing nation, and it is their territory, and I just would like my name off the document.
Okay.
Just out of their respect. Thank you very much.
No, appreciate that. It's also been clarified to me that this was passed at UBCIC, but First Nations Summit did not address the resolution, the legal opinion not being prepared at that point. Procedurally, I would look to see if there was anyone who would stand as the seconder for this resolution, and if not, we would table it and move on. Do I have a volunteer to stand as a second to this resolution? I see Chief Ralph Leon. May I take it that that is a agreement to stand as a seconder? Thank you, Chief. With that then, and noting these issues, let us turn to the question. Are there any abstentions from the resolution number 3, support for the intervention in the judicial review of the phase out of the fish farms in Discovery Island?
Ken Watts here, Chief of Sashata, I'll abstain.
You'll abstain. Thank you very much, Chief Watts. Any further abstentions?
Joshua Charlson from Heshko First Nation.
Thank you very much, Joshua. And then third and final call, any other additional abstentions before we turn to objections? Then let us turn to objections. Any objections to resolution 3? And then Chief Roberts, you had indicated that you would object, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Any further objections? Seeing none and hearing none, one last call for any objections to draft resolution 3, support for the intervention and judicial review of federal decision to phase out fish farms in Discovery Island. Seeing and hearing none, then with your permission, we will note that the resolution is carried by the remainder. And thank you very much for that. I do want to note that the BCAFN made a conscientious decision sorry, am I hearing somebody? Oh, a side conversation. To try to structure the meetings a little bit differently. There had been the case, again, when the summit meets and then the UBCI meets and when the BCAFN meets, often it can be the same meeting. So, you've seen some changes already, but our next speaker is a part of that. And just before we turn to that, I also want to note that in terms of our attendance door prize, we did draw just a bit earlier, and I want to congratulate Cookby Judy Wilson for winning that prize. We have, I think it's 2 more prizes left to draw today, one remainder of the afternoon, one at the end of the day. And so we do want to turn our attention to our keynote guest speaker who has been with us for a little while. And so we're pleased today to bring you our keynote guest, who's a BC First Nations actor and director from Cannon Lake, BC. And in her work, she has embraced the responsibility to lift up her audiences and her community. And most will recall her from her 2015 co-starring role with Leonardo DiCaprio and Tom Hardy in the Oscar-winning film, The Revenant. And then she is currently on Netflix in a thriller called How It Ends, alongside Forrest Whitaker and Theo James. And then most recently, she wrapped up her first leading role in the feature film adaptation of BC First Nations author Eden Robinson's novel, Monkey Beach. And it's important to note that given all of that, once the red carpet gets rolled up and tucked away, she does continue to work in her community and facilitate youth empowerment through a program she calls Thunderbird Dreams. So with that, please help me welcome Grace Dove.
Hello, thank you so much. It is an honor to be here. Wow, I normally do speak to a lot of youth, so to be able to speak to adults and of course a room full of so many powerful people, it really is an honor. Yeah, my name is Grace Dove. I'm Secwepemc. I'm from Zeskin, Canham Lake in the unceded territory of BC. And currently I am living in Vancouver on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh peoples. And I have been here for the last 10 years, and I'm very grateful to live in such a beautiful area and to be able to pursue my career as an actor and as a director. My pronouns are she and her. And for the visibly disabled, I am wearing a yellow top and a scarf and beaded earrings. Yeah, it's really special to be able to be sharing with you all today. I feel like, am I the entertainment? I hope that I can be entertaining and lighten the mood a little bit. You know, my work isn't all that, you know, it's not all that glamorous and all that, you know, fabulous like everyone thinks it is. It really is just a highlight reel that people see, you know, the nice photos and getting to meet celebrities and this and that. But really, I know I'm discovering that my work is my activism. And I've been really asked to step up and to speak up for our people, to speak up for our youth, to fight for our representation. And when I got into this industry, when I first started dreaming of becoming an actor, I didn't know that this is what it would be. I didn't know that I would be asked to have all of these opinions. And that really started when I did The Revenant. You know, I'm very grateful for that opportunity because it did give me a very large platform. But all of a sudden, you know, communities are asking me, well, how do you feel about this? And how do you feel about this? And as a young person at that time, it was very overwhelming, but it made me really step up. And I think that it's helping me be a stronger person and show up for our youth, because I think that that's a big part of my life is trying to be there and create a safer industry and a safer space for young people that I didn't have growing up. I knew that I wanted to be an actor at 9 years old. And I grew up north of Prince George. And I remember like it was yesterday, I was sitting cross-legged in front of my TV. And when local commercials came on and it said, do you want to be a star? And it came shooting out of the TV with a question mark. And I was like, yes, you bet I do. And it said, do you have what it takes to host a kids TV show? And I was like, heck yeah. Like, I've been doing this my whole life. And it said, okay, well, we'll send in, you know, your demo and this and that. So I was like, Dad, I'm going to be a star. Let's do this. This is my chance. And I remember finally like feeling like I had a purpose and something that I needed to do. And what I'm realizing now is that it goes a lot deeper. I think at the time it was just a way for me to be funny and express myself and have something to care about. But now I'm realizing that my craft and my work is healing me. And I truly believe that acting has saved my life, because through everything that I had gone through as a young person, through all the adversities, through all the pain that I had felt from you know, everything that we go through as young Indigenous peoples, you know, generations of that pain, and not having the tools or the resources to know how to help myself at a young age. And acting, I'm slowly uncovering all of these layers that I have put on to protect myself as a young person, just to survive. And now I'm realizing, now that I have more, that I'm stronger, that I'm mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically well and getting stronger. Now I can start uncovering some of these layers of trauma. And I do that through my work. With each character that I do, I feel like it's a gift to me, and it's a way for me to share and to feel things that maybe a lot of people can't, because they're carrying the burden of their family, or they're not there in their life. And I feel like for me, you know, it is a gift, and I know that I have all these emotions. And so being able to do this for a living is really amazing. So at 9, And I knew at that moment that this was my purpose and my calling for the rest of my life. I didn't know what that looked like yet. I didn't know what it meant to be an actor. I didn't know. I mean, here's the thing, and I heard this once. I remember someone in an interview going, you know, how do you know if you want to be an actor or if you should? And I have a lot of youth that ask me this as well. How do I know if I should do this? And here's the answer that I heard so many years ago. And the answer that I always say is that if there's anything else you can do, if there's anything else you want to do, go do that. Because if you don't want this with every inch of your spirit, then it's not for you. Because I have wanted to give up every day since I started 10 years ago, since I graduated from acting school here in Vancouver 10 years ago. I've wanted to give up every single day, but I have to just keep getting back up. I have to keep saying yes, and I have to keep recommitting, because it's all that I want with my life. So I know that when young people, are nervous, or I can give you guidance, but I can't tell you exactly how to do it, because it has to come from such a deep place. And I really want young people to know that, that there is something like that out there for you if you keep searching, and if you search fearlessly. And so that comes with anything, when it comes to sports, when it comes to the arts, all these careers that are so, I mean, they say unreachable, or scary, or daring, or all these things. It's like, yeah, they are, but also someone's got to do it. And so if that's your purpose, then you have to do it. So when I had this TV show in Prince George at 9 years old, I would get up Monday mornings before school at 4 a.m. to go film, and my auntie would wake me up, and it's still dark out, it's still the middle of the night, and I'd be like, no, I can't, not today. And then she'd go, well, we can get Tim Hortons along the way. I'm like, okay, all right. Sometimes it was just like those little things, going to town and getting a hot chocolate on my way to work, that would get me out of bed. And it taught me discipline. And I know that, I know how much that taught me I did that for 2 years, every Monday before school. And it taught me discipline, and it taught me just, at any age, you could get up and do something. And I always try to share that with young people. I always felt like I grew up way too fast, mostly just because of trauma and some of the difficulties that we had within our family. But what that taught me was resilience, and, how to just get up and work for what I want every single day. And, when I went through high school was very, very difficult, as I'm sure it is for a lot of young Indigenous peoples. And I want to remind everyone that I'm sure everyone can think of those times, and maybe you had a good experience, but I know growing up in a primarily white school system, facing a lot of racism that I didn't even know was racism at the time, because I was trying so hard just to fit in, different comments about, like, backhanded kind of racist comments, or really unsafe situations, or times when, like, I remember the first time I ever experienced racism really head on was because I was a better hockey player than one of the white boys. And that's when they decided to get mad and say a bunch of things. And I just went, I just walked away and didn't let it faze me. But then years later, when I kind of faced it for what it was, and how awful that is, that a young person at that age has to, hear words that probably the other person's parents are repeating. You know what I mean? It's obviously generational. But I've only been able to kind of understand some of those challenges that I went through now, and I really hope that, I believe through self-esteem work with our youth, with building confidence and building their self-worth, then, because racism isn't going to go away overnight. It's not, I know that the young people are facing this in the schools, but if we can work on, encouraging our young people to be proud of who they are, and to embrace their indigeneity, to embrace their culture, I think that's really what's going to save us, and that's what saved me. You know, when I moved away from Prince George to come down to Vancouver to go to acting school, it was nothing but people saying that it's very unreachable, that it's not possible. And that breaks my heart now, because it's funny, like when I think when The Revenant came out, or maybe How It Ends, I remember specifically someone who had not supported me for a long time going, "We always knew you'd get there, Grace. We always believed in you." And I'm like, yep, I don't think so. So I really want to be able to, that's I think a big part of my life right now, is just encouraging young people and saying, and I think that like the work that I'm doing is my activism, because it's me saying I made it against all odds, and that that we can be seen in the media, in mainstream media, in Hollywood. We can be seen as beautiful, resilient Indigenous peoples, and that we can recreate the narrative and change it and take it out of the hands of non-Indigenous peoples and start telling our own stories. The real pivotal turning point for me in my career was when I was out of acting school. You know, from my ex-agent, from my teachers, I always got this vibe, like they wanted me to kind of blend into white culture, because that's how you're gonna make it. You know, you can be kind of brown, but like don't be too brown. And I always felt like I was trying to blend into this mainstream culture. And then when I met a group, my business partner now, Lindsay Willier, who's an amazing mom, model, actress from Alberta, when I met her and I went, oh, wow, that's what a strong, beautiful Indigenous person can be like when they embrace everything they've been through, the hardships, the good times, the bad times. That's how I can be. And I started surrounding myself with beautiful, talented Indigenous artists from around Vancouver. And when I realized I didn't need to fit into this narrative that I've been told my whole life, if I can just actually step up and be like, I'm Secwepemc, and I'm so proud, and I'm so proud to come from, you know, a nation that has fought for me to be here for generations. And when I started doing that, I think that's when I started showing up as my authentic self. And that's when I actually started booking work, ironically. I really think I want to touch on representation, because it is such a huge struggle and battle for each one of us who are in this industry and in the media in general, because it's so easy for us to be put in a box, you know. I'm really grateful for my experience on The Revenant, you know, that did give me a platform, but it was just a stepping stone for me. It's like that first level, just to kind of be seen, because, you know, after that, I used to have really long hair like this, you know, when I did The Revenant, and then when I finished, I cut it because I was facing those stereotypes. I was constantly just going out for, and this is 5 years ago, I was only going out for, like, you know, the native with the 2 braids who like speaks in broken English and ends up dying, or ends up you know, being attacked, or ends up just being there to take care of the white man, or the white man saves her, et cetera, et cetera. And I got so tired of it. I kept saying, no, I don't want to do these roles. It's not that I'm ashamed to be Native. It's that we are worth so much more. And if I continue doing these roles, you know, it's going to encourage violence against us. And I truly believe, and I read this in a book, that what we see in the media, what we see on the screen, reflects in real life. So if we're constantly seeing Indigenous women, you know, being hurt or having violence against them, then that's going to continue, and that people will keep seeing us in this really old way, rather than who we can be and who we are as modern day Indigenous peoples. So after that, I cut my hair and I said that, you know, I don't want to perpetuate this negative image of us anymore. What happened then was I didn't work. Then I didn't get any of the period pieces, but they just didn't know who I was. And luckily, though, I will tell you this, over the last 2 years, the industry is actually starting to come around. I actually have so much hope, and I think that's where I'm going to make sure that I end this with a lot of hope, because I really truly mean it. When I struggled for a few years after The Revenant because I was trying to fight for our people and fight for the right roles, and basically that was just saying a lot of no and not working. But I just know that, like, I didn't get this far. My family didn't fight this hard. My ancestors didn't fight this hard for me to give in and like do roles for money or just to work. And I really hope that other Indigenous peoples in media and, you know, who are showing up and kind of being the face, that we all stick to that and like just know that we are worth so much more in our pride. The next movie that I did was actually really dealt with a lot of representation. It was called How It Ends, and it's on Netflix. And I'm really, really proud of that, because I think between The Revenant and between that, there was about 3 years, and I really grew up and I really grew into my own identity. And my character in that film is a young Indigenous mechanic from kind of a model of Pine Ridge is what they were going for. So, you know, I know I've heard and read a lot of the issues that they have on that reservation, and I did a lot of homework. And when I got the role, I told the director in the room, he shakes my hand, he goes, "You got it." I was like, "All right, great." I literally had $14 left in my bank account. Like, it's like one of those stories, like, I don't know why this has to always be this way, but it's like, I went in there thinking, I got $14. This is it. Like, I have to get this. Maybe that's part of it, but there's something, I always think it's the universe and keeping me humble, making sure that I'm working hard and like just testing me and putting me through all of it, and then making sure that I'm still okay at the end of the day. So when I booked that role, I said to the director, I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna cut my hair really short. Like, I want to do like just a really small tomboy kind of thing," because I felt like I didn't want this character to be like sexualized as a young woman. And I knew, like, just by reading the role, who this character was. Like, she was this tough mechanic who took care of herself her whole life. And he went, "No," he said, no. He said, "I like your braids." I said, "No, I want to cut my hair. Like, this is right." And so then basically, you know, I was just extremely difficult throughout this whole process. And like, even at one point, they tried to put like this West Coast design on my arm as a tattoo. I went, like, I said, "I can't do that." Every Native would look at me and know that person just Googled like Native tattoos, and they're just gonna like put a bunch of random tattoos on me. So I said, no. I said, that's not okay. So I actually, a friend of mine grew up on Pine Ridge, and so I got him. He's an artist. I got him to draw me original tattoos that they would then use on me for the film. And I think that like those details are what's so important about representation, and why even if you look Indigenous, right, doesn't mean you should be taking up space in our world, because we fought so hard to get here. So that, you know, this comes back to, there's so much issues around non-Indigenous actors playing Indigenous roles today in Hollywood now. It's the lead of even Yellowstone, you know, looks Native, definitely plays a good Native, but is not Native. So if I had gone into this role on How It Ends just looking Native but not being Native, I wouldn't have known that I need to change the tattoos, that I need to fight against self-harm scars that I didn't think were necessary for this role. And that's what I'm doing when it comes to acting. But when it comes to any kind, I know that we're having issues with this right now in the whole world of TV as well, with the Michelle Latimer situation. And it's so heartbreaking because, you know, as someone who has been fighting for every role and making sure that it is authentic in a full way, and then to be having something like this happen, it's heartbreaking because we don't know, like, there's so many things that unless you are truly, you know, embracing your own Indigenous identity, then you don't know the little things that matter to us. And an example of what really worked is when I did Monkey Beach. And I know that, I hope that you all have had a chance to watch it. You know, we opened up in theaters across Canada, and we were the #1 movie in theaters across Canada during a pandemic, because the world is so ready for us. The world is ready for our stories, but not to be told about us, not to just like sprinkle us in, but they are ready, I believe, for truly authentic Indigenous cinema. And you know, something like Monkey Beach, which I'm just so absolutely honored and privileged, and it's the greatest experience of my life. You know, telling a story by Eden Robinson, one of our very own here in BC, and having it directed by an Indigenous woman, Loretta Todd, and then having it be my first leading role, and to be filming up in Kitimat on the Haisla territory, to be able to meet the community, to be able to meet the elders. I spent 6 weeks up there living my best life and working so hard. You know, I would wake up before set every morning and run up the hill. There's a big hill before you go into Kitimat. And, you know, when I first got there, I'd be able to like run a little bit and I was out of breath. And each day I went further and further. And then by the end of that 6 weeks, I was like getting to the top and just pulling like a full Rocky move. And I just felt so proud and the strongest I've ever been, and so lifted by my people. And you know, I look around and most of the set, Loretta did a very great job at hiring Indigenous crew. First time I've ever experienced anything like it. You know, to have my friends, to have Indigenous peoples, to be opening up in the morning with smudging, to be saying prayers. And yeah, I think that it's a great example that you know, when the power is put into our hands, and when we are allowed to make our own stories, then what we can do, and that people will be interested if it's done in a good way. I'm moving into, actually, and I didn't know that this is where my career would go, but I'm moving into directing as well now, because I think that there's a big need for it. And I understand now, you know, so much about the industry and so much about what even it looks like down in Hollywood, what it looks like in LA, and how much we are so needed in these leadership positions. You know, I went down to LA I try to go down there every year for the winter, and I went down there to sign with an agency about 3 years ago, and I walk into this boardroom, the Hollywood Hills, in this big, you know, boardroom with 20 people, 20 agents who I did end up signing with, 20 agents all sitting there. And I just thought, are you all here for me? Like, oh my goodness. So I sat down at the head of the table and I said, you know, I'm Sekwemk, and you could just tell in their faces, they're like, what? And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm Shuswap, I'm Indigenous, and I'm like First Nations. And still you can tell they're kind of being polite, but they don't have any idea what's happening here. They're so in their own world. So finally I said Native American, like, you know, and that's when they went, oh, okay, yeah, they understood that. So that's why I want to make such a bigger presence down there and really show up, so that we don't have to, you know, generalize ourselves, so that we can each be telling our own stories. I've got 2 features that I'm working on this year, and you know, my goal is to bring our stories back to our communities, to tell, you know, each one of our individual experiences, whether you're coastal, whether you're interior, whether you're, you know, up in the north, and to be able to hire our own Indigenous cast crew and to do it all ourselves, because I think that that is completely possible. And yeah, I think that I have so much hope. I recently wrapped up my first short film and hired all Indigenous cast and crew, and seeing, the young ones coming up, and seeing like how quickly they can catch on and how much they want to be seen and heard. And that's what I really want for our young people. So I always struggle. I go, am I doing enough for my community? Am I doing enough activism, political work? But then I remind myself, man, I am, as an actor, it is not easy. I am struggling emotionally every day. This year, just actually in the last 2 months, I had and I didn't get it, unfortunately. This was a big heartbreak, but I was up for a leading role in the new Martin Scorsese film, Killers of the Flower Moon. And I met with Martin Scorsese over Zoom, one of the biggest directors of our time. And I met with him and I talked to him and workshopped a scene for an hour. And the casting kept going, Scorsese, we got to wrap up. And he was just like, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. And we just worked. And I thought, and I would have been in a movie with Leo again, which maybe would have been weird. But, I am at that level where I am working with some of the greats. And the only way I got here was through a lot of trauma, a lot of pain, a lot of suffering, but a lot of healing and a lot of self-work. And I hope, my dream is that, I will be at this high level in Hollywood, and that young people from my community and from communities all across Turtle Island can see me and hopefully have hope and feel represented and seen. So Cook's Gem, yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's such an honor to speak to so many powerful, amazing leaders. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the work that you all are doing. Cook's Gem.
Thank you very much, Grace. That was very inspirational. It reminds me, and I'll remind the delegation, of how we felt when the candidates for the male and female youth representative on the BCAFN board spoke at the assembly in the winter, and just their story and their capacity and their promise in a way, and you can see that reflected. And even though there's a big generational difference, I think for many of us we can see in your experiences and our experiences, even though your life journey has taken you in a much more in a fairly fascinating way. We are pressed for time, so I'm probably not going to open up the floor, but I did want to ask you to talk about one thing. There's what I'll call the protocol of the pronoun language. And so to me, it is about, demonstrating this respect for inclusiveness and diversity. But I wouldn't mind if you would share with us a little bit about the importance of that language.
Well, that's exactly it, right? I think that I've felt so generalized in my indigeneity, like no one understands just how diverse each one of our nations is, even within, the 17 Secwepemc nations, how each one of our groups is different with what, whether we were raised, by the river, or whether we were raised, farther up north or down south near Tk'emlúps, and like, I think that the more that we can each, learning how to introduce myself properly, right? And we can continue doing that even in white spaces. And that's what I'm really working towards, and encouraging white spaces to do more than just a land acknowledgement even. We started doing that on every set that I work on, even if it's a lot of, non-Indigenous folks. I still take time to each introduce ourselves, to talk about the land, to introduce our pronouns, because for me, I feel a lot of, privilege being even, able-bodied and capable to, pursue this career. And so opening up space to everyone as much as we possibly can, whenever we can, to put, I was talking to someone, they said it was making them feel uncomfortable because they didn't understand pronouns and this and that. I'm like, well, that must be really hard for you, that, you have to take that 1 minute to understand something new. But that's on each one of us to do that, whatever that is. We all need to push ourselves to help those that don't feel included have a seat.
Awesome. Thank you very much for sharing that and sharing all of that. I do want to turn to the regional chief, Terry TG from Lake Dene Territory to actually from up north to do the acknowledgements and thank you. Regional chief.
Thank you, Grace, and certainly I am in the Lheidli-T'enneh territory where you were raised, and you went to school at a school named Kelly Road. There was much controversy during the change of name of the school to Shasti Grizzly Trail, as made mention by the Dakat people here to Lheidli-T'enneh, and that was proposed. But certainly, we had the Lheidli-T'enneh, and if you were able to attend the rest of the meeting today, the underlying theme is racism that many First Nations are fighting. And, whether it's within the confines of the government or public or the policing or healthcare, I think what you demonstrated here and in your journey, I remember you from Splatter Day. That's the name of the show in CKPG when she was as Splatter Day. And, whether it was, finding your rightful place for, those positions and acting that controversy with Yellowstone, or the controversy with Trickster, the First Nations, that controversy with the director, Miss Latimer. I think, what we're seeing here is that whether it's the entertainment industry or just in general, we're always fighting for our rightful place to make decisions, and perhaps even in industry to demonstrate that these spaces need to be upheld for our people, and we need to fight for them, most notably, because they're not going to be given to us. And I think, sadly, that case, whether it's within the industry to fight for that acting position or director position, I think it's our current state of affairs. But certainly, if we can make change now, I suppose, to get our rightful place, whether it's Claytley fighting for their name and that school, or First Nations fighting jurisdiction over governance over natural resources, or you fighting for your rightful place in the industry, I think it really demonstrates that it's occurring everywhere. And that issue of racism needs to be tackled, whether it's in government, industry, or just in society. So I thank you for, you being you. You certainly, Canada First Nations are certainly proud of you, and so are we here at the BCAFN and all our leadership in BC, and are rooting you on, and I'm sure a lot of First Nations across Canada are. So thank you for taking the time for visiting us today, and thank you for all the good words. Asaicho.
Thank you very much, Grace. Any final remark before I'm forced to move on?
Good.
All right, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, I just would want to turn your attention back to our agenda. We do have 3 pieces of work remaining. We do got to look at the children's and families issue. We are going to look at the education resolution, and then we're going to turn back to the Provincial Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and we'll move through those as promptly as we can. We are already at the 2:40, and we're coming up on the 2:30 item itself. And so let us turn to children and families, and we are joined by Cookby Judy Wilson, Cheryl Casimir, and Cookby Wayne Christian, who, as you recall from the last BCAFN, is on the AFN Chiefs Committee on Child and Family Services and Self-Determination. So I'll look to our speakers on children and family services. I do see we have a PowerPoint that is ready to go. And Cookby Wilson, you're listed first on the agenda.
We just had to reschedule it because we were so delayed in this agenda. I'm double booked now, but we'll have Cheryl go first, and then I don't know if Cookby Wayne's on there, then myself at the end with the updates and the upcoming meetings. Sorry, Harold.
No, thank you very much for that. Cheryl Casimir.
Thank you, Harold. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm calling in from the unceded territory of the Silcazco, I just about said Silcotin, up here course, acknowledging our knowledge keepers and our elders, Dr. Gwen and Dr. Bobby Joe, for getting us started off in a nice way. And I'm just really grateful to see that they were able to join us today and that they're in good health. So wanted to do that. So we do have a bit of a report, but I will do my best to try to condense it. We had to condense it at the UBCIC. I think we had maybe 5 minutes at that meeting, and we weren't able to provide the overview that we wanted to. So a lot of the work that I'll be sharing with you is as a result of the tripartite working group between the Leadership Council and BC and Canada. We just had a meeting actually on Monday where we discussed a number of things. And so if you go to the first slide, and I'm going to try to do my best to coordinate. Next one, please. So basically, this is just to capture year one under the new bill C-92. The priorities that we've identified by way of hearing direction from leadership for the TWG is continue working on a BC specific fiscal arrangement, policy and practice issues, and the alignment of laws with C-92 and DRIPA. Also supporting First Nations in BC to assert and exercise their full and inherent jurisdiction over children and families. Gookby Wayne Christian was appointed as a BC representative on the AFN National Chiefs Committee and the Joint National Working Group, and Gookby Judy Wilson was appointed as the alternate, and you'll be hearing updates on the national table from Gookby Christian following our report. Next slide. So funding is certainly an issue that we've been addressing for quite some time. So as you may recall, the federal government made an announcement committing over $542 million over 5 years, starting with the 2020-2021 fiscal, and that's to support the implementation of the Act. And we know that this falls significantly short considering the number of First Nations across the country. So this isn't just an envelope for BC, but for all First Nations across the country who want to pursue C-92. The other concern that we have, and we've raised it continuously at every opportunity that we get, is that these dollars do not include money for infrastructure. And we know that infrastructure is needed in our communities when we're talking about bringing our children home. Where are they going to go, right? We need the housing, we need the infrastructure in place, we need the space so that people can build the buildings necessary to implement their laws and to build that capacity that goes with it as well. So at our TWG meeting on Monday, we did talk again about funding and those shortfalls. Canada did mention to us related to that drawdown on funding for C-92, that notice has been provided from 26 groups so far across the country, and 9 of them are from British Columbia. And plus there's also 4 coordination tables. There are still 9 requests that are in the queue. They announced $425 million for capacity building, and that's to support the groups to develop their legislation. They said that they funded approximately 14 to 15 communities across the country to date. There's going to be a new call out for proposals for the new fiscal, and that should be coming out within the next 2 to 3 weeks. So I'm just hoping that people will keep an eye out for that. If you're poised to provide the notice to enter into the process to develop your own laws. We're also aware that, or we're advised that the capacity dollars are for Section 35 rights, title and rights holders, and as well, title and rights holders and Indigenous governing bodies. They told us, and I know that there are some nations out there who are a bit concerned about this issue around Indigenous governing bodies. And Canada is saying that they will only fund the title rights holders or IGBs. So if a delegated agency, for example, is submitting notice or their intent to enter into the process to implement C92. I know that some people are having some challenges and difficulties with that because Canada is saying no. We will flow funding to the title right holder, and then the title right holder can flow those dollars to their representative, however they see that to be fit, such as the delegated authorities. We also had a conversation around GEMS, and I have to remember what the heck GEMS was again. Cookby Christian is going to speak more about GEMS, but I was hoping to remember what the heck GEMS was.
Governance engagement mechanisms.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. So he will talk about that, and I will just quickly just say though that under GEMS, the federal government has identified friendship centers saying that they're eligible for GEM dollars. They're not, however, eligible for any capacity dollars. And so in our conversation, and I'll share this with you because Cookby Christian was not a part of this conversation on Monday, is that we said, well, if you're going to be including friendship centers, and I know that there are some concerns amongst leaders about friendship centers receiving funds that they believe should be sent to the governing nations to be able to provide services and programs to their members and their citizens off reserve. So having said that, and aside from that, they are eligible for GEM funds. But we said then maybe you need to include in here that delegated agencies and those non-affiliated, such as the Indigenous approaches, also be included in that category because they work closely with nations. So the feds also shared with us their 4 pillars document. And I'm just hoping, I don't think that we can do it now, but I'll ensure that this is going to be provided to you at some point in time during today or tomorrow. It's a document, you can't really see it, but we'll make sure that you get it. It's the feds document. And it talks about distinctions-based government engagement mechanisms, which Gookby will speak to, capacity building, coordination agreement discussions, and I can't even speak today, operationalization, there we go, of Indigenous child and family service models. So I won't go into that because I want to make sure that that document is made available to you. It's a bit lengthy, but it does provide some really good information. Next slide. Talks about engagement with First Nations. So we've held a couple of town hall sessions, and we have a third one that's being planned for April. We hosted a webinar overview of the Federal Act, and we'll be rebroadcasting this for those who were unable to attend. There is a Jordan's Principle webinar that's being planned for March 17th, and that will be BC specific. But the week previous to that, on March 9th and 10th, there will be a national webinar on Jordan's Principle. And I just want to quickly jump over to what we discussed at our TWG on Jordan's Principle for your information. Catherine did provide an update. Just to step back a little bit, Warner Adam, he sits on the Joint or Jordan Principles Committee. They have a terms of reference that's been developed, but it has not yet been approved. There are some concerns from the First Nation representatives on that committee that they believe that there is not enough First Nation representation on Jordan's Principal Committee, so we're going to look to address that. They did advise us that they have 33 service coordinators in place. And those positions are to assist families in navigating all of the services related to Jordan's Principle. I think it's also important to note that they were saying that, I know that some communities are actually being, the feds are actually reaching out to specific communities to say, hey, are you interested in having any coordinators or maybe having a hub? Because they're not really getting a lot of uptake from community. So that opportunity is available to you. So if you are interested in having a navigator in your community for Jordan's Principle, please reach out to Catherine Lapa. So the ISC also announced that they'll be launching regional government engagement mechanisms to guide the implementation of Bill 92 and develop recommendations on how to address those gaps and those issues. Of course, we will be working in partnership with ISC to develop these sessions for here in British Columbia, and they'll be guided by the priorities that have been identified within the engagement priority survey. And so those topics will be funding, notice of significant measures, data and data governance, dispute resolution mechanisms, Indigenous governing bodies, and governance. Next slide, please. So around notice of significant measures, it's section 12 under C92, and you'll see what it states there. We do have a concern though, because MCFD has interpreted that this clause is only to be has interpreted this clause to only require notice of significant measures to be provided where a community or a nation has identified to them, to MCFD, who their designated Indigenous governing body is. The problem with that is there are only 4 First Nations in BC who have identified as an IGB. So only 4 nations are receiving notice under section 12. So we've been working with MCD and the province on this issue. And we're also working on the issue around Indigenous governing bodies. We reported out that they were in the process of trying to determine what that was going to be. They were trying to determine that definition, and we said, no, 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 no. That is not up to you to make that determination. It's up to the title and rights holders to do that. And so they came up with a guide. Oh, sorry, I'm starting to get confused. I'm already moving into the DRIPA conversation. It was through DRIPA that a guide came up on Indigenous governing bodies. But with MCFD, we continue to tell them that it is not up to them to determine who an IGB is, that it's up to the title and rights holders to do that. So under C92, it's also important for First Nations to know that if you haven't identified yourself as an IGB, you will not be receiving Section 12 notice. And that is the process that currently exists, but that is the process that we are trying to change. But we just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. Before I move into the section where Gukbi will be taking over, I just want to make sure that I share a couple of other things with you. The provincial government has indicated to us that they are going to be working on some legislative amendments to the CFSA Act, and it's going to be a phased approach. So the first phase of amendments that they're proposing is, they keep saying they're technical amendments, and it's around allowing clear direction to staff around information sharing, allowing MCFD to continue to share information on adult adoptees with the federal government, and also to allow for continued use of virtual technology. And they're proposing that that phase of amendments would go through in fall 2020. Phase 2 is about midterm changes, alignment with the federal C92 as well as the Declaration Act. And they're looking at spring 2022 for that. And phase 3 is about a transformative agenda, and they're looking at 2023. They pointed out to us that they don't have anything drafted, that it was for our information purposes that they were sharing us with about this proposed amendments to legislation. Of course, we reminded them that any amendments to legislation or any new legislation, of course, has to ensure that it aligns with the United Nations Declaration as per DRIPA. And so they said when they get to that point in time where they're proposing or going to be drafting, they will let us know, and they will invite us to sign NDAs to be a part of any input into the development of that legislation. Lastly, oh no, it's not lastly, sorry, 2 more things before I turn it over. We've been carrying on the discussion around birth alerts. We all know how disappointing we were to have found out that the provincial government was exercising birth alerts where they would go to the hospital and they would remove a child as soon as it was born. because of the lobbying and advocacy of not just the Leadership Council, but other First Nations across this province, we were able to have that. What we did find out, though, was in the period of when the provincial government was doing birth alerts to the time when it ended, in between, they did receive legal advice from the Attorney General of BC, advising them of what they were doing was illegal and that they needed to stop it. But they kept on doing it up until a certain point in time when they ceased that practice. So our issue with them now is the necessity for them to provide apologies to those parents where they remove children at birth. And we also want to ensure that any record of that birth alert be removed or erased from their files. And we're also saying that for those parents that this happened to, from the time that they knew that it was illegal and they kept on doing it, that they need to issue some kind of an apology. Those parents have not even been notified to date that if they've experienced a birth alert, they have not been notified to date that that was illegal. And they have not been provided an apology either. So this is a huge issue that we're working on at the tripartite working group table to make sure that eventually that apologies will be provided and that those records will be removed from their files. The other thing is around fiscal issues. There is a service agreement between ISC and MCFD. We've set some time aside just as of today for Friday afternoon to start having more of a detailed conversation about what that service agreement is. If you recall, many, many moons ago when we started down this path, we developed an action plan. And in the action plan, it identified where we wanted to be able to have a good idea of all the funds that come from Canada and British Columbia and that are earmarked with an Aboriginal, First Nation, Indigenous lens. And we wanted to know where all of that funding was, because for the most part, it's spread out over a lot of different sectors and a lot of different organizations. And so we wanted to make sure that we are aware of every cent. And this is one of the areas that we wanted to be a part of, and we will be. Catherine did provide an update to us at the table, saying that last year they provided an additional $6 million increase to the province. And I believe that the province was actually looking for an increase around $27 million. So they weren't happy when they received $6 million. This year, they will be receiving additional investments in prevention, and they will have an increase of $14 million over the next 2 years. So what that's going to look like and what the details are around that, we won't know. That is the point of us coming together on Friday to have that conversation, as well as to talk about more, talk in more detail about what that service level agreement is all about. The last thing is around the BC Coalition on Youth Homelessness. We know that when young people get to the age of, when they get to the point of aging out, one of the concerns that was happening, particularly during the pandemic, is that if they aged out, they would no longer be eligible for services. And we were concerned that they would be stranded and that they would become homeless, especially during pandemic. I mean, it's hard enough just under regular circumstances, never mind aging out during a pandemic. And so the provincial government extended that coverage of supports and services to youth aging out up until the end of this fiscal, but have since extended it now to the end of March 2022. And we know we can't just keep extending. We really need to come up with some kind of a comprehensive plan that's going to be able to support these young people when they age out. Because as parents, when our children turn 18, we just don't boot them out and then say, see you later, you're never going to get another penny from us and you're never going to get any more love or support from us. You can't do that to these young people who are in care. We need a better plan for them. So just as an FYI, there is a coalition. It's called the BC Coalition on Youth Homelessness. They're working on developing a piece of legislation. It's going to be called Catherine's Rule or Catherine's Law. Catherine McParland was a young advocate. She was a fierce advocate for youth homelessness. Because of her lived experience, she did live out on the street. She was homeless after aging out, and she didn't want to have that happen to anybody else. So she started to lobby and advocate for change. Unfortunately, a couple of months ago over the holidays, she passed away at a very young age. And so in order to, in her memory, and because of the work that she was doing, the coalition wants to develop a law in her name that would allow for the continued care and support of youth aging out so that they don't find themselves homeless and they don't find themselves in a vicious cycle of falling into the justice system and so on and so forth. So we've met with them. Lydia Wheatsam and myself met. They called on us to find out if there was any concerns that we may have with this law or any support that we might be able to provide. We said that our primary objective, of course, is to ensure that any new law and legislation complies with the United Nations Declaration, and that we need to be a part of the drafting of it so that we can ensure that there's an Indigenous, that we can look at it through an Indigenous lens. So that work is currently underway. That work now lies with our policy and legal teams. I've asked them to do a quick look at that law, and we hope to be able to get more information and potentially a briefing provided to you sometime soon. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't mean to take up so much time, but there's just so much that is happening on this front. And I think that it's just important that leadership is aware of all of those developments. So I believe Cookby Wilson is next, if I'm correct. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
thank you,
very much for
Cheryl.
that. Yeah, I do want to note it. Yeah, we are a bit over time, but so I will look to Cookby Wilson and Cookby Christian as well. Then we'll move to our next topic.
Cooksham Harold, I just wanted to follow up on a few things. Cheryl covered most of our slides. I'm not sure what slide is next on this one. So the next slide. Okay, I think she went into a lot of that. I just wanted to say in the beginning, our condolences go out to the Stalo youth. It was mentioned there was a youth that died, 11-year-old, and then also there was also the RCY did a report on I think it was on Sky, the Children in Care death report. So that was a pretty comprehensive report. I'm not sure if the briefing note is in this package or a briefing note on the number of children in care that died. I think that's an important report that we look at and how we move beyond how our children are being taken care of and preventable deaths and more of the stats. So RCY did release that. We did have a meeting last week on it and updates were provided. I think it's a critical issue to us all as we're in transition to standing up our nation jurisdiction on children in care. And there needs to be more work done in regard to preventing children in care, the deaths that occur. And Cheryl touched on the S12 issues about, we're very clear with Ministry of Child and Family Development that they cannot determine who a governing body is, and those notices should be out to our proper title and right holders. And there was some issues on the role of RCY with some of our nations. I think it was a HAP sent a letter in regarding aligning to their goals as well. So, you know, the RCY needs to be accountable to government, but they also need to be accountable to our nations. So that was another issue that had come up that could be addressed. And I also wanted to say with the In Plain Sight report with racism and healthcare, it affects many of our children in care. So I'm not sure if we need to be drilling down more on, you know, what the impacts to children in care are, but we see the racism is continuing and it affects many of the children in care and families. So we do need more of a rapid response in regard to that. And with children in care, there has to be that accountability as well to that. So I was on the Indigenous youth housing with Catherine, the one that Cheryl mentioned that did pass away. Chief Harvey Macleod and I were on that working committee. So it was really tragic and shocking when she passed so suddenly. But we are looking to, you know, to support and continue to work on, you know, Catherine's law or, you know, the work towards Indigenous youth housing. Ministry of Child and Family have over 1,000 youth that are aging out on the 19th, as Cheryl mentioned, and there needs to be a a proper plan. It can't be just an extension of, you know, the program for them to stay in care. It has to be more robust than that. It has to be more meaningful and impactful to our youth, and not just having them go out in the street or have limited options for them. They need to have a better youth housing strategy, which we're working for, and it has to involve the youth themselves. And Cheryl already spoke about the birth alerts. That was an issue. And she also spoke about Jordan's Principles Working Group. And that's important because in BC, as you remember, they recalled the chiefs that there were limited uptake to Jordan's Principle. They did sign on the navigators, but as my point to Minister Miller was that, you know, they double up on staffing, they double up on positions, and how effective is that? And we're being told these will be, you know, a lot in our communities or community-based people. So, but we got to make sure if they're increasing those those positions, that they're meaningful to our people as well, that the ones that are seeking that assistance. Because that happened with Emergency Management BC, they had 21 positions, but where are they? How effective are they? Also, in December, the CHRTC handed down its latest ruling for the eligibility. So, you know, I think that's why I raised the issue with Minister Miller again on Bill S3 on the status and recognizing the children without status as members. So that's still an ongoing issue. We did send letters as a National Women's Working Group on that Bill S3 issue. That's why I raised it with Minister Miller, because it affects so many of our children in care, and it affects our children with Jordan's Principle as well. That's why they're finding sometimes that they're not eligible for these programs and services. So that, as Cheryl mentioned, March 17th webinar for Jordan's Principle, it will be occurring in the morning from 10 to noon, and then also March 24th, 25th, Cookie Christian will talk about that. That's the Spots in Jurisdiction webinar, very important one. And March 30th, we have the AFN virtual gathering on children and families, and another one on April 13th. So the registration links for these gatherings and information are included on the BCAFN events website under the Children and Families section. So I just condensed what I was going to say. Cheryl covered it a lot. We have had a lot of meetings, and a lot of parts are moving, and we want to be able to keep the chiefs informed. Thank you, Harold.
Thank you very much. Over to Cookie Christian.
Hello everyone, my name is one of Katrina's big voice who speaks the truth. I'm the chief of the people of Letsin. I first want to acknowledge the prayer this morning by the elders and the words that they spoke to us, how important that is in the work that we do, especially for children. And Harold, the work you're doing as a chair, you know, it's hard to chair a meeting in person, let alone online. I appreciate it. And, you know, it's one of those things that's really important. I want to acknowledge all the Kukukbis chiefs that are online here, the people, the council members, all of you that are here today and dedicating your time, because in ordinary times, we'd be in a room we could actually see, but it's difficult here. I'm just speaking to a screen here. I can't see you. You may be able to see me, but I can't see you. It's very difficult to connect with you. And so, especially when we're talking about such a vital issue. So what I'm going to do is take this presentation and condense it down a little, because you've been at this now since 9 o'clock and it's 3 right now, and there's more to go. So at the end, I'll let you know that we've sent material out through the BCAFN. And so it'll be coming to you in email so you can look at more of the detail. So I'll just go through the presentation. Move next slide. The Chiefs Committee was established by resolution, and really the impetus is around C92, and our job is to provide guidance and process in the implementation of C92, the act that you know, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children. And I think it's really an important process. Next slide. The biggest work that we're doing under the actual Chiefs Committee is the protocol, because part of what we did is that in order to do the work properly, we needed to have that relationship with the Crown, which in Canada in this case So that we negotiated and entered into a protocol that the national chief signed on behalf of the AFN. And again, it's designed to really look at an implementation at a national level. And it's not a substitute for anything that you do on the ground with your community and or collective nations to engage. It's not a substitute for that. So be really clear that what we're doing is not substituting work that you can do at the local level, because that decision-making and the jurisdiction doesn't rest with the AFN, it rests with the communities and the nation. So understand that is really an important part of the process. So out of the protocol, the biggest work that has come is the Joint National Working Group. That's where we sit with the federal team, and we sit as the Chiefs Committee and talk about the implementation of the actual act. We've had 2 meetings to date, and we're working to establish a work plan. I have to say this, it's beyond belief, as a chief, I've been chief for a long time. This go around, and I was chief when I was younger, and the attitude at the national level, it's just beyond belief how we're still treated in a very paternalistic manner. It just kind of blows me away. It frustrates the hell out of me. I get mad with these guys, and I just give them hell all the time, because sitting across from me is the daughter of former Grand Chief Max Gros-Louis from Quebec, and she's Indigenous, but she's leading the federal government side. So their team, it's having to educate them continuously about what is inherent jurisdiction, because the federal government doesn't have a clue. And I think that's really our job, is to educate them on what does jurisdiction look like for our communities and for our nations. And it's interesting work, but it's very difficult work, because we're dealing with a paternalistic, systematic racism that exists from top to bottom in the organization. It's because of the Indian Act. The Indian Act has embedded itself in such a way that it's become very difficult to deal with jurisdiction, because they don't see us having that jurisdiction. They don't see us in that way. They see us as wards of Canada still. So it's a very interesting process for me that's been working in this field for over 40 years now. Next slide. You heard Cheryl talk about this. I won't go much into this other than to say that the resources are inadequate, bottom line. We know that. We really don't agree with their process of call for proposals, because on a nation-to-nation, government-to-government basis, what we need is fiscal agreements between Canada and the nations, Canada and the communities, not a call for proposals. Inherent jurisdiction is not a program. That's how they're treating it. And I keep saying to them, you got to change your approach here. And when we talk about our laws and our jurisdiction, it is not a program. It's actually our laws. And you have to meet us in that concept of nation to nation, government to government. It's really important process. So, pay attention. The call for proposals coming out. We don't agree with it, but that's just the system. One of the biggest issues we're pushing is, what is the current level of resources that the Canadian government is spending on Indigenous child welfare? You heard Cheryl talk about a bit of that, what goes on in terms of what's paid out. There's federal provincial transfers, there's monies that go to delegated agencies, and there's other monies that go to the region. So there's 3 levels of resources. So we're doing a scan and trying to get that information, because on their side of the table, they didn't know. And I was really quite surprised, actually, the level of detail they don't understand with this. Can we go to the next slide, please? This process is an interesting process. The government governance engagement mechanism, or GEMS as they're called. We just got notice of this late in February, and the process, hasn't been, I know it's really difficult to explain. It's their interpretation of what governance engagement would look like with the Inuit, with the Métis, and with the First Nations communities. And in that process, like Cheryl's talked about, they brought into this whole arena that we're treated as councils, chiefs and councils, the same level as a governance authority as with friendship centers and those kind. And we said, no, we don't agree with that. They don't have inherent jurisdiction. They don't have Section 35 rights. So we really told them, you better take a look at this process, because the process is not in line with the protocol, and it's raised concerns with the chiefs right across the country in terms of what it may look like. So there's lots of issues with the government's engagement mechanisms. And I'll just let you know that there's lots more information that we're going to send out via, like I said, BCAFN sent out, and I'll talk a bit about that at the end. But pay attention to this one because there's infographics. You'll see how they've sort of couched what it may look like. And we told them, well, you better change some of this. It doesn't look right in terms of when you're talking about the First Nations and engagement with the councils, with the chiefs and councils across the country. So this, pay attention to this. It's what they're using as a process to engage. There's regional engagement processes. Catherine is probably very familiar with this. And also they're looking at national process. They're talking about a process, and we're trying to understand more. How does this fit with the work we're already doing in terms of the Chiefs Committee? Next slide. These are all the upcoming sessions, and I think Cookby Wilson talked a bit about that. So what we're sending out via the BCAFN is this presentation. We'll also send out the backgrounder on the government and the governance engagement mechanisms, as well as we're going to send out what Cheryl was presenting in the that infographic and held it up. We'll send out that mechanism because they've sort of done this infographic mechanism, and they sort of put it on a diagram, so you can take a look at what they're thinking in terms of engagement. And the other thing we're going to send out is there was a presentation done at the Federal, Provincial, Territorial, Indigenous meeting around child welfare. And so at the level that's happening in terms of the provinces and what's going on with the provinces and the territorial governments in terms of how they're seeing the implementation of C-92. So that's sort of in a nutshell. I try to keep it short, but the bottom line is we've sent the material out, and the interesting part is this. We've heard a lot about racism and the theme, as Mary Ellen was doing her presentation, I got really angry. And the reason I got angry, she's talking about what happened to my mom, like lots of us. And then I think about what happened in the school, because the first people that experience racism when we stand up for our rights are the children in the schools. I think it was talked about by the youth representative, by Grace. She talked about the school system. So this intention of C-92, if you think about it in this way, it's a way that we can actually establish a whole different process for reconciliation that stands up our children and our families. It's not about what they've been teaching in terms of the Indian Act, and it really rests in our hands, as chiefs and as leaders, and to do something for our children. C-92 is there. It recognizes inherent jurisdiction. Remember that it recognizes your laws and your processes. And it's not about their legislation and their laws, it's about them recognizing what is yours. And I hope that you can understand that. And I think that's really what this is about, and people get confused. But inherent jurisdiction really is about your own laws as a people. Where do they come from? They come from our oral history. And I think it's really important. We've always had laws. We've always had processes to govern ourselves and look after ourselves. So I'll end it there, and just thank you again for this opportunity today. And like I said, we sent out through the BCAFN all the material, and I hope you can join us on March 24th and 25th with our community is doing a webinar on jurisdiction. We've been operating under our laws for since 41 years now. And so we want the opportunity to share that out with everybody. You can see what we're doing, on the ground in terms of how you actually operationalize jurisdiction on the ground. What does that look like? And so we were able to share that with everybody. I hope you can attend with us. And again, I'd like to thank Cheryl and Cookby Judy for doing this presentation here today. It's difficult work. We're doing lots of things, but at the end of the day, if our children don't know who they are, where they come from, and how they can contribute to the world and take control of the world, like young people like Grace, they can stand up and say, this is who I am. I think this is really what C-92 is all about, interrupting the cycle of genocide, interrupting the cycle of the residential school and the 60 scoop, and holding our children up. So Koksham, and thank you for listening to me this afternoon. Koksham. Harold.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the three of you. Again, that was a good, thorough briefing. I know you had to cut to the chase on that. Took a little bit more time than we had allocated, but I think it's important given the number of opportunities and the number of critical issues that you've identified. sort of as we look to exercise self-determination in our jurisdiction, but also in particular as, you know, that sector is quickly becoming sort of an all-encompassing, you know, such a big sector that it's, you know, something we really got to find a way in each of our First Nations to allocate and dedicate some resources to. So appreciate that. What I will ask, I know you, Cookby, Wilson, and Cheryl are on the final panel we have on the declaration, and so hopefully we can shorten that up a little bit. Even, you know, recognize even that one is fundamentally important as well. We do want to turn on our agenda. First of all, I do want to note, Conrad Desjardins, you won the most recent attendance door prize, and we do have one more that we'll draw at the end of the day. You'll just reach out to the AFN staff and they'll help you with that. We want to turn on the First Nations Education, turn to the First Nations Education and Steering Committee. Just to look to Deb Jeffrey and Tyrone McNeil. In a sense, they're going to give us the whereases to resolution number 4, and then we'll move quickly to that resolution. And then we'll pick up on our last piece of work on the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People Act. And it looks like if we can make sure that we're done before, you know, a few minutes before 4 o'clock, I think that'll be it. I do want to know if anybody has to leave at 3, please make note that we only have a short break in the morning and a very short coffee break time for lunch. So please organize your nutrition for that. Well, we do have a full 6 hours of our agenda. And so that's going to be very critical to us, both from a health, but also from just an ability to stay connected to the volume of work that we are looking at on tomorrow's agenda. So quickly over to Deb and Tyrone for a introduction to this resolution.
Thanks, Harold. Acknowledging the regional chief, members of the Leadership Council, chiefs and delegates, thanks for taking a few minutes for us to provide you an update on some initiatives FNESC is undertaking. I'll introduce it, Harold, by saying that everybody's aware that we've been pushing for a regional approach, get away from these national frameworks, regionalize it here. And this one speaking specifically to the capital side of things. And we have engaged fully the First Nation Schools Association. We're as one. We've been working very closely together for quite some time. With the creation of the Housing Infrastructure Council, we've engaged them as well. So chiefs and delegates appreciate, we've done our background work there. We've done our background work with the provincial federal governments. And I'm actually going to ask Jan to walk us through it, Harold. Deb isn't available. She's just too busy to come in. And it's a good time to give Jan some experience for you all to get to know another really key and vital member of FNESC staff. Jan?
Kukshem Tyrone Yedekshik. I'm Jan Hogan, Senior Manager of Executive Services and Partnerships with FNESC and a member of Lytton First Nation. So we did provide a briefing note and the resolution should be in your kit. And I'm just going to highlight quickly some of the key points in our briefing note because I know you're running behind. So as Tyrone said, FNESC and FNSA are working together. We're preparing for the renewal of BCT, which expires in 2023. And one of the big issues that are outstanding is education, capital, and infrastructure. So BCT included lots of improvements for education, but it does not provide a model for funding major education capital projects such as new schools and teacherages. And we know that having good education facilities is directly related to having good education outcomes. So this is an area that we really want to do some work on. Also, many of our schools here in BC are quite small compared to the rest of Canada, where the schools are larger than what we have in BC. So the national model doesn't really work for us, and it doesn't take into account a lot of our unique situations. We're in a very high risk earthquake zone here in BC, and that's not really accounted for in the national model. So that's something we also want to research and include, creating a BC specific model. So yeah, we're looking to create our own regional model, and we're just seeking the support of leadership as we do the research to create our own model. And I also just want to add that we have met with the First Nations Housing and Infrastructure Council to ensure that our work is complementary, and we'll be meeting with them regularly as we create our regional model. And we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Kukshem.
Thank you very much, Jen. I'm in awe of the brevity. It really comes in handy, so really appreciate that. Tyrone, any final comments before I turn to the resolution?
One of the more significant pieces we're doing here, Harold, is coming up with a strategy to bring our schools up to seismic standards. Because many of our schools are very old. We've never had the opportunity in the past to bring them up to standards seismically. So I'd really encourage chiefs to consider that. Not only is it broad capital, new schools, teacherages, it's renovating, outfitting existing schools, infrastructure, to ensure they're safe for our kids and teachers and staff to attend. Thanks, Harold.
Thank you very much for that. So chiefs and proxies, let's turn our attention to resolution number 4. Then support for the First Nations Education Steering Committee to develop a BC specific model for capital funding for First Nations schools and teacherages. And so Tyrone and Jen have provided the whereas is really the context there. I do need a mover and the seconder, and the therefore be resolves are quite straightforward. To fully support the steering committee in their efforts to develop a proposal for a BC specific funding model for First Nations school capital, and to call on Indigenous Services Canada to provide relevant data to finance to support the development of this proposal. And so may I have a mover and seconder for this? I do see Cookby Wayne Christian and Chief Byron Lewis came up first, so thank you very, or no, excuse me, I saw, yeah, we'll go with that. I did see Chief Victor as well, so appreciate that, Chief Victor. Is there a need for discussion? So that's Byron Lewis as the seconder. With our thanks to Chief Victor. Is there a need for discussion of this support resolution? Chief Espahan?
Yeah, thank you, Harold. Just a quick question in regards to this resolution, Tyrone or Jan. Does it, in the whereases, does it state anything about the equivalency of wages at par between First Nations teachers in our band schools, being at par with the teachers' wages in the school district?
It doesn't in this resolution, Cookby, because under the BC Tripartite Education Agreement, there's already provisions there. So your school is funded in such a way that your teachers are paid the same as public school teachers in your school district. So that already exists in our funding formula. But ultimately, it's up to your community. Are you going to pay them that, or are you going to pay them something different? But not as it's in your existing funding formula.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Tyrone, I would add again, you focus specifically on capital funding here. So infrastructure buildings, you know, additions of renovations, that kind of stuff.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is there a need for further discussion? Seeing none, just to make sure, is there any need for further discussion of the support resolution? Seeing none, let us move to the question. Are there any abstentions to this support resolution? Not seeing any abstentions, and just wanting to be sure, one last call, are there any abstentions to this resolution? Seeing none, is there any opposition to this resolution? Again, second call, is there any opposition to this support resolution? And third and final call for any opposition to this resolution. Seeing or hearing none, then with your permission, we'll note that this one is carried unanimously. Thank you very much for that. Let us return to the final agenda item, Provincial Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And we're going to turn back to Cookby Wilson and Cheryl Kasimer, and then Regional Chief TG, and then we'll look to do our final draw and wrap up for tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be starting.
Cheryl.
And it's pretty similar to what was presented at the First Nations Summit in the Union, so we don't need to go into a lot of detail. I just wanted to start off, though, by acknowledging my colleague, Robert Phillips, who has been participating on a regular basis for the BC Coalition on Youth Homelessness. I failed to mention that in my previous presentation. So on to the declaration. I think everybody's quite familiar with what DRIPA is and what it's about. It's just been over a year that it passed. And there's 4 key aspects of DRIPA. And number 1 is the alignment of laws. The development of an action plan is second, and agreements around section 6 and section 7, and an annual report. And that's pretty much what we're going to cover in this update. And so I don't think we don't have a PowerPoint. Oh, okay. Well, if we can get the PowerPoint from the other 2 times and share that, then people will have, okay. You'll have all the information you need in this PowerPoint, so that's why I won't go into a lot of detail over it. And I'm just going to be covering alignment of laws and the action plan. So around the alignment of laws, we just want the intent is to take, and it's our intent that we would take existing legislation as well as new laws and ensure that they align with DRIPA and the United Nations Declaration. We're still having that back and forth between ourselves and the province in terms of laws that have already gone through the process, and we're saying, no, we need to look at them all. They all need to align. But most importantly, we want to make sure that we are a part of any new pieces of legislation that are going to be proposed for the legislative agenda. And the first one, of course, coming up is for spring 2021. And we're continuing to have that conversation to ensure that we are aware of what's going to be going forward. And I know that Minister Rankin is going to be here tomorrow. And so maybe it might be something that leadership could consider, reinforcing the fact that we need to be, in order to be key players and partners in this whole process, that we need to be privy to everything and anything that's happening with respect to the legislation. So in terms of alignment of laws, we recognize that there are a number of laws and statutes that need to go through this process. We know that it's going to take a lot of time to do that. How it's going to happen, we're not quite sure. So what the Leadership Council is doing at the Joint Core Working Group table, which we just had a meeting back on February 16th, is to work out an experts panel. And this experts panel would come together and help put in place some kind of a process that would allow for us to be able to go through the alignment of laws approach. And so our technical team is working as we speak in terms of identifying who our representatives will be, and British Columbia is identifying who their reps will be, so we can get this happening sooner rather than later. Around the action plan, at the February 16th Joint Core Working Group meeting that I mentioned to you, we had an opportunity to review the very first draft of that action plan. We have been applying pressure to the province to get this action plan drafted so we could see what was in it, and to make sure that it was reflective of the priorities and the issues that we've been hearing from First Nations, from the leadership over the past year when we've been reporting out at our respective chiefs assemblies. Again, the action plan is being reviewed by our technical and our legal teams to be able to provide a briefing back to us, because as I mentioned, we want to make sure that it does capture what we've been hearing from you over the last year in terms of what your priorities are. So one of the areas though that, just hang on a second, I'm just looking at my notes. Oh, one of the things that we've been calling for from the minister is to make sure that we have something that we're going to be able to share, a consultative draft with First Nations by the end of this fiscal. So once this review is conducted, the internal review, we'll then come back together as a Joint Core Working Group, then we'll go over that information. I'm sure that there will probably be issues that we'll be raising as a Leadership Council to make sure that it's as complete as possible before it goes out. And what I mean by complete is that it includes all of the information that we've heard from you. Of course, it's not going to be a final because we still have to go through the process of sharing what's been developed with leadership. And we need to have engagement sessions, of course, for receiving your feedback and your input into what the action plan is. So that should be happening shortly. If not, you'll get something by the end of the fiscal, and by spring, we should be entering into full engagement sessions with leadership to review the action plan. So that's my portion of the report.
Thank you very much. And we're going to turn to Cook B. Wilson. And I do want to just acknowledge that Mary Ellen Chappelle has rejoined us. Again, just given her important work in this area. Cook B. Wilson. Oh, you're muted, Cook B.
Sorry, I thought I pressed it. That would be the annual report. So the Declaration Act requires the annual report to be prepared and submitted to the legislature before June 30th each year. And we know we did one already, but there wasn't a lot to it because it was just, covering 3 months. But we seen what we pushed back for was that we needed to have it relevant to the implementation, not just what the province thought was good to report on. So we do have that. So this report will cover this year coming up in June. So the first report covered a shorter period, as I mentioned, and now we'll have a more fulsome report, but we still have to make sure we're reviewing it, that it's covering a lot of those issues and concerns that we had with the initial report, and that it's that's directly aimed at the implementation of the act itself. So that has to be about accountability. And since we have no action plan under the Declaration Act, we're concerned that again this year's report will be largely a communications exercise, but we'll continue to press the annual report to factually report on the progress that's being made about the alignment laws, the agreements with Indigenous governing bodies, and the action plan. And concluding the action plan will be key to ensure the annual report has something concrete to report on. So. And also, I just wanted to say that there's some inappropriate efforts by the provincial ministries to define what Indigenous government policy is. So there was a guideline that was developed that Cheryl mentioned about. So we had to tell the province and remind them again that it's not up to them to determine who the governing bodies is. It needs to be done by the nations, the proper title holders. So there's been some confusion, misinterpretation, and communication effect to that. So we really need to make sure that that Indigenous governing body is reflective and comes from the nations, the proper title holders. The next slide. So the Secretariat. Sorry, it should be I'm missing one. It should be are we on? Let's hold on here. Getting myself mixed up. Do you have, okay. Sorry. Been on Zoom and my eyes are just not functioning as they should be. So I'm on the section 6 and 7. Sorry. Yes, thank you. The declaration enables the province to enter agreements with Indigenous governing bodies. These could address various collaborative initiatives or that aren't specific to shared decision-making. Section 7 enables the province to enter into shared decision-making agreements with Indigenous governing bodies around specific statutory decisions or where consent of Indigenous governing bodies must be provided to the exercise of a specific statutory decision. These agreements can be developed now. They do not need to wait for any action plan or alignment of laws. And we have seen some progress being made. One example is the Reconciliation Agreement, Framework Agreement, which facilitates negotiations to conclude shared decision-making arrangements as per Section 7 of the Declaration Act. So the Leadership Council has been hearing that there are barriers and lack of mandates to these agreements. And we need to know this so we can push back. And in our view, these agreements can be put in place now, and there are simple solutions to any legislative barriers. So that's important. And we must be able to understand and analyze legislation is being tabled for spring. Consultation draft of the action plan is overdue, and we must be issued by April. We need more focus on shared decision-making and other agreements directly between nations and the province. And we need a better annual report than what was issued last year. We've seen that report because we need that fuller. Sorry, I went ahead on some slides here. I'm on the discussion slide. It doesn't say which slide number it is. I think I included that already. The Secretariat, so it's the next slide. It says that, yeah, that's it. Sorry about that. There's no numbering on the slides. So there's work that we must do amongst ourselves. This includes work committed to the concrete actions for a commission to support us in matters of shared territories, and will include consideration of how we are resourced and organized to participate in alignment of laws. Sorry, I jumped ahead too far. So because the slides aren't numbered, Terry was going to talk about the discussion piece that we were having. So I don't want to cut into Regional Chief's presentation. And I just wanted to thank the BCAFN for allowing us the time to present present and make this happen. So thank you for the time, Harold, and I'll turn it over to Regional Chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Regional Chief. Final speaker for the day.
Thank you, Cook B, and I think you took some of my slides, which is great. You see, it's been a long day. We're coming to the end of the day here, and thank you, Cheryl, for the report. So in terms of the Secretariat, we are. I'll just make note of a few things there. It was brought forward in Minister Rankin's mandate letter to have a Secretariat, and it's really important that the Secretariat has some teeth to it and ability to change really the culture within government. So what we're proposing, it is a good idea, and we agree with having a Secretariat, and to have that teeth to make sure that there is an alignment of laws and that the action plan is followed through, and also to better organize government. Certainly we discussed here all day the issue with government and racism, and also the really, I think, why we can't progress here is really obstructionist attitude towards Indigenous peoples and the ways we govern ourselves. So in terms of some sort of an accountability, we believe that the Secretary needs a direct connection with the Premier's office to make it really effective. So moving on to really, this work needs to be done amongst ourselves in terms of really developing an Indigenous commission, the concrete action too, and a process to make sure that there is an alignment of the laws with the Declaration Act. And also to better align with our structures and organizations in the context of the Declaration Act is very important, especially as it relates back to Indigenous governing bodies. Input from delegates on process to discuss the province's action plan consultation draft. So this is where we're really looking for advice. We need your advice on what you would like us to do to support your engagement to BC's upcoming consultation draft of the action plan. COVID, there's going to be many more of these meetings in the near future, considering that there is a vaccine, but the general consensus is that we need to continue to practice socially distancing and continue these types of meetings. So focus on shared decision-making agreements with nations. This is one of the things that was committed to, many of these laws, such as environmental assessment, free, prior, and informed consent. We've always stated that in the final decision on an EA process should be made together, together in terms of final decisions or any other statutory decisions, such as within the realm of forestry. really a meaningful annual report. We received a report last fall, and it wasn't very meaningful. There wasn't enough progress there. You know, the pandemic had something to say about that, but we can't use that excuse anymore. There needs to be progress in the alignment of laws, the action plan, and how we move and the as we implement Bill C-41. Next slide. Is that the last slide? I believe so. For further information, we do have Maureen, Colin, and Andrea, you know, our technical team, as well as Mary Ellen's on this call as well. If there's any more questions in regards to what is being proposed by the provincial government with the Secretariat, and also different ways forward. Really, we've got to start moving and working within ourselves as well. As you recall, a year ago, we had a meeting on shared territories, and that was cut short because of the pandemic, and we started going to lockdown. But we have to do that type of work, you know, work amongst ourselves. I keep seeing that number go down as participants leave, but just stay for a few minutes. I think moving forward, we need to work on this, and it's really important. I commend all of you for not only staying in this meeting, but attending the AFN meeting on C-15. I think it's really important, the national discussion. It went through 2 readings, one first reading December, and February 17th, the second reading. So there's not only this occurring, as you well know, and that AFN national meeting, the Premier and also Minister Rankin presented, really showing and our current state of affairs. But the truth is there hasn't been enough progress, and that's the general consensus here. And there needs to be more progress, and that's really what we're trying to do here as well with your leadership. So, with that, Harold, thank you, Masicho.
Thank you, Regional Chief. I see that Cookby Christian and Cookby Robbins have their hands up, so let's go to them before we look to wrap up. Cookby Christian.
Regional Chief, I appreciate the presentation. Cookby Judy, the presentation. What I've been thinking about in terms of you know, the legislation federally, but also provincially, and this is really about the action plan. And I think you, Regional Chief, you kind of talked about it. What we actually need to do is talk about our own action plan. What do we need to do? Because here you have on their side, they're trying to align their laws and their processes. What are we doing on our side in terms of an actual action plan amongst ourselves? Regional Chief, you talked about that. You know, what do we actually need to be doing in terms of aligning, in terms of our oral history and how we know we've actually done things in the past with each other? You know, whether it's, you know, treaties amongst each other, you know, sort of how we actually settle, you know, disputes, you know, sort of dispute resolution mechanisms. It's all based on our oral history, our language, and our laws are embedded in that stuff. So what I'm thinking about, we need an actual Indigenous action plan, one that all of us can sit down and say, hey, let's say this is what we need to do on our side to align ourselves, you know, collectively in terms of what we're going to do. And a big part of it, when you were introducing this morning, Regional Chief, I thought about this, was the work we did, you know, around the All Chiefs Task Force, and how we gathered all the chiefs, no matter the affiliation, and had a discussion around 2010, you know, specifically around Canada and what was going on, you know, the Harper government, the Olympics, all of those things. But we were able to gather together some really good information on some of the things that we need to actually do together collectively. So maybe we need to, through the Leadership Council and the organizations, revisit that kind of a process in terms of our own action plan as it relates to how British Columbia is implementing DRIPA, but also how the federal government are going to do it and what we need to do. So that's kind of was my thinking. You asked about some advice, and that's kind of what I was thinking as you were talking. And because I think that's what we need to do. We need to sit down amongst ourselves, nation to nation, community to community, and say, this is what we need to do to interrupt the ongoing onslaught of the colonial process, because they're relentless on their side. They don't give a shit about us. We're seeing it in the wildfires. We're seeing it in the pandemic. They see us, they don't see us. They see us still as, in some ways, as savages. We have no, and it's just frustrating as hell. We talk about systemic racism. We're seeing it more and more. We have a responsibility to future generations at this time in our history to do something, because there's an opportunity. We have it. It's before us. We have to pick it up. That's kind of what I was thinking, Regional Chief and the other chiefs that are still here, and the organizations. That's kind of where we're at. It's up to us. Let's pick it up. Let's do something for future generations that's going to turn this whole paradigm on its head, so that truly, 50, 100 years from now, we will truly be on the land. It'll truly be our laws we'll own, and everything that we talk about will come to fruition. But we have to start that work amongst ourselves, because they've been so good at imposing the colonial process, the Indian Act and all of those things on us, that it's divided us. So we have to take the responsibility to do something about it, because government will never do what is right for us. We have to do what is right for ourselves, and we have to do it with the understanding it may not happen in this next 5 years, but it could happen within the next 10 or 20 years. Let's get on with the work. Regional Chief, that's what my advice would be to yourself as the Regional Chief and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nation Summit, that let's start looking at that as a mechanism, in terms of our own, action plan. What are we going to do, and how are we going to do it? And that's that's kind of what I was thinking about as you were talking and listening to this presentation and all the presentations we had today, because it's we're at that state in our history where we need to do something. We need to stand up, and I think time is now. So Kukshem, for listening, Regional Chief, I know you asked for some thoughts, and those are sort of my thoughts. Kukshem.
Thanks. Let's go to Cookby Robbins atop his mountain there, where he appears to be in his virtual background, and then we'll turn it back to the Regional Chief for a final wrap-up comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the elders for the prayer this morning to get us started in a good way. I agree with Cookby Wayne. I always hate speaking after him, because he tends to take. We kind of have the same mentality, and we think the same when it comes to our rights and our title. And the Declaration of Indigenous People, I think, really is going to stem back to the Justice Program. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow's agenda, when we have Minister David Lametti, Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada. And a lot of the information that's been provided today around the Ministry of Children and Families, the Justice Program, the Health Program, the systemic racism that we all see on a daily basis. We need David Lametti in our corner here. He represents Canada, which in general should be representing the First Nations people across Canada. So if there are any injustices that are happening out there, I think David Lametti needs to be there with us, hand in hand, as leaders of our communities, leading the charge, rather than taking his mandate from Canada with the divide and conquer approach. The divide and conquer approach isn't going to work, and we can't let it. I was at that meeting last year at this time, and I got a call from our staff and my wife, and we were just starting to get into the land questions that were being brought forward around the divide and conquer of the territories. And just as we're getting into that discussion, I get a phone call, and yeah, COVID's in Vancouver, come home. So rather than put my community at risk, I dropped everything and left. So I missed a lot of that discussion. But I do think that there needs to be more work done with the traditional cultural people, those knowledge keepers, the elders, to lead the way and provide the leadership with the information that they can take forward. And that's really the basis of what this declaration is all about. It's about our history, our culture, our traditional knowledge. and we need to hold on to that. It's more valuable than the millions of dollars that they're trying to provide to the First Nations groups. What you have to remember is all of their money that the government of Canada and the province, all of their monies, they're getting it off of our territories, off of our backs, off of our lands that were stolen from us. And we need to secure that information so that we can provide it and change the mentality of the province. It was always told obviously that the people from the West are going to lead the charge in getting their land back. And it's going to spread across to the East. So it's starting in the West and you go to the East, and here we are on the cusp of change. I think no matter how you look at it, we have to start engaging as First Nations groups, and we cannot be divided and conquered any longer. We need to start looking at this from up the mountain and be there with David Lametti and lead the charge with our people. So I just have to end it there. And again, thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak. But I do look forward to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Cooksham, everybody have a safe night. Be safe. Take care.
Thank you very much. Final comments, Regional Chief?
Yeah, thank you, Harold, and thank you for doing a good job today and chairing, and also, you know, we started off with reporting from the BCAFN this morning, but our first subject matter was systemic racism, and you know that's really an impediment for progress in terms of ourselves asserting our rightful place with levels of government. And I totally agree, Cookbees. I really believe that some of this work we can do on our own. We have to do on our own. We started a year ago. We need to carry on that work with shared territories and overlaps. We need to create our own arrangements with our neighboring nations and create those treaties. I'm in, you know, that's the discussions that my elders had. So I think, you know, moving forward, there's also our own laws we need to come back to, our own laws on what we discussed today on fisheries, our own laws on child welfare, our own laws on a lot of these matters on education, on justice and police. And we've seen that the detrimental situations we are experiencing to this day. All of this won't be given to us. We have to fight for it. We have to take it, and I completely agree with you that some of the work we need to do on our own, but we have to take it. And you know, that message of asserting our own jurisdiction, we have to take it. And moving forward, I certainly look forward to our agenda tomorrow. And it's been a long day, and I thank you all for staying the whole day here, and look forward to tomorrow's important discussions. And thank you to all the presenters today, and all those that were our keynote speaker today, her experience. And tomorrow we do have Grand Chief Wilton Littlechild to talk about the declaration, and also we have Dr. Bonnie Henry to talk about vaccine. And when we're talking about asserting our own jurisdiction, asserting our own health matters, what is important to us, and our own ways to make decisions on how vaccine should be distributed. So really important matters. I thank you all, and look forward to more. Stay safe, you know, follow health protocols, and look forward to tomorrow. Thank you, Harold, once again, doing a good job. Masaicho.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Regional Chief. I just wanted to let you know, Shannon Squire, you're the winner of the final attendance door prize for today. We'll have 5 more of those tomorrow. Remember, in tomorrow's agenda, very short breaks in the morning and at lunch, and so please make sure your nutrition is prepared and that you are making sure you get up from your chairs in those short breaks, because to be in your chairs for the whole full 6 hours of tomorrow is too much. We will start at 9 o'clock. We will turn to Minister Lametti at 9:10. We come to the first resolution approximately around 10 a.m. And in addition to Willie Littlechild, and Dr. Bonnie Henry. We also have 4 ministers and Autumn Pelche, the First Nations water advocate, on our agenda tomorrow. So with that, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Stay safe, enjoy your evening, and we are in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Please sign in a bit early.